Good evening and welcome to this is Paxton Road TV. Paxton Road TV. How could I forget it's Paxton Road TV? Welcome to Paxton Road TV. This is your deadline day Paxton Road TV special, and we are going to be going through all the transfer rumours, the done deals, what's coming up. We've had a lot going on so far with us lot at Spurs, and there's other things in the pipeline. There's a lot of stuff going on in the background as well with other teams. But we are mainly going to concentrate on Spurs. So just before we start, please hit that like button, share, subscribe. Share this. This is going to be a marathon session. We're going to have me to start off the first hour. Then we're going to have Darius 3K on the 7 o'clock hour. We've got Judge Jody coming up at 8. After that, we've got the man himself, Sid Spurs, who will take us through from 9 until 11 o'clock or beyond. And hopefully, I can see these two gentlemen down here. We've got Sean in the house. We've got Kuva in the house. We've got a few things to talk about. Spurs are definitely doing things on the last day. And breathing. Welcome. So put the banners up. Before we start, let's see what we've got in going across. Right then, there we go. As per Sky Sports Standard Yellow. Welcome, Sean. Welcome, Kuva. How are we doing? Are we okay? Are we good?
Yeah, I'm okay. It's been a lively day, last day for Tottenham. This is Daniel Levy time, isn't it? He likes a little late minute bit of drama. But yeah, slight reservations. But you know, maybe we're getting the painful rebuild, but a few years too late.
Well, we are getting a rebuild. There's obviously things that have happened. We can go through the transfers that have already taken place, the potentials for the outgoings, the potentials left for the ones that may be possibly coming in. Kuva, how are you? Are you infused so far with transfer deadline day?
I'm optimistic, that's for sure. The Deadwood going out, that's the main thing. Never thought we were going to shift all this lot. If that alone makes me feel better about the club in general, because if you get the people out that are sort of holding us back a bit, and everybody remaining is pulling in the same direction, that's a massive bonus. But the fact we're getting in a few extra players as well, Kulaszewski looks full of running for the loads of effort. It's the sort of player Conte might do very well with. There's definite hope there. We could yet turn this into a stellar window, but at the moment, very optimistic.
Okay, well, I can't profess to say I'm an expert on the two players that have come in. We have signed so far Dejan, Kulaszewski from Juventus, and also Rodrigo Bentancur. Got that name right. So we signed a forward, left-footed forward. I believe he's more right-sided, plays off the right, but from the clips I've seen, he likes to carry that ball, likes to run with it. A big lad himself, 21 years of age, I believe. Yeah, looks as they always do, very impressive on YouTube clips. Firstly, I'm going to come to you first with the first question. Is this a signing that you think that we should have made? Is it a good signing? Firstly, I believe it's an 18-month loan option. I'm not sure of the details in terms of the options. I can look at that in the background as we talk. But is it initially a good signing for Spurs?
Well, I mean, he's had some schooling in a very, very tough team. A top team in Juventus, and that pains me to even admit that as a follower of AS Roma in Italy. But yeah, it's he's obviously been around some very good players. As you say, his YouTube looks pretty good, and I think he's certainly he looks more robust than, say, Brian Hill, who we've just sent back to Spain to continue his development, shall we say. I'm looking forward to seeing him. I think he'll give us some cut and thrust, and it's giving us options, upside up alongside Kane. I think that's a good thing, because I think we need that. We need that, particularly on the right hand side. Oh, we're quite well stocked now up front.
You're not selling him to me though, Sean. You're not selling him to me. What's your reservations? I feel there's more. What do you want to come?
Well, you have to be honest. He's only he's been getting splinters in his ass this season on the bench at Juventus. He's very young as well. He's 21, I believe. So it's a gamble. But I mean, we have a player whisperer as our head coach, and you've seen what he's done with some of our players that we would have gladly been seen leaving today. And he's improved Winks, he's improved Dyer, Ben Davis, you know. So let's see. You know, I'm sure, you know, him and PRTv would have discussed him at length, and I would imagine that this is a player that he said, yeah, we'll go for him.
Yeah, as I said, it seems quite a nice, convenient way to get players from your old club. It's like going back to your old workplace and saying, "Oh, there's a job over here. Do you fancy it?" And that's how I think it's kind of come across. But the two players that have come in, we'll talk about Kulaszewski first. So, Kuva, what's your thoughts on the signing so far of Kulaszewski before we get on to Bentancur?
Kulaszewski, he's an interesting one. If you look at his time at Parma when he's on loan, he looks sensational. He really looks a top quality talent. But he's not been quite the same when he's at Juventus. And the worry, I think, would be, is he one of these players that likes to be the big fish in the small pond? Can he sort of step up when he's playing with the elite players alongside him? Because so far the evidence suggests not. But he does have an exciting skill set. And one of the most interesting things is I seem to remember an interview with him where he suggested he favours being in the middle, playing quite centrally. That people keep screaming out for a Cam, basically. It's that central attacking midfielder role, the Eriksen type role. It would be a little bit different to Eriksen, but it does offer the same sort of attacking outlet, both in terms of goals and a killer through ball. He can actually do that role, perhaps in more of a sort of combative sort of midfield all action role, compared to how Eriksen did it. And he can also drift out wide to play Lucas Moura's role. At a push, he could even play up front with Kane. It gives us a few options. It's an intriguing signing, but it's really dependent on if he can recapture that form that he's shown in patches. But it's been a bit hit and miss this season.
One thing I think Conte really relies on is pace, and that's one thing that the team that he inherited did not have. You know, and you can see with the departures today that, you know, he's I think he wants someone who's a bit quick, and from what I've seen of Kulaszewski, he is quite quick. He's gets into the box, he can deliver a cross. I think, you know, that'll work. I'm just worried about creativity, unless of course, you know, we find a right wing back between now and 11 o'clock. But yeah, I think he as Kuba said, he brings some skill sets which we can do with, and we certainly need pace because we are leaden apart from Son and Bergwijn, I would say.
Right, I'm just gonna do this. This is as we're live and, you know what I mean, things are happening. Courtesy of Sid. That is courtesy of Sid Spurs. Just to let you know, Jesse Lingard is to stay at Man United. He's not going anywhere. Nothing to do with Spurs. But I thought I'd just dramatize that just for the fact it's transfer deadline day. Do you like that one?
Yeah, I quite like that. I like the colour scheme. It's not like red and white as it usually is.
Sort of hype up the deflating news. I like it as a new,
that was good, wasn't it?
New angle. That, yeah.
So I mean, hype up non-news. That's what I was trying to do. But hey ho. Right, let's talk about Rodrigo Bentancur, a player who's again playing for Juventus. Central midfielder, although looking at his stats, it appears that he's more. I don't know too much about these players without having to have gone and done my YouTube research, which isn't always the best, but also just looking at stats. So we got here, played this season 19 games, or appeared 19 times, no goals, 1 assist in total in terms of his overall career at Juventus. 133 appearances, 91 starts from that, played 8,259 minutes, 2 goals, 15 assists. Played 1 penalty, a couple penalties in there, but I haven't got any stats regarding his defensive ability. So maybe that's something that I need to look at when we get into more. Probably look at that tomorrow when we do talking points. But is this a position that we needed to fill? Is this a person? I know we've lost 2 midfielders, well, potentially 3 midfielders. We'll come on to the outs in a minute. But is this the type of player that we needed to fill? Basically, because we've already got Skip, we've already got Hotspur, we've already got Winks in that similar type of role. Was this a priority to get Kuva, do you think?
For me, he looks much the same as, well, to be honest, when I first saw the name come up, I thought the same as a lot of us, if we're honest, which was who? And then you look into it a little bit more, and some people have obviously seen him before, but so having to rely on the likes of YouTube clips and trying to dig around for some reports on him and some write-ups, and the general consensus seemed to be that he's more of a sort of Harry Winks type player to perhaps compete with him. Whereas you've got Skip and Hotspur, which we can sort of compare directly as the sort of combative sort of you can fit them both into the holding role. They can also advance in midfield and just basically get stuck in a bit of aggression. Winks is a different sort of player, and Bentancur, it does seem to be that kind of player. You instantly think when you hear Uruguayan, it's images flash up in my mind, days of old. It's going to be a tough tackling, perhaps even a bit of a dirty player. Which I was kind of looking forward to be honest. But he's a much more of a sort of subtle ball carrying type. Well, he's not even that good at ball carrying. He gets the ball moving. I'll say short passing, quick to get the ball, getting forward out to the flanks, away from the danger areas. Perhaps skip past the player. He's not dynamite, and he's not going to sort of set the world on fire. But he could add to that sort of that pool of players, make it interchangeable. So if we do pick up injuries somewhere, there's somebody to step in, do the same job. Because if obviously we've let quite a few midfielders go now. So if we didn't sign him, we would be pretty short in midfield. So I think he adds to that kind of not too glamorous pool there, but he could do a job for us. I don't see sort of fireworks anyway.
No, I saw about a minute and a half YouTube clip again, YouTube via Twitter, and again looks good. But I think if I put some YouTube highlights of myself together playing out in the garden, I'd probably look like I could play for Juve as well. So I'm not gonna go off that.
You can play, Sam.
I challenge you to do it. But pick yourself up as ready for Juve and do that.
My point being is the clips I've seen, he looks very combative. A player that wins the ball back, a player that looked like he was carrying the ball forward a little bit. There was a clip when he made an assist, and I think it was Cristiano Ronaldo that scored, and obviously the celebrations, all the rest of it. Again, all these things on YouTube are great. My issue with both these signings is there is going to need to be, unless we are extremely, extremely lucky, these players are going to need some time to settle in, even if it's just to come to find a house, to get themselves settled, if they've got family to bring across, blah, 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 blah. That's going to take a few weeks in itself. And then you're going to have the actual right. How do we then get these players into any system that Conte wants to play? He must have an idea, because obviously I would imagine that he's behind these signings, but they are going to need to be integrated into how the team's going to be playing. That's going to take a few weeks in itself to do. So we might be talking a couple of months here before these players really get to be showing any sort of form, even maybe appearances. But I would imagine they're going to be thrown on at some point. But we're in February now, as of tomorrow. Couple of months on top takes us into what? April? End of the season comes May. Are we going to get to see enough of these players from these two signings at this moment that is going to push us to the top four? I'll start with you, Sean, because I'm just going to read this comment here from Sergio. Even though whilst we got rid of those who should have gone, we bought two players who are unproven in the Prem. Are we stronger? I don't think so. I believe it's a poor window. What's your thoughts on that, Sean?
I would say it was a so-so window. I don't think it's a poor window, because what we've got rid of is a lot of toxicity in our squad. So I think that's to be a positive. Like Kuva, Bentancur, I didn't know anything about. I thought Uruguay, might be a bit tough, a little bit of shithousery. Yeah, maybe that's a good thing. Bring that, Latin American combative spirit. I'm kind of relying on quite a long tweet by a Uruguayan-based Spurs fan, and he does suggest that he is kind of, a Harry Winks style player. which is a bit annoying for me, who's been crowing about the Winks Naissance and seeing this player coming to replace him. But anyway, I'm hoping that he, as you say, he hits the road, hits the road running. Is it now?
I hope he hits the ground better than you've just hit that road.
Yeah, sorry, I'm just breaking in these teeth for an Alsatian. I just hope that as you say, it's a bit of a gamble for me. I hope he fits in, but certainly, I would imagine Conte would have okayed this move. So, I'm prepared to. If it's good enough for Conte, then it's good enough for me. It's like when he was, when all the talk was about the departure of Steven Bergwijn, I was going, but he's gone on record twice now saying that Bergwijn gives him something that no one else has got in the squad. So why would he sell him? So I think we will see them play. Yeah, definitely. Because a lot of reputations, not least our director of footballs, is hanging on this particular window, because some of the signings from the summer haven't exactly set the header on fire, have they?
No, some of the signings from a few summers haven't really set the world on fire at Spurs. But as if by magic, we've got some information here about Rodrigo in terms of stats. So defensive stats for Rodrigo compared to European midfielders. Pressures 22.81 per 90 minutes. That's in the top 12%. Tackles and interceptions 5.32 per 90 minutes. That's in the top 8%. Blocks 1.88 per 90 minutes. Top 24%. Aerial duels, that is 1.52 per 90 minutes in the top 37%. So stats from that look good. But again, I'm not sure of how many times this guy's played this season. I'm not sure if he has been a major force this season. Because if he was, I don't think we'd be getting him. So Kuva, again, looking at that, it appears he's a defensive player. Are we going to see any more in our attack now from the other players that may be in this midfield? Because I'm looking at our midfield. If it's a 3-4-3, there's two places available. So it's going to be, I would imagine, in my opinion, Skip and somebody else, or potentially Højbjerg and somebody else. Winks, unfortunately, short. I think Winks might now be relegated back to the bench for a little few games. But if we've got this guy to be a defensive foil, who's going to be the attacking player of just mentioned? Kuva, if you could give me your view.
Well, the attacking player in the midfield, that's the real question, isn't it? Unless if we are going 3-4-3, which it looks like we would be if with all these midfielders going out and only one coming in, it sort of favours that system. But we could also be looking at it sort of loosely as a 3-5-2 still, with Kulaszewski playing as that almost an advanced midfielder. Rather than out and out winger, it'd be in a more central one, and that could be that sort of floating role that Conte has deployed before in a 3-5-2. But with Bentancur, you'd have to imagine it's going to be the experience of Højbjerg alongside him, or you've got options. You've got options, because I don't see him and Winks playing together, but I could see him playing with Skip. It's like having 2 and 2. You've got the Skip and the Højbjerg, if you like, vying for one position, and Winks and Bentancur vying for the other. That'd be a sort of natural balance if you pick one out of each of those two. But it gives us options. We can swap between the 3-4-3, 3-5-2. There's players that are ready to sort of step into the team, but it's dependent on if they recapture that form that they've got in Italy. If they struggle for any reason, I mean. Kulaszewski in particular, I can't help but be a little bit cautious, because I'm thinking back to a time when we signed an exciting winger from Italy, and he came along as part of that Gareth Bale money and didn't do too well in the first season.
Eric,
now, I won't have a bad word said about Coco Lamela.
No, I like Lamela. I wish we still had him, to be honest. I like the attitude, but that first season was a shocker for him. You can't get away from that. And if we're relying,
I'm going to have to stop you there. I'm going to have to stop you there, because I've got another one here. This is But this time, it's not about anything transfer news related. This is the great big entrance for this guy in the house. You brought him in.
Oh my goodness!
I had to do that for you, David. You know the score. When we had that
absolutely love the intro. I love the intro. I really do appreciate it. No need though, honestly, no need. I do apologize. I was supposed to be here about 5-10 minutes ago, but I'm not too long finished. So I do apologize, but I'm here now. It's all good.
Don't you worry about it. Kuva we were just debating. Well, we got onto Eric Lamela somehow onto this, but Kuva, continue. Breaking news: David's in the house.
Oh yeah, well that was basically it. I'm just a bit wary of Kulaszewski offering everything we hope we can, because we've seen this before. It's sometimes difficult for players to settle in, and if we need him to perform immediately, we're taking a big risk on that top 4 status for end of the season. If he does hit the floor running, great stuff. Would be exactly what we need. But yeah, it's a little bit cautious. I'm happier about seeing the ones we've got rid of, because that's definite improvement, just having their bad attitudes out of the club.
Yeah, we haven't even touched on the outs as yet. We will do. We've still got another 35 minutes of this hour segment. As just to mention to the guests, this is going to be a marathon session. We've got 5 hours of this. We are 25 minutes of the way through. So after me, there will be Darius 3K. After Darius, it will be Judge Jody. And then following Judge Jody at 9 o'clock, it's the man himself, SUBSRCRIBE, will take us through to 11 plus. You like that lineup, innit? And we've got guests like yourselves on there. You know what I mean? I can't not lose. I cannot not lose. David, Mr. Irish Hotspur. We've talked about Kulaszewski, left-footed winger, 21 years of age, brought on an 18-month loan deal potentially to buy this player. Is it a sign that you would have wanted to see? Is it a sign that you want to see, should I say? And do you think he goes straight into the team?
Yeah, look, I don't know about other people. I think Kulaszewski is a big coup for Tottenham Hotspur. I think he's a big name. Look, I've really liked the kid. I've kept an eye on his progress coming through. The big Swedish, I really do like him. Look, he's 6'1", left-footed. I think he's powerful. He's strong. He's got a bit of pace, and I really like him. I think it's been a good coup for Tottenham. Look, this is a player that we were interested in at the start of the window. We were linked with before the window. And this is a deal that ultimately we thought was going to happen more in the summer. Now, the fact that the opportunity has arisen because they got Vlahovic in, that we could go and get this guy, we've gone and done it. Now, some people would argue panic buy. I can understand where that's coming from. But for me, I think, look, this guy, I think, will become a very good player. And what we've seen with Haaland, if you don't get in there early, the price is only going to get bigger and bigger and bigger. And eventually, Tottenham will get priced out of the market. On this one, we've got in there while he's young, while he's had a small, and let's be honest, a lot of people saying he's bench warmer. This is his first bit of decline at Juventus, and it's because they've changed the manager and he doesn't fancy him. And for me, I think we've swooped in at the right time. We've got him when Juve have got Vlahovic, when maybe he's at Juve, he's on a bit of a decline. But let's be honest, there's different levels between Juve and Tottenham Hotspur. They're up there, we're down here. As much as that kills me to say it, it's the reality, it's the truth. And I think if players are falling out of favour at these sort of clubs, because we're on the next rung of the ladder, why can't you bring these in to get them up to there? Because ultimately, Kulusevski helped them win some of the trophies they've won. Bentancur, up until this season, he actually played in the Juventus team, winning Serie A's and stuff like that. So I just think getting Kulusevski, and I think it's been a great piece of business for Tottenham. Do I think he can come in and start straight away? Look, I think he'll have to come in and earn his place, like I think any player should have to come into Tottenham and earn their place. But I don't think so. I think if Son's back fit, we still go with Kane, Lucas Son. But what it does do is it gives us an option where Conte looks at the bench and says, you know what, yeah, this guy can change a game. We haven't had that at Tottenham Hotspur.
And also, David, another good point is that Conte has always said he wants 2 players per position.
Yeah,
and it's. I mean, we're quite well stocked at the top end of the field, which we hadn't been. And given that we're heading into Harry Kane injury territory, it's important that we have forward players. I think so. I mean, and the fact that he's also Scandinavian rather than Italian. I mean, it sounds, I don't know, it sounds a bit curious, but the Scandinavians seem to have settled better in the Premier League than Italians. So maybe that's in his favour as well. As you say, he's a bit of a unit.
Yeah.
Let's hope it.
Like,
let me just, David. Let me just ask this then. Where do you see him fitting in? What sorts? I'm not really too bothered about systems. If you got good players, you make them fit any system you got. But obviously, Conte favours a back three. He does seem to be looking toward. Well, he's flitting between this 3-4-3, 3-5-2, or 3-4-1-2, whatever you want to call it. Where does a player like Kulaszewski fit into that? If you're playing, let's say a 3-4-3, I'm assuming he would put a right hand side or the left hand side. But does he then take the place of a Son? Does he take the place of a Lucas? Or is it like you said, he's a player that's ideally positioned to come off the bench to be able to give us something more than we've already got?
That's a good question. Look, for me, if you go with the two up top, you have the option of putting him up top with Harry Kane. If you want to go with Son, you have the option of bringing this guy off the bench. If you're chasing a game, he's a big guy. You can put balls into the box, because at Tottenham, we're not the biggest team, but you look at the two guys we've signed, 6 foot plus, it adds height to the team. So you have the option then, if you're chasing a game, rather than, like we've seen, struggling to be able to break teams down because they know maybe we don't have the best passing ability, you can start putting balls into the box and get this guy to go and attack them. If you want to put him in the tree, for me, I mean, as much as a good season Lucas has had in the last 2 games he's dropped off, I still have doubts on his end product. And for me, I think Kulaszewski could definitely target that spot as coming in. You have Son playing on the left, right footer. You have Kulaszewski playing on the right, left footer. Both can cut in, take shots. You can have an interchange in front three. But again, like I said, you have that option off the bench. Even if we do go with Kane and Son up top, you still have that option off the bench to be able to change the system during the game if that's what you want to do, and bring on an attacking option, which maybe we haven't had before. You look at Gil and you're like, look, I'm a big believer in Gil's talents. I do think we have a superstar there in the making. Maybe the Premier League has just come maybe that bit too early for the guy. But you look at Kulusevski, he's built for it already. He's 6'1", he's powerful, he's strong. He has all the right attributes to be able to come in and hit the ground running. But also, people talk about him being out of form. But people don't also, like when you hear people go on their bench warmers, what you don't hear them then talk about in the same breath is, well, look what he's done with Ben Davies, Eric Dyer, Davinson Sanchez, Harry Winks. Now, for me, I think, look, we're praising them for doing their jobs right now, which they've never done before. But people are saying that he's got more out of them. No, people are saying he's got more out of them. What makes us think he can't turn Kulaszewski, get him back firing again? And once you get him back firing, you have one of the hottest prospects in European football at that age. And this is a guy that's already representing Sweden. And they love him. They love him. I think we've got a real coup here.
He's got 21 caps for one, right? Yeah.
Yeah. So I want to ask Kuva this question, then. This is from Amrik. So, Amrik, thank you for watching, by the way. Do you think putting Kulaszewski in Lucas's spot and dropping Lucas back to right wing back would work?
It's a tough one. Lucas has certainly got the work rate for it. He's certainly committed. It could work. I mean, look, as said on the streams all along, it's that right wing back role. The most essential bit is you offer something going forward. The defensive side of it, you can coach into people, but attacking flair and ability, that tends to favour people that have got it naturally. You're going to struggle if you're having to teach the basics into the game. That's why I think Emerson Royale's so disappointing for us. He just can't. He's not good going forward. He's dreadful. So it's like half a player. Lucas, you're going from the other way round. He's got the attacking flair. He's got the pace. We've seen what he can do with chipping in with some goals when he's needed to. Is he going to hit the crosses in? I think, yeah, of course. Why not? He's a good player. He's talented. Can he do the wing back role? It's an interesting one. I think possibly could.
I'll tell you what. I mean, that's an interesting point that Amrik's brought up there, because I referenced the game. Remember, we had a North London derby with Jose, and he played Moura in a withdrawn role to negate their fullbacks coming forward. And I thought, that thinking back to that now, now that it's been suggested that he did play quite well defensively. Yeah, and he actually created things for us as well in that game, as well, I remember correctly as well. So, I mean, it's not a million miles out of the ballpark there, but I think if if we're having to draft in an emergency wing back, unless of course we magic one up in the next 4.5 hours.
We got time. This is Spurs time now. Do you know what I mean? This is Fergie time. This is Spurs time. This is Levy time. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
In the past,
Levy
it's
time.
definitely been
You
Levy
know,
time.
I can't, you know,
you're not confident. I think something's going to happen. I really do. I should lose. Okay, so let's move on to the next part, because we've obviously got to talk about players that have now left the club. Let's talk about Tanguy Ndombele. He's now returned back to Lyon, initially on loan. I think they've got an obligation to buy. Somewhere I've read suggests that the obligation to buy could be in the region of £54 million or euros, close to what we paid for him. The important thing is his wages. I said, don't know the ins and outs of this, but I'm hoping that they will be some, or at least all of these wages off our wage bill. Was it inevitable that Tanguy, and I'll start with you, David, was it inevitable that Tanguy had to go this window, or is there some regret in a sense that we haven't been able to see the best of this player? I know what you might say.
First of all, I need to correct you there. It's Tanguy Ndombele, and thank God for that. Look, for me, I'm absolutely delighted to see Tanguy Ronald Ndombele off the wage bill. To be honest with you, he's a guy that really has upset me over the last couple of years. This is a guy that has come to Tottenham. He wasn't fit. You know, we saw the embarrassing images from a Premier League football club, and it only happens at Tottenham, where the manager is running around an apartment block with him. That's embarrassing, you know. And look, every manager has had a falling out with him at Tottenham Hotspur. Look, as much talent as the guy has, let's be honest, he probably has more talent in his little toe than half of our squad. But what good is talent if you don't have the right mentality or the right attitude to be able to apply that talent in an effective way for your team, which he has failed to do completely. I'm absolutely delighted Endon Fat Ass is gone. I couldn't stick him anymore whatsoever. This guy, he was just setting a bad example for anyone in the squad. Keeping him there was endangering more people that maybe weren't in Conte's plans drifting over to him. And then you would have ultimately seen what we've seen time and time again. Unhappy players pull together, get the manager out of the door. So the fact that we've got him gone gives Conte a very good chance of getting this team pulling in the one direction. Because basically Conte's come in, he's gone to Don Paratici, who is cooking this window, may I add, which many people said he wouldn't be. What we have done is, where was I? I'm back. So what we did do basically with this guy is we've now freed up space for some of the youth to come in, which we have lost over the last while. Noni Madueke, Dennis Sirkin, you know, players like that we've lost because we've had so much crap just in the squad. We've had quantity over quality. But as well, we haven't paid all that money we owe for Ndombele. So with them buying him back, it's not like they're going to have to stop all that money up. They're only going to have to stump up a portion of it because we still owe them money for Tanguy Ndombele. So all you're doing is actually cancelling off what we owe, and then just paying a small fee, which I think is absolutely brilliant. But you're also giving Conte a chance. Like I said, you're giving Conte a chance as well. You're giving the youth a chance. You're not having any more bad attitudes. And for me, the way we've positioned ourselves today in the market with players out, just quickly, I actually think we've put ourselves in the best position to be able to go after the free market and put ourselves in a position in the summer where now we can act early, where we can buy before we sell, which this window was different, where we had to sell before we buy.
You know what? Your assessment of, I'm going to call him Tanguy Ndom bad boy, or Tanguy not so bad boy anymore. But he was a player that, as you mentioned, the talent-wise, cannot knock it. We didn't see enough of it. There was definitely some issue there with regards to an attitude. And I hate to say that about a professional footballer, but, you know, he's been given X amount. We can kind of like, you know, make assumptions that he was on 200K per week, whatever it was. But if you're going to be earning that sort of money and you're not a player that's motivated by wanting to be the best that you can be, it's very hard to enjoy your football if you're not enjoying your surroundings, all the rest of it. But I'll come to you, Sean. Are you going to miss Tanguy, as David said, Ndom burgers?
I think the only people that are going to miss him are going to be the Just Eat deliverers in North London. To be honest, to be fair, I think To be honest, he was done
Absolutely
to me
terrible.
after NS Mura.
Yeah.
If he cannot dominate a game against the 600th ranked team in the world or in Europe or whatever, then he's not doing it for me. And I mean, I think we all, I think we can speak for everyone here that the minimum we demand is effort.
Yeah.
And he just wasn't. He couldn't be bothered. Try and keep it clean. It's before the watershed. But he couldn't be bothered to do it against NS Mura.
Yeah.
Cost us the Conference League in the end. Really, that was having all right, the shenanigans at the end, but losing to Mura. I mean, that was the lowest of the low. I mean, I thought Zagreb was bad last season, but that was just and he was done for me for then. And Conte did the right thing. He even made him train on his own, because whenever you see the social media, you saw him and Dele just fiddling about, mucking about, doing tricks and that and whatever you. Whereas everyone else was professional, got their game faces on in the training. Nah, you can't have those wasters in the squad. And I mean, no, you just can't. I mean, it was just oh god, it was embarrassing.
Well, say what you really feel. I can tell.
Say what you feel, Sean. Say what you feel. Get it out. Get it out of him. Get it out of him.
No, I'm quite calm that he's gone, and I just hope I don't see him again in a Spurs shirt. Because he needs to go somewhere else. Whether he ever recovered from the departure of Pochettino, I don't know. Well, I think that was the breaking point for him, and he never really recovered from that. Let him go back to Lyon where he shone. I mean, Lyon have played an absolute blinder, I think, because they've got rid of Guimaraes and they've just brought back their old player.
And he played well for them.
We had their owner as our owner.
Yeah, exactly. Kuva, are you going to miss Tanguy? Oh, he's got
yes, terribly. Just couldn't wait to get rid of him. I mean, it's difficult to even talk about him without turning into a drunken Brian Blessed with Tourette's. Just could not wait for him to go.
Geez, you lot are terrible, man.
Absolute waste of space. When he got substituted against Morecambe and he's taking ages to come off, that look on his face like he couldn't believe he was getting booed. For me, that said it all. He's in his own little dream world. He has no idea that the fury of the fans, the fact nobody wants him out there when he's doing such. Well, he does nothing. It's less than nothing. I think somebody said it in the comments. He got dominated against non-league opposition. Well, lower league, I should say.
May as well have been non-league. Tell you that much.
Yeah, I mean, it says it all. There's just no effort, not care in the world. He's not the only one strolling as well. I mean, Lo Celso doing the same thing. But
do you know what, Kuva? I think that game where he literally was walking off and then actually looked like he slowed down. I think that sealed it for me. I think that sealed it for Conte as well, because I don't think after that he didn't feature again. I don't think.
That was when he was made to go and train with the women. I think.
Right. Yeah.
So I don't think there was any way back unless there was going to be a complete apology, a complete turnaround in his attitude towards the team. But if he's been here 2 and a bit years, I couldn't see that happening. I don't know why he would suddenly have an epiphany and suddenly say to himself, you know what, I'm now going to be a Spurs player after what he's done, after that performance and after that effort or lack of effort. I couldn't see how he was going to come back. So, for me, as much as I love the guy's talent, I am with all of you guys. I think it was best for everybody that he's gone. And I think this deal, if it works out, is as good a deal as we could have got to get this guy off the books, because PSG was in the supposedly in the talk, but that didn't happen. Who else was going to be paying this? Apparently, it's part of the wages are being paid by Spurs, so it's not all of it. But if they do eventually buy him back, then obviously that will be the case. here's a question from ourselves here. Question to the panel. What impacts do you feel Dele Alli could have on Everton? Just to confirm that news, Dele Alli is now, I believe, confirmed. Is it a complete signing as a buy, or is it a loan?
It's a buy. It's part of the deal. Shane, he's gone for free, right? He's gone for free, and then it's 10 million after 20 appearances.
So that's going to take, what, 5 years to get that money or something? Oh, God. Oh.
Yeah, I mean, the bizarre thing, Sky Sports News are talking up a £40 million fee. And I'm going, well, no. I mean, if we got 40 million, then I would be saying, happy days. Happy day. I mean, the man has lost, he lost his mojo. And you know, he needed it for himself. I mean, he needed to go. And again, you know, he'll another part of the toxicity in the squad has gone. It can only be good for Conte that he's got players that are focused and want to play for us. Who knows? I mean, as David has said, if it's only 10 million, if we're making 5 million on him. You know, we've sung about him being only costing us 5 million, so we've made 5 million on him, and probably that's the best we could expect after his performances post Madrid. You know, so. I think we're even before Madrid, to be fair.
I'm sorry, David. I'm gonna let you come in next. What I just want to add to that is, if he hasn't emptied out his locker, don't worry about the locker. Just go now. Someone will get a spare key and empty it out for you, and we'll bring up your stuff to Everton or Newcastle, because potentially you might be being hijacked for that deal. David, your thoughts on Dele overall, and is this a deal? Also, because it's a deal that's on paper doesn't sound great, going for free with possibly 10 million after 20 appearances. But was it more a case of getting this player who doesn't look like he's going to ever, you know, resurrect his Spurs career, and maybe Frank Lampard seeing something that he could possibly do with this player? Are you happy with the deal so far?
Look, to be honest with you, I couldn't care what Frank Lampard's seen in him, but thank you very much. Look, the walking crayon, you know, the moving Christmas tree. Look, Dele Alli, thank you very much for everything you gave me. You know, you gave me some wonderful memories. You know, you were part of the club when we were at our best in this modern day era of football. So I appreciate that. But let's be honest. You know, I'll be honest. I've been saying this ever since I first started going on here at Tottenham TV. You know, just get rid of Dele Alli. He doesn't want to be here. And finally, 2 years later, my day has come. Look. He was a great prospect for us, but for me, he got too much too soon. Too much money. You know, he already been to a World Cup, a Euros. He's done everything in the game by 24, 25. He's lost his hunger. He's lost his appetite. And for me, when you're sitting on TikTok, you know, with a picture of a rodent beside you, which is the right one for him, the way he's been acting in the last 2-3 years, and your team's getting out there spanked by Chelsea, when you've scored 2 goals against Chelsea before to win a game, and you know you have the ability to be the match winner, and you're just happy to be at home on TikTok where your teammates are getting spanked, it was always going to come to this. It was always going to come to this. It was always going to come that we were looking to get him out this deadline day. And I have to say, I'm absolutely delighted he's gone. Look, it's a new start for Dele Alli. He needs it just as much as we need him gone. So many fans wanted to, you know, sit there and get a hard on looking at old reels of Dele Alli from 3-4 years ago. As Spurs fans, we need to realise, you know, we need to move forward. If players are not pulling away and they're not doing what we expect them to do at our great football club, you know, let's not lower our standards and be like, oh, let's loan him out, see if he comes back, plays well. No, he's had more than enough chances at this club in Europa Conference League games and other games, UEFA Cup games against shitter opposition where he hasn't stood out, just like Tanguy and fat ass. And I'm delighted we're starting to get a lot of these toxic players out the door. And he's one that has to go. I actually don't even think he will find his feet at Everton. I think it's gone on for too far long that I think he'll struggle to find his way back. And I just don't see it. But thank you, Everton. You've been conned. I'm absolutely delighted. And, you know, he'd probably fit in up there, you know. He probably will fit in up there, you know. He's probably going to be the most best dressed up there, the best hairstyle. I mean, Everton isn't the greatest area, so he'd probably be the most fashionable up there, so it'd probably suit him.
Oh dear, oh dear.
I'm just going to say this. If there is views expressed by the panel are not necessarily the views expressed by everybody, because You can't do that about Liverpoolians. Dear me.
No,
David,
look,
David.
you know, they're solely the Irish Hotspur views, but Liverpool fans know how much I hate them. Everton fans, look, for me, I just think they're a bag of toffees and they've got a tin pot stadium, and they know that. I'm in their chats all the time telling them anyway.
Sam, you also can't call Evertonians Liverpudlians.
Ooh,
Yeah,
that's my bad. That's
Biggest
my
one.
bad. I apologise for that, Evertonians. It's true.
I think that wraps up things, doesn't it?
You know what? We have to talk about. We've got another 12 minutes, and just to let the viewers know, there's over 80 people watching. Please stay with us all the way through. We've got a number of people, number of guests, a number of hosts as well. As I said, after me, you've got Darius, and after Darius, you've got Jody, and then Sid, and a number of other guests coming through. More of the flat cap army will be coming through. And we've got, looks like we've got two of them in the house already with Coover and David here. What's going on?
I didn't get the dress code.
We never got the memo, Sean. We never got the memo. Remember that they didn't give us that memo.
Hold on, it's our show. Come on.
Cooper, talk to me about Lo Celso
is no excuse.
who's the other one that's now gone?
Hey, it's
Lo
old age
Celso
is
and
dementia at my
GLC.
age, mate.
Dele Alli.
Look at
Dele
continue with Dele Alli. I don't mind. Go on.
Just one quick,
say
a couple of quick things on him. The only reason I can see Everton having signed him is if they're looking to get a good sponsorship deal with Crayola and TikTok. Other than that, I've got to say thank you, Everton. Thank you so much. They buy so much of our old tat over the years. I thought they were completely skint now, but they've come through when it really mattered. So big up to Everton. And for their fans, sorry, so sorry. We didn't do it. It's our chairman's fault at the end of the day. And blame Frank Lampard because, I mean, we don't like him anyway. There we go. That's Dele Alli wrapped up.
I mean, of the two Liverpool, I nearly said the L word there.
Yeah,
of
exactly.
The two Merseyside teams, Everton are my favourite, and I do feel the apology to them is welcome. You know.
We have to apologise to Everton because they bought Dele Alli off us. You can't make them mad.
Exactly.
Jesus Christ, you can't make them mad at all now. Sorry, Sean.
And obviously they've got Andros Townsend as well. So,
you know what, Andros Townsend, I think was a deal. When we did sell him, I quite liked that player. I was a bit gutted he actually went, but anyway, we've moved on. Anyway,
Sigurdsson, Aaron Lennon, they all go up there, don't they?
Yes, they do.
They love it.
They do. We've got two more players to talk about, and we're going to try and do that in the 9 minutes that we've got. So I'm going to come to you, Sean. Just touch on GLC and potentially Gil, both going out on loan, both going back to Spain. One to Valencia, one to Villarreal.
Yeah. Giovanni Lo Celso. I had so much high hopes for him. But again, you know, I think David has said he used us as a sort of like a rest home while he was waiting to go and play with Messi and his chums in Argentina. If you saw his reels from when he was at Real Betis, he was an absolute, monster in midfield, scoring goals, everything. And he's obviously made it clear there's lots of rumours, lots of gossip has come out in the last while saying that he wasn't particularly liked at the club. There was lots of there's lots of back chat about that he was rude to the staff. He didn't get on very well. The only person he seemed to talk to was Romero. So I mean, again, he was done for me a little while ago. I stuck with him much longer than I did with Ndombele, but yeah, let him go back to Spain, let him become, a Europa League winner or whatever. Let him go and join Juan Foyth and Sergio Aurier. Villarreal are obviously the Everton of Spanish league for us. There are players finish up, As for Brian Hill, this is the strangest. I mean, this is one of the strange. I mean, not quite as strange as Aubameyang, which I think we'll have to talk about at some stage tonight. The day trip to Barcelona.
Oh, we might have to leave that for the others. On the other, we ain't got enough time to ridicule them. No. We ain't got enough time to ridicule them.
Brian Hill need a loan to a Southampton or a team in the lower part of the Premier League, and we've sent him back to Spain where he's done everything in Spain. I don't. I don't see it as as good for his development. But then, you look, our development, particularly of young players, has been absolutely atrocious. Look at Markandai. There's a guy that's turned up in Northampton today, Rio Griffiths, who was.
Oh, again, the guy that was at Lyon for 4 years.
Yeah, he left to go to Lyon. He'd scored 5 goals in a North London derby at under 23s, in one game. And but anyway, hopefully that's being sorted out, because the academy is in a bit of a mess, I think.
Yeah.
I don't understand the load. That is a strange one to me. Lo Celso, he'll probably go there and he'll be an absolute star in.
It's just on the Hill loan deal though. Is it because they were touting between it being a 6 month and an 18 month. I think it's actually a 6 month deal now.
It's just to the end of the season. And already Hill has said he's responded to the Spurs tweet and said, "See you later. I'll be back in the summer." So he's obviously thinking I'm coming back. And I think he hasn't. I like that about him. He's not got any. He obviously thinks he's got unfinished business with us. And let him go and play, because but I'd rather he was playing in the lower part of the Premier League and getting ready for us.
Yeah, I agree. If you're going to do a loan deal, even if it's a 6 month deal, because he needs to get used to this league. So sending him back to Spain where he knows he can already prove himself, he's just making him comfortable. Is it more about him getting game time? I guess so, but that does depend on Valencia giving him the game time. There's no guarantee that they are going to play him first team football all the time. He might need to
Valencia are a mess. I mean, financially, they're in a worse mess than Barcelona. Well, that's saying a lot,
It's a bit mad. David, we've got a few more minutes. We might have to do a little bit of overtime because the others will be.
I'll be quick. I'll be super quick.
No, you have to be quick. You can take your time because we've still got Kuva to get his views as well. But David, you give me your views on the 2 loan deals for Lo Celso and Hill.
Yeah, look, Lo Celso, it's good to have him gone. Apparently, the staff found him a bit weird. I don't know whether it's true. I'd probably say it is. Apparently he was arrogant as well. You just don't need players like that at Tottenham Hotspur. Look, from what I've seen when he came on the pitch, he was erratic. His control was loose. His passing was loose. He didn't really give a shit what he was doing. So for me, he had 1 good month here. Good riddance, good luck. Hopefully you play well over there so they take up the buy option. He used us. He was never fit for Tottenham. As soon as international duty comes around, he goes to Messi. And another thing I'm glad I don't have to deal with is people going, "Oh, but he plays well for Argentina." I'm like, yeah, obviously. Look what he has playing around him. He's playing with a team with Messi and stuff like that. If he was that good, he'd come to Tottenham and he'd stand out, which he doesn't. Can't even get into the team. Above Harry Winks. What does that tell you? The guy is just not good enough for Tottenham. He doesn't want to be here. His attitude isn't right. So good riddance. When it comes to Brian Hill, goodbye, my lover. Goodbye, my friend. You have been the one. You have been the one for me. I can't wait. Honestly, I can't wait for him to come back. He's going to prove everybody wrong. I love Gil Messi.
Listen, we should have had you on the same slot as Sid and then Sean on there with the guitar in the background, and it was a rap then. That was a whole song in itself. Really would have been. I like that. Well done, David. Your voice is good, isn't it? Where'd you get that voice from?
He's the star of all the karaoke bars up and down his local strips.
Wowzers.
Few Cap Morgans, I can get a few decibels higher,
Well, that's going to take me to get up to them sort of levels. It's going to take more than a few Cap Morgans on that. But Kuva, do you think both these players? do you think both these players were given enough opportunity, particularly GLC? I think he was, but do you think Gil was given enough opportunities to prove himself to be a first team player, or is it just maybe he does need to have a bit more time to develop? He's still very young. Giovanni Lo Celso, in my opinion, I think he did use us as a bit of a training ground to go and play for Argentina, and every time he was required to play for us, we never saw I don't think I even saw a really good 45 minutes from him, if I'm honest with you. There was like couple of moments. Do you think the players were given enough opportunity to prove himself at Spurs?
Lo Celso, he's more familiar with the treatment table than the pitch, isn't he? When he comes on, I always have the impression all he's missing is a newspaper under his arm, dressing gown on, slippers, cup of cocoa. He looks like somebody has just had a long day. It's a bit of an effort on the way to bed now. Night, everyone. It's like when we were talking about players going out through the door at one point, I was saying it on several channels, and you're saying the list of players you'd like to go out. Somebody pipes up with Lo Celso, and I'm going, oh yeah, I forgot about him. Because you do. You forget he's even at the club. He's nothing. Absolute waste of time. Adios. No, talk about Hill, because I've got more time for him. But he made absolutely no sense in signing him. We had a left winger already. We got Sonny playing there. We got Sessegnon there. We got Reguilon as a wing back patrolling that flank as well. Hill has said very specifically he wants to be on the left wing. It just didn't make sense. It's the wrong timing. I don't agree with converting him into a cam. He's expressed where he wants to play. You should let him flourish in that position. He just needed to be out of the club. I'm glad to see he's got a loan deal. I hope he gets a lot of game time and continues developing. But I just don't see how he's going to fit into our team at the moment. I think we could be looking to sell him permanently in the summer. Good player, but unfortunate circumstances for him. In a different system, he could have done well for us over time, but just not going to work out, I think.
Yeah. With Hill, I think the talent's there. Definitely the talent's there. And for one of the thing I do like about him, he always gave effort. He always gave his all, even if his all wasn't quite up to the Premier League standard. What I saw from some of the other players that we've mentioned, the GLCs, the Delis, the Tanguys, they clearly just down tools. Hill wanted to prove himself. And the fact that you mentioned, Sean, about that tweet that he's put out, that he's looking to come back, that's a positive thing for me. That shows that the guy wants his career to work at Spurs. He knows what he needs to do. So I think he'll probably go there to Valencia if he gets game time, play well, get his fitness, or if it's, I don't know if it's just a fitness, his actual, I guess it's the game mentality, the big game mentality that's required to be able to come to Spurs to do. The pressure is different when you come to Spurs. I think for a lot of players we see come here, they get put under immense pressure because it's Spurs. And as fans, we've got to give players a bit more time and a bit more opportunity. This is why I think with the two players that we've got in now, we're going to have to give them an opportunity to have some games, maybe not to be the best players straight away, but to be able to just come in over the next few weeks. The only problem with the January transfer window is it's not long till the end of the season. So if you don't hit the ground running, let's say in a month's time or even 6 weeks' time, you're kind of thinking, well, have they brought anything to the team? I guess what they have brought is a bit more solidity to the bench because we've lost those players. So, yeah, it's going to be interesting. Just a couple more comments because we are now out of time. And I think backstage we have the others there. But just here, Brian is a quality player who needs more prem time. Definitely agree with that one.
Big up, John.
Gold is Levy's mate. Gold is Levy's mate. Gil loses the ball. He thinks on his feet. You can see he plays in the moment. He needs a bit more calmness to his game. But I feel he's only doing that because he's desperate to impress. Yeah. That's good. And that's what I think we've all kind of agreed on. He's a player that does want to play for Spurs. He's a player that wants to put this effort in. And I'd rather have 10 of them, you know what I mean? Or sorry, one of them than 10 Tanguys. You know, that's 100%. Oh, yeah. Someone who's going to make sure that he wants to play for the, because you know we all know that these players don't love the club. There's very few players that do love the club, but players who love to play and express themselves on a football pitch is what we want. Guys, we're out of time. I'm sure, Sean, you're going to be again be seen soon. Kuva, thank you very much for your appearance on here. Do you want to tell the viewers where they can find you quickly?
Over at Tottenham Tantrum Gold with Dermot Philitis and Ben Kaufman. We just basically do the old school games, celebrating our heroes from the past and showing some old games and doing some commentary along to it. So we're all about nostalgia.
Fabulous. David, Mr. Irish Hotspur himself, tell the viewers where they can find you. If they don't already know, because I'm pretty sure they already know.
No, look, if there's 3 people that don't, you know, if you could get over and smash the subscribe button on the Irish Hotspur, that'd be absolutely awesome. It'll bring me to a nice even number, so that's why I need it. That'd be brilliant. But yeah, the Irish Hotspur is the home of myself, of my big loud mouth. If you like that and you like what you see, get over there and smash the subscribe. But just quickly, you know, make sure you get onto Tottenham Tantrum Goal as well. Big push for 1K is on. The boys are absolute legends. Kuva cracks me up all the time as well. So, and, you know, they bring you the history that some Spurs fans maybe of recent might have forgotten about, you know, where we were winning trophies. but most importantly, the channel that has us, Paxton Road TV. Absolute brilliant. I love my time as always, as I do here. Always a great laugh. Make sure you smash that subscribe button here if you haven't. And, you know, keep getting your comments in for the next guys. Get your super chats in and help this channel.
There you go. See, we get self-promotion, and we have promotion by the Irish Hotspur himself, Kuva. Thank you very much, Irish Hotspur. Thank you. Sean, I guess we'll be seeing you later again. Stay tuned, everybody. Darius 3K's up next. He's going to have a few guests on there. He's got Jack. He's got also Don P. Who else have you got on there, Darius? Well, we'll soon find out there. We're going to see. I know who's on there as well. Chris from Let's Talk Tottenham. They're all on. And we've got this little bit of a rolling thing for the next minute. So stay tuned, and we'll see you again soon.
Can't hear Darius.
I can't hear Darius, but what a transition!
Sorry,
though. What
so
a transition!
sorry.
You guys got it down with that transition.
Is my mic working now?
Yes.
Sorry, apologies, guys. Let me start again. I said 4 people disappeared and 4 new amazing people have shown up, like magic, almost like magic. Let me start again. Hello, guys. Welcome to Paxton Road. This is part 2. I would say episode 2, not even episode 2, because we're carrying on all the way through. This is part 2 of the big transfer deadline day stream, hosted by me from 7 till 8, Darius 3K. And I'm not even going to sort of get into it. I'm just going to go straight into it and welcome my amazing guests here. First and foremost, we've sort of roles reversed here with Jack. It's normally Jack hosting and me as a guest, but today we decided to switch it up, and Jack's come on to Paxton Road and has been a guest on this show. So thank you very much, Jack, and welcome. How are you doing, my friend?
Doing well. Looking forward to you kind of grilling me with all the questions this time. We'll see how I handle it.
Don't worry about that. I've got the notes ready already for all of my amazing guests, especially you, and also Paxton's own, the main man. It's been such a long time since I've done a show with Don P. But guys, welcome Don P. I mean, how are you doing, my friend? It's been a long time. We've always keeping in contact in the group chats, but it's amazing to have you back on the show. And now I'm hosting, so hopefully it goes well. But this is why I've brought you. So how are you doing, my friend?
Really well. Thanks for having me on, and that's why I picked this slot, Darius, because I knew that you was hosting. So yeah, it's good to catch up again, and lovely to be on the show with you, Jack and Chris. Look forward to the next hour.
It's going to be a good hour. I've got plenty of stuff to talk about with you guys. Some stuff that obviously they spoke about in the first hour, but obviously we've got fresh opinions. But I'm not finished introducing my guest. This is the second time I've done a show with Chris from Let's Talk Tottenham. Great guy. I'm looking forward to this. And Chris, I hope you are as well. How are you doing, my friend?
Yeah, I'm not too bad, thanks. Can you hear me?
Yes, can hear you perfectly fine. Perfectly fine.
Microphone issues, and so I've got these headphones on, but they don't actually work. So
Oh, no worries. No, we can hear you perfectly fine. Everyone sounds amazing.
Thanks so much for inviting me on, and great to talk to you. I've spoken to you before, not Jack or Don, but great to talk to you guys as well.
Good to meet you, Chris.
Honestly, they are very, very informed, very well-spoken people. So I promise you ain't gonna get any bad takes from those guys at all. Maybe 1 or 2, but hopefully we're all gonna be in agreement today. But you know what? I'm gonna get straight into it. I've got an order of questions sort of here, and I might stick to this order, or I might sort of how the conversation goes. I might sort of jump to a few questions, but the first ones I want to get into are the obvious ones for everybody, and that's your incomings and outgoings that we've seen so far and that are official. Obviously, you can see along the bottom, we've got a few of the main ones for us and for other clubs around. But I'll start off with the incomings. Let me start off with Rodrigo Bentancur. I'm going to start off with him. Jack, I'll come to you first, actually. For me, I'm excited. I'm very excited, in fact. I think this is going to be quite a good signing, especially with the fee as well. I think in the end, it came to 19 million euros paid in 3 installments with 6 million euros add-ons, and that's performance-based. So it's a good fee, but the player is more important than the fee, in my opinion. So what do you think of Bentancur? I know you obviously would have seen him play at Juventus, and he's been on quite a lot of people's radar in the past couple of years, but he's slowed down. But what do you think of this signing, and what do you think of the player and how he can fit into our team?
I think like the unfair criticism that I've seen of this signing is that we're kind of signing like another Højbjerg, I think was a lot of people are kind of saying. And I kind of think what's unfair about that is that he's been Juventus's sort of like ball winner for the past 4 or 5 years. So when you think about the level that Juventus play at, if we're signing their version of their ball winner, their version of their kind of defensive kind of, workhorse kind of midfielder, I think that's honestly a great signing. He's played, he's won Serie A titles. He's played in the Champions League at a ridiculously high level. He's competed, for probably, title races with Juventus. He's been kind of their main man at times. He still, to a degree, has a bit of potential left, I would say. He was signed for a huge potential. I think it's actually a signing of our level. And also 19 million, Darius. I think his value was probably around like 24, 25 million when you probably think about it. The fact that we've signed him for 19 million, I think it's a pretty incredible deal. I mean, the fact that we signed Jack Clark for 4 million less than that puts it into perspective. I mean, I think I would take Rodrigo Bentancur for 19 million any day.
Yeah, no, it's a very, very cheap deal, to be fair. And I had no idea it was going to happen, to be fair. I saw him and Aston Villa link quite heavily. And something I find out sort of over the past hour was apparently Luis Suarez had a bit of a conversation with Steven Gerrard about Rodrigo Bentancur, and that's sort of why Aston Villa were quite linked with him. But the fee I was seeing that was floating around for him was 30 million euros, which is about 25 million pounds. So to say we've got him for 19 million, I'm very impressed with. Don P, I've got a few stats here just to tell you about Bentancur, and I'll see what your thoughts on, because I'm going to ask you sort of where you think he's going to play and the formation this sort of will lead us to playing with his signing. And obviously the outgoings as well we'll speak about. But in terms of his defensive stats, and this is compared to all of Europe's midfielders, it's 22.81 pressures per 90, which is the top 12% in the league. In Europe, sorry. Tackles and interceptions 5.32 per 90, which is in the top 8% in European leagues.
That's like elite. That's like
elite
level.
That's top 8% of all the midfielders in European leagues. That is blocks 1.88, still top 25%, and then aerial duels 1.52, which is in the top 37%. And I believe he's 6'1". So, what role do you think Conte's got in mind for him, and who do you think in that formation or in that midfield do you think might be the sacrifice for him, or do you think he might start on the bench? What's your thoughts on that?
So yeah, first of all, on the fee, I was watching LWOS yesterday, and what they were basically saying, which makes perfect sense. The reason why his fee is so low is because of the sell-on clause that Juventus owed Boca Juniors. So basically, Boca were entitled to something like 30% or something like that of any sell-on fee. So what I think Paratici's done is agreed a deal with Juventus for the totality of for both players. So if you look at the aggregate fee, I don't know how much we paid. Was it 55 or whatever the amount was? So in effect, what we've probably done is we've overpaid for how can I pronounce his name? Okay, Swedish forward.
Kulusevski.
Kulaszewski, yeah, Kulaszewski.
I think I'm going to call him Kulu as well, mate. So don't.
Kulu. I call him Kulu for the purpose of this show.
Is it Dejan? I think Dejan.
Dejan.
Because eventually we all start calling them by their first names, and I think
let's say Dejan. Anyway, so we've overpaid for them, and that's why we've got him so cheap, and I think that makes perfect sense. Yeah. So I've been kind of like up and down with this signing with Bentancur because initially I was really excited. Then I read some reports on social media, and then I was less excited. So I saw the comparisons, not so much to Holberg, but to Winks. And that's what was getting me really, really nervous, because I'm not a great fan of Winks. I don't think really he would have any place in any other top 4 chasing team. So I don't think really we should be having him. But I understand that for Conte, looking for players with the right motivation was few and far between at Tottenham. And so I think I understand why he's kept him in, because of the fact of his keenness and his attitude towards it. And I think Conte wants to probably get that positive attitude across Tottenham. So when we start talking about outgoings, I'll come back to that. But those stats that you read out, Darius, were so impressive. I didn't realize he was that elite in terms of the
defensively at least. And that's the thing. I think in terms of Bentancur, it's a lot of people are saying, oh, he's got no sort of creative aspect, he's got no sort of eye for a through ball, and that's all true, but I don't expect him to be playing in a more advanced role, so I'm not looking at those sort of stats. I'm expecting him to be a bit of an upgrade on wings. Sorry, go on.
Yeah. No, I was going to say, just another positive point on what I've read on about his reports and the research that I've done is his ability to hold on to the ball, because as you know, one of the things that we suffer from at Tottenham is keeping the ball, transition from defense to midfield to forwards. Yeah, our transition is so bad. When Ndombele was playing as that kind of deep lying midfielder that Mourinho used to sometimes have him play, then it was okay. We could circulate the ball quite well because he was very press resistant. But as you know, Holberg and Winks, they're not press resistant at all. Yeah. And I think from what I've read, his close control, Bentancur's close control is very, very high, and his dribbling is short. His short dribbling is almost, it's at a very good level. I wouldn't call it an elite level, but it's very good level. So that's the bit that I'm really looking forward to, and that's why I think Conte has really brought him in the side. So in terms of your question, what role do I see him playing? I really do see him playing that kind of deep number 6, that keeping the ball going. We're not going to see any assists from him, but I think he will do well in terms of putting pressure on opposing players and filling the right space, and also playing to instructions.
Right.
Conte is a very structured coach. There are some coaches that let players do what they want, but he's very structured. And even if you look, depending on whether we're playing 5-3-2 or 5-2-2-1 or 5-3-1, whichever position he plays, he's very, very structured, and I think he will play to orders. So
he'll be more useful for Conte.
Yeah,
he'll be more utility.
Yeah. So I'm actually happier with I'm of the two. I'm actually probably more positive about Bentancur because I think he will really address an immediate need.
Yeah, I like that, and I think that's something that's important to me as well. I know that he is similar to the players that we've got, but I do think he is an upgrade on them, and that's what's important. And for those two players who we mentioned in Hojbjerg and Winks to come off the bench, it's better than Ndombele and Lo Celso coming off the bench, in my opinion. Even though there's not the creativity there, there's the passion, the desire to play for the team, the want to actually fight for the badge is there coming off the bench. And I'll just sort of follow that on to the question I was going to ask you, Chris, and that's with the outgoings. And I'll mention the outgoings now because I do want to get into other parts of this little hour slot, and I'll sort of bring the question to you two as well, Don P and Jack. But with the outgoings, and officially confirmed today, is Lo Celso obviously has gone to Villarreal on loan with an option to buy. Tanguy Ndombele has gone out on loan to Lyon with an option to buy of 65 million euros, which blew my mind quite a lot. And if they do pay that, then
they're not paying that.
Big round of applause if they do pay that. But that's also happened. And then finally, the third one is, oh gosh, it's gone out of my head.
Lo Celso,
Tanguy, and Dele Alli, of course, he's gone to Everton on a very, very strange but very, very smart deal. Where sort of it's a free now, I'm assuming, but with 20 appearances in the bank, it will go to 10 million. And then with other sort of performance-related fees, it will go up to 40 million potentially. And if it does go up to 40 million, again, that is mind-blowing business. So, Chris, what do you think sort of Bentancur coming in does for the squad and the bench necessarily? And do you think he will be a natural starter? Do you think he will come straight into the team? Or do you think that he will be the person to sort of come off the bench and be maybe the person, like Don said, to shore things up, to be the tempo maker and to be a little bit more rest assured when we are in Leeds, for example? Because I think a lot of the time when we're in Leeds, we don't seem to be able to control games as much as I think Conte wants. So do you think Bentancur will be the starter, or do you think he'll be the person who comes on and controls games?
I don't think he'll be the starter in the first game. I think he'll have to work his way in, but with the midfielders that we got, it shouldn't take him too long. He offers, like Don said, ball retention. We don't have anyone in that midfield who can keep hold of a ball, and you know, he's both footed, defensive minded, short dribbles, keeps hold of the ball. He sounds like Ndombele. Obviously, he's got a long way to go to even be mentioned in the same breath as Ndombele for us. But we were best when we had Eriksen and Ndombele. We conceded a goal. Those two got on the ball. The other team didn't have it for 5 minutes. All the momentum of the other team scoring a goal got squashed, and then we go again. And we've completely lost that. You saw against Chelsea, we conceded a goal, certainly in that first half, and it was just they were camped in our half. So I think he offers a huge need that we don't have, which is keeping the ball and, like Don says, stringing the game together and just keeping the ball, slowing it down, maybe not dictating the pace, but certainly stopping any momentum. But I'm quite pleased with the other one as well. I won't try and butcher his name.
Well, you know what? Let's go straight into.
Kulo.
I'll go straight to you, Chris. And
in terms of the outgoings as well,
Yeah.
I think it's a show that Conte's getting his way. We've been saying we want Deadwood out for ages, albeit two of them are on loan, so they could come back. But I think it's a way of Conte saying, I want this type of player in, specifically Bentancur, someone who can keep hold of the ball. And the other guy who seems to be a bit of a playmaker. I've been calling for a playmaker ever since Eriksen left, because we don't have anyone other than Kane, which then means we don't have a striker on the pitch who can ping a pass to 50 yards. And people like Son need an Eriksen. The amount of times Eriksen would get the ball from Vertonghen or Alderweireld, ping it 50 yards to Son, he's all of a sudden one-on-one, skims someone. And then there's so much space, and that's where your Dele Alli comes into his own. Whereas now we've got Kane doing that, and then we've got no one up top. So I think those two offer a huge need that we need, and I think you could see the best of Son, best of Kane, and it wouldn't surprise me at all if they do adjust to the Premier League fairly quickly, if that kind of transforms our season a little bit in terms of being able to control games, being able to be creative. The teams who sit back against us, we always struggle against because we don't have anyone creative. You mark Kane out of the game, we don't have anyone creative. So I think it could be a real transformation, 2 signings. And then we've got a lot of not the bad blood, but the bad eggs maybe. And Ndombele is a bad influence. I think Dele Alli, I think, is more interested in sponsorship and things like that and his celebrity lifestyle. Lo Celso just hasn't really done anything. So I think we've done pretty well this window. My query, reservations would be we still haven't got someone to replace Kane if he gets injured or give him some competition. And we've waited until the end of January where we could have got these 3 weeks ago. But I think they're all fairly good business.
I agree with you. And you mentioned sort of Dejan Kulusevski just there, and that being sort of the one that you've got your eye on a bit more. And you know what? I think I agree with you on that sense. I think that Bentancur will be very, very important. Don't get me wrong. I do think he's going to be important because I think, like Dom P mentioned amazingly, that his influence and sort of the fact that he can keep the ball and tick things going on when we need to actually in the final 10 minutes of a game, just keep possession for the majority of those times. I think he will do that very well. But with Kulusevski, like you said, Chris, it's very easy to sort of stump Tottenham's creativity, like you said, and now you've got somebody who can also offer another outlet on the right hand side or potentially down the middle, however he decides to play him. I think it's very, very important, and it's just about unlocking that potential that he had about 2 years ago. So, sorry, what were you going to say there?
I think as well, if you're an opposition player, fan, coach, whatever, and you see Harry Kane dropping deep on the halfway line, you're delighted. You're scared when he's in the penalty box or near there, able to get a shot off. When he's dropping deep, fine. You
need runners, don't you, in behind, and that's why it works so well when Son was doing it.
If he adjusts quickly, you will get the Kanes, the Sons, or Son when he's back fit, Kanes, the Sons up where they should be, causing problems for teams, not trying to string stuff together.
Chris, the way that you're describing Kulaszewski, really terrible pronunciation.
Well done. No, very good.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Yeah, the way that you were describing him, you were almost describing him almost like a number 10 or I don't know, an Eriksen replacement, not somebody that plays on the right. And that's my reservation, because I'm not sure if what you're describing, that's his bread and butter. Like all the reports that I've read and all I've seen, he feels most comfortable on the right, cutting in on his left foot, which he looks like he's got a wonderful left foot, but and he has got an eye for a pass.
Modric doing that a little while ago, 10 years ago. We had Modric doing that not that long ago, who was, I mean, he's obviously changed his game since he played with us because he's lost his pace and everything like that. But he always had a pass on him. But I'll be honest with you, I don't know a huge amount about this Kulusevski. Okay. So I basically went on Google Images and looked on Football Manager 22. Okay. But he's got good passing range and vision, according to that, which is what the playmaker has on that. But yeah,
even though I've got some reservations, one thing positive I will say, I don't know if it is a positive or it's a curse. Do you know that they do apparently call him the Swedish De Bruyne?
they love him in Sweden, and you know what? They really do. And it's a polarizing thing, but it's sort of like popular polarizing, because I feel like the Juve fans have got a bit of recency bias. He's not lit up Serie A this season, but he still contributed in the minutes that he's given. And that's the thing that I noticed. He doesn't even get really the minutes to actually shine. And when he has been given the minutes, his numbers have been pretty decent. Jack, I don't know how long you've been following Kulusevski. I imagine you've been sort of had the eye on when Atalanta had signed him and he went on loan at Parma. But do you think he is ideal for the system that we've got? And do you think he can hit the ground running? And do you think he's going to turn out to be the good signing that we all hope him to be and all kind of need him to be?
I think he will, but I know everybody kind of says we still haven't signed the second striker. I kind of agree, but we've kind of found a weird workaround, I actually think, with Kulusevski, because over the Euros, he played as that second striker to Isak, that guy from Sociedad. So they did that 4-4-2. He played in a 4-4-2 and did kind of well in that sort of a system. And then as well, I've seen him kind of come in late games and kind of basically just play up front at times for Juventus. I believe he is kind of more of a goal scorer than kind of really anything else. I know he doesn't have a lot of goals to his name, but that is kind of the way he plays. He's just somebody that just runs at somebody in a really sort of dynamic kind of way and just takes a guy on and just tries to make kind of chaos sort of kind of happen. And he does have a really nice left foot, which really does help him kind of be able to take a shot on or curl it, kind of past somebody. And he is really good at actually taking it past somebody in the box as well. So I think he has all the talent in the world. But I do kind of like about the transfer is that he's just actually really versatile sort of player. He can basically play across the forward line, which means he can challenge everybody across the forward line. He can challenge Lucas. He can challenge technically Son. He can also fill in. Let's say if, Harry Kane gets injured, usually we have Sonny play as number 9, but that means Kulusevski can play on the left or he can play on the right wherever we need him. That's what I kind of like about the signing is that he can play across the forward line and actually still do a lot of damage because it's not like it's hypothetical. It's that he has done it before for different teams, played kind of a variety of positions and done quite well.
Can I ask you a question? Because I've read some reports that, so people have said that he's got good pace. Yeah. But
I wouldn't say he's the paciest. I would say
he's not the paciest. Okay.
Yeah.
But
I think it's more
he's
kind
a big
of
guy. I think it's more the strides. I think, and it's the acceleration as opposed to direct speed. Definitely not with the ball. He's not the quickest with the ball.
Because if you've seen him, Jack. You see. So does he look? Because one of the things that I've read about him in reports is that he plays kind of like he's stiff. I don't know if it's because of his size.
Yeah,
he's not like you see like Moura is obviously more mobile and flexible and things, but he's kind of stiff. Is that true? Would you say that's true?
I think that's true, but I think that's kind of often the case sometimes with like really big guys that have a good touch. They often do kind of sometimes look a bit stiff, and sometimes the way that they sometimes play. I would say not everybody's like a Berbatov where it all just looks kind of beautiful and silky for them. They kind of have a really good touch. They have good kind of body control, but they're also just 6'2" guys running at full pace, trying to do a step over, which always looks a bit more stiff, I think.
So would you describe him to be similar to Chadli then, or not?
I think he's already way better than what Chadli. But I think that is like a decent comparison.
It's a good comparison because I do like that comparison a lot, actually, to be fair.
I think that is a good comparison. But I think what makes him, he kind of dribbles at someone. He dribbles direct. So I think that's what makes him good.
And you know what it is? I think we all forget as well. He's 21 years old, and inconsistency is part and parcel with young players like that. So when you have a manager like Conte who does get the best out of players and does enjoy to sort of improve his players, I think, and again, a track record sort of with him and Kulusevski, he wanted him at Inter before he moved to Juve. So he has sort of wanted to work with this player before. I just think it ticks all the boxes that we want, and it's sort of a youngster who I've been screaming about because everybody sort of wants players in their prime, and I understand that definitely, but also you can still shop for young players who are sort of the level above what you call a youngster. Kulusevski, in my opinion, has played for sort of 2-3 years now in Serie A, where a player who's maybe, for example, even like a Sessegnon, or Sessegnon's a bad example, but like a Niall John or somebody who's almost close to the same age, who's not as near enough of a top flight experience. There's different levels to that. So I think Kulusevski will be able to sort of step into the team. It's just whether he is going to adapt to as quick as we want him to do.
I think he's one of those players, though, where it's like, yes, we give a lot of young players time, but sometimes there are those young players that we all know, even in the Premier League, that are still quite young, that are playing at a ridiculously high
physically
level.
as well.
We see that with like the Mason Mounts. We see that with like the Jude Bellinghams of the world. We see that with players that can still be ridiculously young, but are playing still at an extraordinarily high level and competing with extraordinarily old and veteran players and taking their positions, which I think Kulusevski could be that sort of player. I think he actually could be.
And what better two players? I mentioned what better two players to sort of play with than Harry Kane and Heung-min Son. I think it creates a lot of sort of evenness in that front three where you have a a right-footed left winger who can cut in on his right and go down his left. Kulusevski again is a left-footed right winger who's comfortable on his right foot, who can cut in, and then Harry Kane again is your perfect number 9. So I'm very excited. You know,
it also fits more than the Luis Diaz thing. I think that's also the other thing that's what I'm trying to mention. Like, there's just more of a versatile kind of player, player. So it's better bang for your buck.
Do you know, it's interesting you mentioned the Luis Diaz thing, Chris, because you know why? Yesterday, since he's gone to Liverpool, since he was going to Liverpool, I refused to look at any YouTube videos. I looked at the YouTube videos. I looked at the YouTube video of Kulo, yeah, and I thought, seems okay as a player. It takes a while for him to get into his stride, but then he seems okay. I saw a couple of assists. It seems okay. Then I saw Diaz's YouTube video. I know you can't sign players from YouTube, but oh my gosh, they look night and day. This guy looks off the chain. I'm not gonna lie. We're just being mindful. He would have improved our squad. I'm just not.
You know what, Dumpy? You know why I'm not so mad, and I completely agree with you. By the way, I do agree with you. I think Diaz. When you look at Diaz play, he looks unbelievable. But
yes.
I just feel like that Liverpool were always sort of looking at him, and they just got very, very spooked that we had actually gone in and made a significant bid, and it looked like it was going to be accepted. I hold the belief that if Liverpool did not come in, I do believe Luis Diaz would have signed for Tottenham. I just think Liverpool have sort of looked, and this is what they do with their transfer policy. They have a target, and they sort of will go for that target regardless. And I just think they did not want to lose out on Luis Diaz to
they've been looking at
almost rival
seasons, haven't they?
Yeah, they have been. Yeah, and that's what I mean.
As soon as it was a 2-horse race, I want to join Liverpool. It doesn't matter what Tottenham do. So as soon as Liverpool came, like say, we'd lost him.
Do you think though? Do you think just on that though? Do you think if Levy or Paratici had said to Porto straight away, Porto, Benfica,
Porto, yeah,
Porto, yeah, Porto straight away, this is your 60 million euros, rather than that low initial bid. I know it's part of negotiations. Do you think we could have got it over the line before Liverpool? Do you think that no matter what happened, Liverpool were always going to take him?
What's your thoughts on that, Chris?
I think if Levy offered £60 million right there and then, we're in a parallel universe, because it doesn't happen, does it? Yeah, and try and build it up and get the best deal. I think because, like you say, Liverpool were after him for a couple of years, they'd have just matched whatever we did. So I don't think it would have made a difference. But
I think I agree. It's a really difficult one, and unfortunately, the thing that makes me happy about it is that we did move on to our sort of next target straight away and get the deal done, which is very different to what we've been doing in the past. And the target is still a top talent, may not be as good, may not turn out to be as good, but I still do agree with Jack that I think he will fit into this system better than Diaz was, but maybe not as much of an impact straight away. But before I move on to, sorry, go on, Chris, quickly.
I think it helps both of them, the fact that they instantly know someone at the club now. Yeah. And they're obviously young. You can obviously not go under. I can't think of the word, but get nervous because you're young and everything like that. But you're not going to get nervous playing for Tottenham when you've been playing for Juventus. And if there's language issues or anything like that, or culture issues, they've got someone to lean on instantly. They've got someone.
Can they speak English, Chris? Do you know?
I'm not too sure.
Do you know if they can speak English?
I have no idea.
I don't think Bentancur did, because in his little introduction video, I think he was speaking Italian, and Kulaszewski I know can speak Italian, but they might be able to. I've not seen any.
It's Italian as well. I'm sure we've got some others. There must be some backroom staff with Conte who speak Italian as well. Conte himself. So I think it's quite clever that we bought 2, and they're young as well. They should be fairly hungry because their careers have kind of stalled a little bit. I think Kulaszewski, I think I'm right in saying a couple of years ago he was the young player of the year in Italy, and then it stalled a little
2019,
bit. And you know, and now you've got Conte, one of the best managers in the world to work with, so they should be fairly hungry.
Yeah, no, I definitely agree with that. I think bringing them both in was a good, and like you said, they both fit into sort of what we needed into our team. So I'm happy with that. But you know what? Before we get on to sort of the sections that I sort of brought to you three, I want to discuss with you three. Just want to go through the comments. First and foremost, if you haven't already, please do subscribe to Paxton Road TV. We are always active. We are going on for another 3.5 hours. I believe, I'm almost sure it's Just Jody. Yep, Just Jody's on at 8 o'clock afterwards. And then you've got the main transfer man of Paxton Road, Sid, from 9 till 11. So please make sure you do stick around to watch them and like and subscribe, and any super chats or any memberships you want to join, please do it. It's completely worth it. And if you haven't already subscribed to Let's Talk Tottenham and seen Chris on there, please do that. And also Jack on the Irish Hotspur and Flat Cap Euro Talk. He is amazing. They are both amazing channels. So please do subscribe to those two. And Don P, I'm pretty sure you'll see Don P on Paxton Road. I'm Don P, you're on later on, aren't you? Pretty much.
Yeah.
You're on later on. I think
straight
are you on
afterwards as well.
Oh, you're on straight after. So Don P is literally going double session. I mean, engine. Kante of Paxton Road, some would say, wouldn't they? But no, let's get into a few comments before I do move on to a little bit of a question I want to ask you, or should I say an option? Should I say? But Juice Nuts, big up Juice Nuts, always in the comment section. Rare foreign players hit the ground running, e.g. Bruno Fernandes, let's hope. Can't be worse than the outgoings. That's what I'm also sort of holding on to a lot. The outgoings, the impact that they have on the team was pretty much non-existent towards the end of it. So I don't think we're losing anything losing those 3 players, except for maybe bodies off the bench. Do you disagree with that, Dumpy?
Yeah, that is my concern, because I appreciate that they weren't in favour. However, when you look at it in pure, I don't know, body terms, outgoings and ingoings, we've got 5 players going out, 4 of which are attackers, and we've replaced them with only 2 players coming in, one of which is an attacker, an attacking player. And so basically that means that our bench is going to be really, really thin and filled with kids. And you know, through we've still got COVID. Well, it's getting a bit better, the COVID situation, but we only need 1 or 2 injuries, and it's like Armageddon. And then the roof comes up. That is a bit of my concern. Yeah, that's my concern really.
No,
it might be an opportunity for some of our youngsters. I don't know if Harvey.
Yeah, I mean, now you mentioned that, there's one thing I will say. Apparently, I think it was Dan Kilpatrick who reported it. He said that Harvey White, or Conte personally, had sort of vetoed any sort of loan move for Harvey White. So he is 100%, I think, staying for the majority or for the end of the season. You may see him get a few minutes, because at the moment, I do believe it's only 4 recognized midfielders: Winks, Bentancur, Hojbjerg, Skip. Yeah, I think we're only on 4 recognized midfielders. So maybe we do need to get a midfielder in before the deadline window. Jews again says we need to get Jed Spence in this summer, or agree it now.
Oh my gosh, love him.
Teams. Very, very good player.
Love him.
The only other player I can really think of as a right wing back that I'd want more is Tariq Lamptey. I think Tariq Lamptey is unbelievable. But Jed Spence for 10 million, I think that's his sort of worth for what Middlesbrough want to pay. Yeah. That seems like a no-brainer sort of deal. But again, he wouldn't be able to play for us, so that would be a summer deal.
Get him in. Unless you're going to get, unless we know that we're going to get Lamptey, who I agree with you, Darius, is like he's the holy grail to me. I think he's one of the best. He could almost be on James and Alexander Arnold's level in a couple of years. Do you know
he
what I mean?
only left Chelsea because he wasn't going to play ahead of James, really and truly.
Yeah. But in terms of going forward, oh my gosh, amazing. And defensively, he doesn't look too shabby either. So I think Lamptey, and if there was, people talked about, I don't know, in the group was talking about 50 million being too much. I think that's, he's English. I think if we've got the money,
one for the few. In my opinion, it's. What it is, Dumpy, is right wing back is such an important position in Conte's system. It's like, for example, getting a left winger, a goal scoring left winger for Pep's system, or a box to box midfielder who's going to create for Pep's system. He needs those players, and a right wing back is something you need. So I agree with you. I think it's it's very, very important to sort of get a player who you need for your system. But it sort of goes into the first part of the next bit I want to talk to you about. And it's a bit of I'm going to give you 4 positions. Let's say we have one more formation, one more position we can buy, one more signing we can make this deadline day. And I'm going to give you 4 positions. And I want to know what position you would personally sign a player in if it was your only one you could make for this January window. So I'll go to you, Jack, first. My 4 positions I've put down are right wing back, left centre back, centre attacking midfield, and striker. Which one of those 4 do you think, if you could only get one more player in, which one do you think would be the most important to get in?
I think for me it would be a right wing back, because my argument, I think it kind of connects to what Don P is saying, is I know we got rid of 3 creative midfielders, but we do kind of think about it. We weren't actually using them at the end of the day. Like, they weren't even making Antonio Conte squads for certain games, and they weren't really being trusted by Antonio Conte. They also were kind of bad for the dressing room at the end of the day with kind of their sort of attitudes and whatnot. So you kind of think about it, those were 3 players that Antonio Conte just didn't like using and didn't want to use, that he got rid of. I kind of agree that maybe we need to bring in another, but a rotation of, let's say, 4 kind of midfielders plus Harvey White, you could probably get by with that, I feel like, for the rest of the season. And you can kind of sign someone in like a right wing back that's maybe kind of like a Tariq Lamptey. That would be my ideal signing too, because you don't need the creativity to come from the midfield necessarily. You can have it come from maybe a different position. You could have it come from, like, let's say, the wing backs, where let's say you have a wing back that's someone that's able to do what Tariq Lamptey does, which is just create chaos and being able to take on man after man after man, be able to skin past somebody, be able to take the ball into the box, be able to just go up and down the pitch. Somebody like that could be that creativity sort of person. Doesn't need to be a midfielder. You could really just be Bentancur and Højbjerg just winning ball after ball after ball.
I mean, wasn't Hakimi was that person for him at Inter, wasn't he? He literally
maybe my signing would be a right wing back, because then let's say we splash the cash on a right wing back. I think you would actually get more out of the right wing back than you might out of a creative midfielder that you would spend the same amount of money on. So let's say we don't get Tariq Lamptey. The one that I would probably go for instead, Darius, would be like that Ridley Baku guy. I would probably go for somebody like him instead. Or even Max Aarons. At the end of the day, I would take Max Aarons as well. I would take Max Aarons as well. I would take Tariq Lamptey. I would love to have Tariq Lamptey, but I feel like for 30 million, you could splash the cash 30 million on a right wing back. I feel like you actually could get more out of that than like a creative midfielder. So right wing back for me.
That's good. That's you know what, I think that would probably be the smartest thing to do. Chris, I'm going to come to you as well. And also, comment section, please give me your answers as well. I'll give you the 4 positions again: right wing back, left centre back, centre attacking mid, or striker. If you only had one to make in January in these next 3 hours and 20 minutes, what are you going for?
Well, it depends. If Kulusevski isn't the playmaker that I think, I'd have the centre midfielder that is, because I think that's our biggest problem. I think right wing back is obviously an issue. We haven't got anyone there who can cross, although Doherty hasn't really been given a chance since he came to us, which is the position that he did really well at Wolves in. Although come the summer, we'll probably be after a trial again for another 3 months. I'd go for the creative midfielder or the striker, because I still think Kane needs not someone who can fill in for him, someone who can play that position and give him a rest, give him something to competition, although we all know that if Kane's fit, he's going to play regardless of who we bring in. But I'd probably go the creative midfielder, because I think that's our biggest problem. We're too easy to play against. We're too easy to defend against. It's almost like the other team a foosball team, and their defenders and midfielders just go from side to side as we go from side to side. So it could completely transform us. But if Kulusevski is that kind of person, the central defender, I think, can wait until the summer. The wing back, I'd like to see Doherty get a go there, being that he is kind of playing with wing backs now, and that's how he played at Wolves. I always felt a little bit sorry for Doherty. He played as a wing back, comes here, doesn't play him as a wing back at all. It's not a million miles away of the same position, but it is a change in position, a change in positioning and everything like that. So I'd like to see him get a chance, and then if that doesn't work out in the summer, then go and get a wing back. But we still need to address the Kane situation and get him some not backup but competition and someone else who can play there, and that gives us a plan B, play with 2 up top, although Kulusevski could be that guy.
I like that.
Yeah, I'd say the creative midfielder for me, someone who can ping a pass and dictate the tempo of a game, ping a pass 60 yards without thinking about it is the I've been crying out for that for 2 years, but if Kulusevski is that guy, then that's great. Go for someone else, the backup striker. If not, then that would still be my position.
Well, before I get to Mr. Dom P, because Mr. Ousmane Dembele might be on his way to the Premier League, but is it going to be Chelsea or could it be Spurs? Because it says from a certain journalist who is apparently Tottenham tier, says he's tier 1. Fernando Polo says Dembele to Tottenham is a serious option, but also another report says that Marina Granovskaya is currently in Catalonia discussing an agreement or a deal for Dembele. So Dembele could be on his way to the Premier League. Could it be Tottenham? I can't imagine it's Tottenham with the sort of wages he wants to. He's got
a bit of a bad attitude as well, isn't he?
He's got bad everything, mate. Bad legs. I don't know if anything works on legs.
Bad attitude. The last thing you want to do is get the bad attitudes out and then bring in a replacement.
Yeah. No,
you don't want an injured. You don't want a player who's always injured with the bad attitude.
I don't think it's going to happen. But
his wages, like you say, is a real sticking point. Like Levy's not going to make him higher paid than Kane or Lloris.
No, definitely not. And that's the thing. I think getting Aubameyang, should I say, getting Ndombele off that wage bill while we are still paying sort of a part of his wage. It's very important to get him off that wage. And I think, like you said, to put another player on who's got an injury problem anyway on that sort of money would be very silly. But before I move on, Dom P, I want to get your answer as well. Centre back, left centre back, right wing back, centre attack, or striker? What are you going for?
Yeah, I'm with Jack, really, basically. I think that the position that's going to make the biggest difference, and think about our manager, he wants to play 5-2-3, basically. 5 at the back, 2 in the midfield, and those 2 midfielders work like dogs, basically. Yeah, workhorse. So any 2 of those 4 players that we've got in our central midfield, any 2 of those, and then the 3 up front. And in that system, you really need your creativity to come from the wings. You really do need it. And if you think about, I know we can't rely on Kane, etc., and we need more competitions, but no, for the last few years, in terms of our goal outputs, we've always had goal outputs from Son and whoever more is now contributing a bit more. So I think we'll get the goals, but I'm sorry, I disagree completely, Chris. Like, we can't continue any longer with Doherty and Mr. Roll.
He hasn't been given a chance at right wing back. He's had a couple of games here or there, not really had a chance to kind of make it his own.
Admittedly, I give you that he hasn't played in a right wing formation that often, but he has played it. He has played it, but he hasn't played it that often. I give you that. However, he's been signed. What was it? 2 years ago, at the same time when Holberg claimed, wasn't it? Yeah. So it's been about 2 years, and whatever he's done on the training field hasn't warranted him to basically demand a place in the first team, a starting place. And sometimes when I've seen him in the team, it just looks like that Tottenham shirt just weighs far too heavy for him. Yeah. There are just some players that just can't play at that next level. And maybe at Wolves, he was comfortable. It was nice. It was surrounding. He just felt maybe comfortable. Because I'm not going to lie, when I used to take him play for Wolves, he looked like a decent player. But what I remember him for doing at Wolves was getting on the end of stuff and making really good runs into the box and getting on the back post and getting into the dive. Now, whenever I see him get into our penalty areas or the opposition's penalty areas, he looks like a nervous wreck. I have no faith. Be honest, because do you have faith in him scoring when he's in the opposition box?
I think his confidence is so shot to pieces. He was obviously super confident when he was at Wolves, and he had Martinez and Neves who could ping a pass to him into space. And he's come here, played in a right back. Mourinho, I get the feeling with Mourinho, if you're not doing what he says, it's not an arm around your shoulder or don't worry, try this, try that. It's get out there. I'm going to line you up against the wall and shoot you. I think his confidence is shot to pieces a little bit. So I think he's always, I don't want to do anything wrong. So what I'll do is I'll take the easy pass and go backwards rather than do what I was doing at Wolves and be great.
Understood. But
and then what happens with that is if your Kanes, your Sons, your Moras, whoever's in the box, if they see you're not going to cross it, they won't bother making the runs when you've got the ball wide. So I'm not wasting energy here and get in position.
But
I think it's a confidence thing. But how you get that back is only by playing. But then if he carries on playing pretty poorly, he can't.
Worse.
Sorry, Dumpy. I just do want to say because Chris does have to leave us, so I just want to say thank you so much, Chris, for joining. And I know that Sam is going to be joining you on your stream as well. So guys. Yeah. Please do check out Chris. Actually, I'll let you do it because you know what? Who's better to advertise than you in person? So Chris, where can they find you in about 10 minutes?
First of all, thanks so much for inviting me on, and great to talk to you, Jack and Don as well. Let's Talk Tottenham on YouTube, 8 p.m. on Monday. So I'm cramming in all the podcasting and the streams today. It's also available as a podcast, so wherever you get your podcasts from there. Let's Talk Tottenham. It's 12:30 as well. But thanks again for inviting me on, and make sure everybody watching you hit like, subscribe, Paxton Road TV. Great.
Thank you so much. And same to Let's Talk Tottenham. Thank you so much, Chris. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Guys.
See you soon. So we're down to 2, but questions are not over yet. And you know what? For the last 10 minutes, I'm gonna take a bit of a different approach. I'm gonna not talk about Tottenham as much. I actually want to know what you guys is best and worst transfer of this deadline day, or not even deadline day, this whole January transfer has been in any team. I just want to know sort of what you think has been the best transfer. We'll go Premier League for this one. We'll go for Premier League so we can stick it a little bit closer to Tottenham. But what do you think? And I'll come to you, Jack, first. Who do you think has been the best transfer of January, or who do you think will be the one that will look back in a year or two's time and think, yeah, we should have got him?
I mean, the best transfer in the Premier League was Bruno Guimaraes to Newcastle for 50 million. The fact that he was rumored around the price that he was supposedly to the common everyday person could look up, kind of price was pretty baffling to me. Kind of was like, okay, so he was available for the price I thought he was available for. The players that Leon want from that club are the players that we're trying to sell. Seems like a very big transfer that we could pull off. And he's gone to Newcastle and is a ridiculously good player that I thought, Darius, to be honest, by let's say next season, he seemed like a player that you would see in like Real Madrid or Bayern, or someone like playing
I think
for
now,
them.
mate. Honestly, I think now.
Yeah, I mean, right now as well, you could make that argument. But the fact that he's gone to Newcastle, it's a guy that would probably get into Bayern's team, is playing for Newcastle. I don't care what price you pay. That is unbelievable. And they paid nothing. They paid 50 million, which is nothing to them.
Yeah.
So that would be the best one. The worst one, I'm trying to rack my brain for like what's actually been the worst one. I'll probably need to come back to you on that one, unless you already have ideas.
I was gonna say I haven't really thought of the worst. I was gonna run down a few transfers that had happened, but Dumpy, I want to get your opinion on what you think, because you seem like you made your decision quite quickly. What do you think has been the best transfer?
The first. No, I've got to admit, I think Diaz. I think Diaz. I think the reports, all the reports that I've read from the Leon guy to going to Newcastle, that looks like Newcastle. Really, they've done a wonderful, and especially where they are in the league and where they are as a club in terms of what they can offer, apart from money. Like what could they offer? But money goes a long way, I suppose, especially with Brazilian players. Because they have to look after their family and all the different groups. So I think money means a lot more to them in terms of what they can do with the money. But yeah, I think the Diaz. I think in a couple of years' time we're going to be looking at that, and when you can see that Klopp's trying to a little bit phase out Mane a little bit, put a little bit competition, and I think that we'll look back in it and we'll think like, wow, that Diaz player, he was close.
I think Diaz, like I said, I knew about Diaz sort of only this season because of how he played against Manchester City, but it did take me for us to be linked with him to really go into sort of what he does and how he plays. And Somebody mentioned him to be the left-footed Rafinha or left-wing version of Rafinha, and I do see that because he is just got an eye for goal, and the way he plays, like Jack said when we spoke about him, he dribbles as fast as he does with the ball than he does without.
Yeah, it looks amazing. His video, basically, I had to stop watching it because it was that good. It was that good.
I've had that a few times. I can't lie to you.
And the worst one, I think.
Oh, you got a worse one, yeah?
Yeah, the worst one. I actually think it might be Everton signing Dele Alli.
I mean, if they pay £40 million, it's 100% the worst one.
Even though I'm sure the £40 million won't ever materialize. It might have been if I don't know, Everton get Champions League,
win the Premier League or
something, and they do all that things. But I think we'll probably get the 10 million from because he must do 20 appearances.
It's 10 million, 10 million after 20 appearances, which that should happen, definitely.
That should happen, hopefully. Although he's going to play second fiddle to my guy from United, Van der Beek. But I do think the Dele Alli one, I think that could go really pear-shaped because that player, he has just got something going on in his mind for the last 3-4 years.
I think I agree with you, Dumpy. I don't know what the only reason I can suggest that Everton did what they did was because they had sort of, what was it, Delph and I can't remember, Decore got injured for 4 weeks and they literally have nobody in midfield at the moment. So for Tottenham to basically say, look, we'll give you this guy for free, and then as soon as he's played 20 games, then you can pay 10 million. If I'm Everton, I'm probably going to take a deal on anyone. I mean, they dropped a million on Damari Gray. Nobody thought he'd sort of have the impact that he did this season. So they might be hoping that with Lampard coming in and probably being one of the best attacking midfielders in Premier League history, if not the best one, I think that probably if any manager is going to be able to get Dele Alli to play a way that he was playing, it might be Frank Lampard. So
I just figured out the best transfer. I just figured it out. It was what is it? Burnley sold Chris Wood, who I love. I love Chris Wood, but they sold Chris Wood for £27 million total.
Wow.
And then they bought Wout Weghorst.
He's going to kill it, by the way.
6'7",
he's going to
6'7", beautiful Dutch donkey.
He's going to absolutely
for 12.6 million. So they made a 15 million profit, and they might have gotten an even better number 9
Great
in
business.
the process as well. So that was the best transfer because that's unbelievable business. Unbelievable.
I'm gonna run through just a few of them just so I could sort of jog your memory of what's happened, because you know what, I'm looking through this list now and there's been pretty good signings in January this month. The most expensive being obviously Dusan Vlahovic to Juventus. I think that's an obviously good signing. I don't think anybody sort of needs to highlight that one. That is an obviously good signing. Ferran Torres to Barcelona. I think people forgot about that one. 46 million.
I'm not sure about Ferran Torres though. You know,
Are you not?
No, I see him a couple of times for Spain. He's never seemed convincing for City. I don't know if it's because he's playing for such great players and so the bar's so high you can't. He's just pretty much just playing. I'm not sure, but maybe going back to his own country, he might perform better.
He did score a fantastic goal on his debut. To be fair, that was a brilliant goal. So I think it's just the injuries. If he doesn't get injured, I think he could really do a good job for Barcelona, especially with Traore being there as well. Now, obviously Bruno Guimaraes, unbelievable. I think that is a genuinely unreal signing and game changing signing for Newcastle. For me, that solidified them staying up this season. I think he'll come into that team and like Jack said, he'll straight away have an impact. Luis Diaz, that's the next one. Chris Wood for 25 million. I mean, if they didn't buy Wout Weghorst, I'd say Newcastle have literally done the most evil way of relegating a club ever by basically buying their best striker. But they obviously almost basically went and upgraded him. So Burnley, I mean, let me just say for 1 second, and I did tweet this, or I think I mentioned it on Twitter. Dwight McNeil, Maxwell Cornet, if they sign Mislav Orsic and Wout Weghorst, it's probably the most underrated front four in the Premier League. And I actually love all of
dreams
them.
are made of. It's the stuff dreams are made of.
I hope they don't get relegated.
For the football nerds of the world, it's the stuff dreams are made of.
Definitely.
Honestly, it would be hard not to have a real soft spot for Burnley for the rest of the season.
Can I just come back to something that you said about Damar Gray though?
Yeah.
It's interesting. He started the season with a bang. And for Leicester, I've always thought that he was decent for Leicester when he came on running and getting things. But you can see though, for the last few months, he's really found his level, hasn't he? Damari Gray.
I think that is his level. He's just,
do you know what I mean? It's just completely off. After all that hype at the beginning, it's just completely gone down. to his level.
And I think that's with Everton sort of being 16th place, which I didn't realize they were so low in the table. I think it is sort of fallen with, because they don't forget, was it this season at Everton? No, it wasn't this season that Everton were flying. That was last season with Carlo, but they weren't doing terrible. They weren't doing terrible.
No, they were doing really well in the beginning of the season.
They were doing
very beginning. Decent. They were on fire.
Yeah. So I mean,
when Gray was, but then his form dipped, and then all of a sudden. Yeah. Townsend was on a high for a little bit, and then he went back down to his level. So that's what I'm trying to say. So like, even though I think players can't turn, or managers can't turn water into wine, and this is why I feel this is my nervousness. Just getting back to it. So I think it's right that we kind of do this the last couple of minutes. Just come back to how you started the show about our 2 signings. The reason why I think my glass is still a bit half empty, rather than half full, is because we're asking a hell of a lot for Conte. We're asking Conte to basically develop 2 players who, to be honest, haven't had the most, especially this year, haven't had the most successful time at Juventus. I know Bentancur has been a kind of solid member of the team, but this year he's only got 50% of the appearances or something. Whereas previously he's played more, but and then Kulaszewski he's hardly played for Juventus, but then we're asking him to come to the toughest league arguably in the world and hit the ground running. It's going to be very difficult.
Yeah, I think I need to see one more signing that's in a pivotal position, and I'll be very happy with it because of the outgoings. And I didn't think I'd see all 3 of those players leave. So I do agree with you, Dumpy. We are going to finish up, unfortunately, guys, soon. But I do want to just run off a few more players because I've just gone through this list and I've been very surprised at sort of the players that have gone. Luca Digne to Aston Villa is another one that's happened.
Good signing.
Jeremy Boga's gone to Atalanta from Sassuolo, who was at Chelsea. Julian Alvarez to Man City, obviously in the summer, he's going to be there. I think he's a great signing. Huang Hee-chan to Wolves, confirmed to be a permanent one. I think that could be a really good signing. Trippier, again, to Newcastle. Don't see a problem with that. Matt Target is confirmed to Newcastle as well now. I think that's another good signing from Villa. So there's been plenty of good signings this window. And I just hope Tottenham can make one more, and I will truly be happy with that window. I think that'll be to see those 3 midfielders go, and you bring in Kulusevski, Bentancur, and if we do get another player in, a right wing back, a centre back, whoever that is, I'll be happy with that. So,
who do you think's had the best transfer window then? Which
Newcastle.
team?
Newcastle, 100%. I think there's no debate in that. I definitely think Newcastle. But I still think we've had a good one, and you know what? I think that there's a lot to look forward to now in the second half of this season. So I hope you guys enjoyed sort of discussing our transfer business and our transfer news. Obviously, you can find us at Paxton Road. Please don't go anywhere because Jody, Christina, and Sean and Dumpy will all be back with us in literally a few seconds' time. But obviously, before I go, Jack, my amazing partner on Flat Cap sometimes, and my amazing partner on Irish Hotspur, my amazing partner tonight. Where can we find you? And have you got anything going on tonight? I'm not too sure if what time are you all starting tonight? Your stream.
We just finished actually. We kind of did it during the day. We kind of just did it during the day, you know, not doing the late night festivities for it. They can find me over on David and I's second channel for Flat Cap Euro Talk. Did a kind of a who is Bentancur, who is Dejan Kulusevski videos before. Those you can watch right away. But I am, after the window ends, going to be doing a few things on like kind of what Darius was just talking about. Who had the best transfer window? What was the worst signing? What was the best signing? And kind of just talking about maybe the future of also the rest of the league. Darius and I did a few predictions in the beginning of the season, which I think maybe we could review as well and see how we're 100%. Doing. But yeah, plenty of things to go over at Flat Cap Euro Talk. Would appreciate support over there. But also been a pleasure. It's been a huge pleasure.
Please do. No, please do subscribe to Flat Cap Euro Talk and the Irish Hotspur. They are amazing channels. And Dumpy, I just want to say thank you so much. The double shift it's going to be a grind, but you know what? Everybody's going to be happy that you're staying for another hour. So
good to meet
I'm
you
not going to hold you guys for too much longer. Thank you so much for watching for this hour. And please stay for Christina, Sean, Don P, and Jody, because those guys are going to have even better opinions than ours, I'm pretty sure. So thank you very much, guys. Please subscribe to Paxton Road, and Tottenham, please sign one more player. I'm begging you, please sign one more player. See you later, guys. Thank you.
Bye.
Hey, everyone.
Hey.
Welcome to Rose January Transfer Roundup. It's Judge Jody here, and I am your guest for the next hour. So, hey, guys. We've got a very special round of guests this evening. I'm joined by, who have we got? We've got Don P for another roundup. Hey, Don.
Hi.
Welcome back.
Thank you.
No worries. Christina Zandes, how you doing?
Hey, I'm good, thanks. How are all you guys?
All good, all good. Thank you. And Shawnee Hotspur Hurley, how you doing? We're back again.
I'm fine. Yeah, a little costume change for you.
I was going to say a little bit of a costume change. So,
and just for you, Judge, it's nice one, Sonny. Nice one, son. Nice one, Sonny. Let's have another one. Here we go.
hey. Oh, thanks, Sean. Amazing. Well, that's a bit of an entrance, right? So thank you so much, Sean. That's
No problem.
Guys, how are we? How are we feeling about the action over the past 24 hours? Like, honestly, I think a lot of us were feeling a little bit kind of, a little bit meh yesterday, day before, but there's been a lot of action, hasn't there? So everyone, how you feeling? Don, I know you've already had your say. I know, Sean, you've said your say as well, but if we can go around the houses, Don, what are your overall thoughts of the transfer window so far?
It's very mixed. I don't know if we're going to do ratings out of 10, but it's
we
just
are in the courtroom right now, so
I don't know. I just feel very mixed. So I was saying in the show earlier that I'm really pleased that we've got a defensive midfielder now that can keep the ball and help us to keep the ball. So in terms of our ball retention from the defense through to midfield and our transition from the defense to midfield to the forward, I think should be better, because all the reports that I've read shows that Bentancur is very good with the ball. He's also got very good close control and dribbling in short spaces. So that I'm really positive about. And some of the stats that Darius ran around, that he was basically in the top 10% of all players in Europe in terms of like pressing and closing people down, etc. So that's what I'm pleased about that signing. However, I think the jury is definitely still out on Kulaszewski, and I think that he's somebody that has got potential. However, I'm not sure if I'm liking the Chadley comparisons, because I don't think Chadley is the type of player that we need at Spurs. However, he's also been compared to De Bruyne as well. So if he's more De Bruyne than Chadley, I'll be very happy. And but I am concerned about our outgoings. I think it's good for the changing room to get the players out that Conte doesn't want, and it's good that Levy and Paratici has backed Conte in getting these players out. However, I am concerned that we've got 5 players going out, 4 of which are attackers, and only 2 players coming in, and 1 being an attacker.
Yeah. No, very good summary there. Thanks, Don. Just for people who've kind of just joined as well, I'm sure everybody is abreast of the news of Tottenham and what's been going on. But just before we get into everyone else's thoughts, just wanted to confirm we have the 4 outgoings now with Ndombele, Dele Alli, Giovanni Lo Celso, and Brian Hill, pretty much out the door. A couple of them on loan, one of them on a permanent deal. Still waiting for the official announcement of that. So I think any moment now, hopefully we'll get some official news on that. We also have our 2 official joining signings, Dejan, Kulusevski, and Rodrigo Bentancur. So officially we have them signed today. So I think we'll get into those players in a little bit more detail. I'd like to hear your thoughts. Don, thanks for your kind of high-level overview of those, but I think I'd like to hear a little bit more from Christina and Sean as well in terms of what you think of, our incomings and outgoings. I don't know. I think in terms of incomings, outgoings, unless anything magical is going to happen in the next couple of hours, and it might very well do, I think maybe that might be it for us. But I think we'll have to see. Going along there, Christina, what are your thoughts? I think I want to get into the players in a little bit more detail. So I want to go into sort of like the detail of the incomings, but just high level in terms of the transfer window so far. Any sort of surprisings, anything that you want to kind of step out right now?
I'm actually quite happy with it so far. And I think Spurs fans need to like realize that this is quite a big difference now. We've got rid of 4 players. This to me just sends out that this is now the start of a new rebuild. You know, it's an end of an era for sure with Dele leaving. Quite sad about that, but we'll get onto that later, I'm sure. But yeah, I mean, we know what Conte can do at the end of the day, and with these players, I think I've seen stats with them, and I don't know. I feel I've got quite high potential for these players under Conte, so I feel that we should be quite happy with this. It's really a big start, I think, for Tottenham. So I think this would be good for the rest of this season. For now, summer transfer window is we need to go big for sure, and I think we need to focus on getting a right wing then as well. But I think for now this is good, and we should look forward to the rest of the season. My opinion.
Yeah, no, I hear you there, and I think I agree definitely. Shawnee, any more songs for us right now, or are we going to leave
No,
that
no
to
more
later on?
songs. No. I've done my thing. I'm kind of in a meh about the transfer window so far. I'm a bit concerned that we've not filled the right wing back position, and there are players available, up and coming talents available, which we could not. And I mean, obviously, I'd love us to go and splash 50, 60 million on Lamptey, but that's just not going to happen. But I'm a wee bit concerned that we've got 4 out, only 2 in. We're getting into, I was saying earlier, I'm a wee bit worried we're now heading into Harry Kane's 6-week injury time.
Yeah.
And how that could derail our season. But yeah, I'm prepared to give the signings look like they've been endorsed by Conte, and if Conte can improve Eric Dyer, Ben Davis, and my boy Harry Winks, then I'm more than happy about that. And I'm glad that Winks is going to get a rest every now and then when Bentancur comes in for him.
Oh, we all know you love Winksy.
Yeah, the Winks Nations.
The Winks Nations. Yeah, I mean, to be honest, for me, I wasn't expecting much this window. I think I agree with Christina. Like, I think we all knew that we needed a lot. We need a lot in our team. I just think January is always going to be a hard one. Not many players are available in January, and I just didn't set my expectations high at all for this transfer window. I think it's disappointing. We didn't see any incomings in the areas yet that we're kind of lacking in, like you're saying, Sean. But we're still, what is it, 8 o'clock, 10 past 8 on transfer deadline day. So who knows what's going to happen in the next few hours. There's a few more signings that potentially could happen. I highly doubt that, but we're not done yet. I just think I'm more surprised by the outgoings. I'm just sort of happy to see, what we've done in terms of outgoings. Did not expect to see the amount of outgoings that we've done so far. So, kudos to PRTv for kind of getting that done, really, from my perspective. I do have concerns, like you say, Don and Sean, in terms of too many outgoings and maybe not having enough kind of depth in the squad. And I think we'll just have to see how that plays out. But I am excited for the signings. I think we've got to give these guys, a chance, and we just got to see what happens, really. I mean, we're not in control of it at the end of the day, so we just have to wait and see what happens. But yeah, in terms of outgoings, I think I'd like to kind of touch base on those first. I think the big hot topic of today is Dele Alli. I don't think it's been confirmed yet, but we do know that there's potential for Dele to be off to Everton. Permanent move. I think it was a free transfer with 10 million if he plays 20 games. So just like to get you guys' thoughts on that. Don, I think you covered it a little bit earlier on, but what's your thoughts in terms of Dele's departure from Spurs?
First of all, I must apologise. I keep inventing another Tottenham player by saying 5 outgoings, so it's 4 outgoings. I don't know why. I thought it was 5. Dele is like, oh God, what a guy. I remember when he first burst on the scene, I was so impressed with this guy. This guy's hunger. He looked like he had it all. I just thought to myself he was going to be a fixture, not just in the Tottenham team, but also in the England team. I was so happy that we got him ahead of Liverpool. And I just thought to myself, the sky is your limit. And then all of a sudden, he is really what you call a stereotypical example of the modern day footballer, in terms of that's really into all the hype, into the holidays, into the watches, in terms of the lifestyle, TikTok, caught up in everything but football. It's do you know this guy? It's like I just think to myself, I want to sometimes just knock his head together. And you could see, because each time I remember when Mourinho first come into the team, you saw it in the All or Nothing documentary, and they showed him, and you can see he's trying everything to get through to Delhi. And when he did play, and against that West Ham game, I think it was the first game against that West Ham game, unbelievable. He was so on it. Likewise with Conte against Liverpool, the first game, on it, and you can see the difference in level. So you can see that he looks like he's got it within himself. But I don't know what is going on inside his head. But I just don't think it can be fixed. Because before, what I used to say before, I used to think it was an injury, because he used to always, his greatest asset was arriving late into the box, similar to Frank Lampard, and always getting on to the end of things. I thought it was a long-standing hamstring injury, which basically curtailed his ability to kind of make those runs, and that's why we've got more of a half a player. But now I actually think it's more than just physical. I actually think that there's something going on in his head. If Frank Lampard can get the best out of him, good luck to him. But basically, what do I think of him? I'm, as a Tottenham supporter, I'm not shedding a tear that he's leaving. I think it's the right time that he leaves now. He's been with us for so long, and I think he needs a change, because he is too comfortable. That is the example of too comfortable. If he was your boyfriend, he'd be that person that you'd come home and he'd be on that sofa all the time with his feet up and coffee lying down. That is Dele Alli. I'll stop there.
Oh, done. I love it. I love it.
Oh
And
no,
Christina,
you're breaking Christina's heart there.
I was going to say,
She'd love him to
Christina.
be on her sofa.
Oh man.
I see, Christina, I see you laughing there, and I think you probably have a little bit more to say about Dele Alli than the rest of us. So I'd love to hear your thoughts on, the outgoing of Dele. What are what are your thoughts? What's I think you've got a little bit of, bit more to say than us, really. So what are you thinking?
Bit of heartache here, but no, honestly, like I am sad. I've been a Dele Alli fan since day one. I have absolutely loved him, and it's like I said, it feels like an end of an era. And I think obviously I'll hands up and admit he has gone downhill, and it's really sad to see it. But I think we need to remember how important he actually was for us. Like 3-4 years ago, he was sensational. He scored for us, for the Champions League. He rattled Chelsea and Arsenal. I absolutely loved him in a London derby. He was amazing, and we could rely on him. But yeah, sadly, it did go downhill for him. And in my honest opinion, again, as much as I am a Dele fan, he should have gone like a year or two ago, and we would have potentially got more out of him. And I think that was a big mistake that Levy did, I think. But yeah, it's really sad for me. But yeah, honestly, I think remember he was great, because I've seen a couple of tweets today where people are like, "What memories? What are you talking about?" I'm like, "You guys have forgotten about it, I swear."
Yeah.
But it's been that long; it's been forgotten. But I think it is definitely needed for him, and I hope he kind of, it clicks onto him again, the love of football, because you can so see it that it's lost, and that's why it's not been well for him at the moment. So yeah, he needs this change. He needs a fresh start, and I wish him all the best.
100% agree with you, Christina. I think for me, I am really sad to see him go, despite the ratings and things that I've been giving him lately. But that's the Dele of now, not the Dele of back when we all knew him to be the best that he could be. And I am actually really sad to see that as well. And I agree with you. I think it's a good opportunity for potentially go and maybe reinvent himself, and maybe get his career back on track. So all the best to him from my perspective. I think, you know, for us, it's a good move. Get him off the wage bill, get rid of, you know, those massive wages. And I think from all parties, it's probably like a positive move, I think. Shawnee? What do you think?
I'm with Christina. I think, you know, we have forgotten, you know, the things that he did. You know, the goals against Chelsea in particular, both at Stamford Bridge and at home, were, you know, those performances are just lit up his career. What has happened for him to lose it? I mean, I would say that he was on the decline even before Pochettino left.
Yeah. Year and a half before that.
Yeah. I think he was. Whereas, you know, you might say that Ndombele signed for Pochettino and then Pochettino left after 4 months. That may have impacted on him. On Dele, you know, there was something switched off, you know, and I mean, I just desperately want him to fall in love with the game again and remember what it's given him. And, you know, maybe under Lampard, who is, you know, a yardstick that he was held up against. I mean, you know, he actually beat Lampard's figures for goals, and, you know, he was an incredible individual for us. But it breaks my heart to see what has become. He's a shadow of the player that he once was, and I just hope that he can refine himself. It's a very strange deal. One thing I'd like to say about our overall departures, one big doubt I had about PRTv was the fact that he had a bad reputation in getting rid of players in Juventus. I think today he's answered that in more than you know.
Full guns blazing, hasn't he?
You know, he's obviously said, you know, like the scorched earth policy. All the creative midfielders have gone. A player that he bought himself in the summer, he sent him back to Spain.
He's really back Conte. He's really back Conte. Yeah. You've got to say that he's really back Conte.
Yeah, I mean, it's good that, you know, he's restored that. He's, you know, I lost a bit of faith in PRTv as the season was unwinding. But today he's kind of like shown,
restored that,
that, you know, because he's learned to get rid of players, you know, and he's also, you know, he's refreshed the squad. My only concern is that we've denuded the squad a bit, and we won't have the depth of you know, for you know, what's going to be a bruising end of the season. You know, FA Cup and chasing the top 4 against 3 or 4 other opponents as well. So I wish nothing but the best for Dele. Maybe Lampard is the person that can restore him.
Do you think, I'm just thinking now, you know, we don't have the Europa Conference League. We don't have, you know, we're out of the Carabao Cup. You know, we do have the FA Cup still in play. You know, we don't have a lot of competitions that we're vying for right now. Maybe, do you think that might have been part of the decision to sort of weed out people right now, given the fact that we're not, or is that just?
I think this is the precursor to the summer window. I think they want, you know, it's about getting wage bill down, creating space for players to come in. You know,
Sorry to interrupt you, Sean. I think it's more around getting the wage bill down though, because 3 of the players they're coming back, aren't they? Like it's that Lyon aren't going to spend 65 million euros on Ndombele. They're not going to pay that money. Obviously Gil's going to come back. Who else have we got out on loan? Lo Celso hasn't got a buyout clause, so they're going to come back anyway. So so it's not, it's just very short term, but you're losing their wages for a bit, which is good. And obviously the dressing ground, you're not getting their influence on the dressing ground, which is important for Conte, I think, because he wants to put the behaviors and establish the values that he wants across the team. So I think that's important. But why I'm just a little bit concerned though is the fact of our bench. Our bench is going to be very thin after this. We're going to have to obviously put some of our kids on the bench. I don't know if Harvey White will get a run out.
Well, interestingly, the report tonight is that Conte has spiked his loan move.
Yeah.
So he's told White, sorry, you're staying. So, and I would like to see him get a chance because, you know, if you look
And
at
I
the
think this is the
YouTube,
question.
you can see,
Yeah.
you can see the free kicks that he scores in the under 23s are unbelievable. We have, you know, he's like Ward-Prowse-esque, if you like, you know, and I think we need someone like that, because if I see Harry Kane line up to take another free kick from 18 yards out, my TV will be in 50 million pieces, you know?
The only again, another concern that I've got, so it can seem like I'm really cynical. Normally I'm quite a positive person, but I think it's bringing balance, yeah? So, what I will say, another concern that I would have is Harvey White, saying that our reliance on our academies. Our academies are different from, say, Chelsea's or even Arsenal's. Or some of the other teams, Liverpool, where they've got players from the academy that just come straight into the first team. I think if you look at who was our best player from our under 23 squad, probably Markinde, wasn't he?
Yeah,
Like, everybody said that Markinde was probably was brilliant player. And what was the deal that he got? What was the deal that he was able to get to go to Blackburn?
Well, he wouldn't sign a new contract.
Yeah, but in terms of he wouldn't sign a non-contract, but that was his offers though, was Black. That's where he was shopping at. He wasn't looking at like the lower Premier League clubs like a Norwich, how Norwich took Gallagher, or do you mean some of those other teams. They will take some of the teams from the top four, their reserves. We haven't got that, and so my concern is the gap between, say, academy football in terms of this first team football, and I think it's a massive jump for somebody like Harvey White to make. And you see what happened with players like Scarlett in the Conference Cup. In the Conference Cup, do you know what I mean? And I rate Scarlett, so it's a challenge. That's why I say it's a slight concern.
Yeah, it's too much pressure, I think.
I've just seen that Dele's medical's been completed.
Okay, so Dele's
is that at Everton, Christina? Yeah.
Yeah. So he's just. I think
there was some talk
preparing...
that Newcastle would come into as a last minute to sort of strike the deal.
I did hear that as well, but supposedly they're now preparing the contracts. So
maybe getting out of London and the bright lights might be good for him.
He'll find bright lights in Liverpool. Don't you worry. I mean, Liverpool's a great city, by the way. I mean, it is a great city. I mean, it's, you know, he won't suffer too much from being in Liverpool.
Guys, we got to move on. We've got a lot to cover. So next on my list is Tanguy Ndombele. So he's off to Lyon on a 6-month loan. What are our thoughts? I mean, seems to be a good deal.
Christina's face when you mentioned Tanguy. I think we should go to Christina first. Her face. Wow.
Christina. Oh man, hallelujah. Nah, honestly,
no love for Tanguy.
Oh man, I couldn't deal with it. I couldn't. It's such a shame though. Again, it's sad because I was so excited when we signed him. I thought this guy is going to create some unbelievable creativity. You know, I thought he was the answer, but oh my gosh, it was awful. And hallelujah, I'm really relieved when I saw the news of that. Because he was rinsing our weight, like the wage was incredible.
He won football.
I mean, I think he was the only reason when he came in he was the reason why Harry Kane got his wage up, because he was so high. So yeah, I honestly, I think that was huge. I think that was the best news for me today. I know it sounds horrible, but it just was not working. And for such a huge player like that, it's such a huge waste of money. It needed to be done ASAP, and thank God it did. So, I mean, just hallelujah, thank God.
Agree. I don't think anybody would disagree with you, Christine. What are you thinking, Sean? We'll go around the other way.
Yeah, I think I was saying earlier in the stream that that he was done for me after NS Mura.
Yeah,
NS Mura. The 600th worst team in Europe.
Yeah.
No, not before them. I was prepared. You know, I liked the moments. I just hoped that when you play a team as poor as NS Mura are, that you dominate a game. And the fact that he couldn't beat a bunch of, a pub team, let's be honest, and contributed to that dreadful performance. I just said, get him out the door. But I was just worried, as you say, the wages. But Don Fabio, you've come through, my friend, And I'm not quite so pessimistic that Leon won't take him, because remember, we probably owe Leon money. So
65 mil.
Yeah,
Sure.
65
mil.
It's euros, though.
Yeah, but even so, okay, even if it's 58 million pounds, Lyon, a French team, they're not going to get that money. Where are they getting that money from?
Well, they have a very good owner, unlike ours, and he knows how to deal the market. I mean, look at it; he's very good at selling high and getting in low. So he might be able to say he might buy him from us, but he'll already have a deal to ship him on to somewhere else. So I wouldn't put it past them. He's a very canny owner. So I think, who knows? I can't see Ndombele coming back, to be honest.
That's the dream, isn't
and
it?
I won't be unhappy. I won't be. I mean, same as Dele. I don't wish him any harm at all. But you've robbed us. You hardly completed 90 minutes. You couldn't be bothered.
It's the attitude, right?
Attitude. We as fans expect at least effort. We can accept that maybe you're not the most talented player in the world, but you've got to show effort, and he didn't. He didn't. It's almost like he was carrying his wage packet in his pocket on the pitch every day. You know what I mean? It was just like I can't move because I'm weighed down by all these shekels in the back pocket.
That's the thing, isn't it?
Ndombele didn't give me vibes that he wanted to play for us. Whereas Dele, he's got the connection with Spurs, but Ndombele, it was just I'm here because I just have to be here. I'm getting paid. That's it.
Just on that though, Christina, you make a good point, because I think it comes down to our recruitment, and our scouts. Because I don't care what anyone says, Ndombele has not changed remotely from day one to how he was yesterday. He's been the same player. Same attitude, same everything. Yes, I saw that he had a wonderful game against Manchester City in the Champions League for Lyon that time. But surely, if you're spending, you're breaking your transfer record on a player, you do your research and you investigate what the player is like. Is he likely to make the transition from that league into arguably the hardest league in the world? You would have seen that attitude. You would have seen that before. You would have just spoken to people and they would come. This is what I don't understand. So ultimately, I don't know if I'm even blaming Ndombele, because I just think that's just the way he is. There were times when he did, I think, was it against Stoke and Villa? He does things on a football pitch that I could only dream and wish that other players would be able to do. He just makes football sometimes look so easy for him.
He's talented, man. He is so talented.
So talented. Just unbelievable. And just the way how he's unbelievable. But then I remember it was about a year and a half ago, or 2 years. Carragher was breaking down analysis. We were playing Aston Villa. Ndombele started in that number 6 position. I think Pochettino played him in, like the deep lying midfielder. And this guy, when I tell you, they done the analysis and he didn't break sweat. He didn't complete a single sprint, not one sprint in that whole half. And they basically did a player cam of him. And then that's when my time was short, when I thought, you know what? I don't think this guy is the guy. Because as much as you think, if you don't run, you don't deserve to play if you can't run, or if you don't want to run. And to me, he's like, no matter who says anything to him, he will be the same demeanor. And I just knew when Sissoko and Uria left, I knew it was only a matter of time. Because if anything, when you saw it from the All-in-One documentary, it was Sissoko that was trying to get, if anything, him to be more professional. Like people were saying that they're a bad influence on him, but it's not the opposite. It was the opposite. You could see that Sissoko was trying to say, you need to do your best. You need to bring your best, and you need to do the things. And that's when they're doing the extra running. And it's almost like he was. And when we lost them, you could see that Ndombele, he's just not that guy.
That's so true. Yeah.
Yeah.
So true. No, I agree. Facts, Don. You're spitting facts. I totally agree with you.
He deals
I
in
think
facts, does Don? Yeah.
he does.
All across my WhatsApp feed.
Yeah, it's true. My group is. I
Good
can't
to see
help
them
it.
in person.
Yeah, likewise. Yeah, but
Right. Any last thoughts on Ndombele? No, I think we're
Good luck.
moving on. I think we all
Good luck
agree.
and
I think
goodbye.
he's a talented player, but just not for
Mm.
Spurs. I think the
No.
attitude's not there, and
yeah,
unfortunately not for us. Lo Celso moving on to another outgoing, so going to Villarreal on loan for the rest of the season. Again, for me, haven't seen too much of him that I've been impressed with so far. So for me, it's good that he's going out at the moment, but it's just on loan, so it's not a permanent move. There's been a lot of rumors, I think, in terms of that he's not kind of been getting on with Conte and the squad, and that whole kind of toxicity thing. That's I'm happy about that we're getting rid of some of these players that might be contributing towards that. But the fact that it is just a loan, will he bring that back? Is it going to be turn into more of a permanent thing? Any thoughts on any of that? I think I'll go to you first, Christina. This also.
If only it was permanent, I guess. I feel like we've given him so many chances, this guy, and I just, every now and then he does I don't know, he's all right, but I was done with him. And then when I heard the news about he's not the nicest person, apparently even the staff don't get on well with him. To me, it was just you need to get rid of the bad vibes in the training ground at the end of the day, and especially if they're not getting on with Conte. I'll show you where the door is, basically. But yeah, I think he's had his chance many times now. I don't even can't even remember a good game that he actually had, to be honest.
That's what Paul Greaves just posted in the comment.
So it has to be the most underwhelming signing.
signing
Yeah,
yes,
I totally agree with that.
He's no, I agree. we can whip around this really quickly and we can get into the more exciting stuff. But Shawnee, any words at all on the Celso?
I was a big Lo Celso stan, so I have put my hands up. I like the fact that he was a bit he had a little niggle. He would get stuck in, and he did have under Mourinho when we finally concluded the deal, because I think we got him slightly cheap because we bought him in the January instead of waiting for the summer, I think. But I thought he was doing a lot of sort of some of the stuff that I'd seen him do at Real Betis, but no, he's just complete. I mean, and he's like, he just folds under the slightest pressure. He goes down and he's looking for a free kick, and he's just going, for God's sake, Gio, get up. That was nothing, I mean, he's just no. I stuck with him a lot longer, but no, I'm glad he's gone. I mean, he can go and hang out with Aurier and Van Foyth in Villarreal and have reunite the old Hotspur way times. But hopefully he will impress there, and they will buy him from us.
Yes, please.
Do you guys think that, or is it just me, that sometimes when he runs as well, it's almost like he's running in quicksand? It's like the ground's pulling him in. It looks like it's so slow. It's like each step is just so. Yeah, and I think to myself, what boots are you wearing? It's like are they too heavy or something? I just think this guy. And then another thing, I might have a reflection on him as well, is that I honestly think that his team is Argentina. His club time, when he plays for us, it's like I don't know, he's coming to visit us or whatever. But he plays for Argentina. We're like his holiday.
Yep.
Going back to the relationship, it's like we're his side piece. It's like, do you know what I mean? We're the mistress.
He's no Coco Lamella.
Shawnee.
He was fully COYS. I mean, imagine ordering a Father Christmas and making him wear a blue suit. Okay. Oh God, I miss Coco.
Yeah. But he was always injured though, Sean. But yeah, I understand what you're saying.
Yeah, but when he was on, he got stuck in.
I agree. I agree with Sean.
Yeah, I know a lot of people like Coco. You see, because he's got that He's got personality. Don't get me wrong. I loved it when. Yeah.
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 Passion.
Yeah.
Passion. Absolutely.
Mr. Spurs saying Lo Celso and Ndombele just did not fit the Premier League. Can't deal with the pressure and the speed. Yeah. Agree with that. I think with that, we're going to move on. We're going to move on to some more exciting stuff, guys. We're going to get away from the outgoings. We're going to move into the incomings. So first of all, I want to talk about Dejan Kulusevski. Officially now joined Spurs. We had the announcement today from Tottenham. 21-year-old Swedish left-footed winger, plays on the right. He's joined us from Juventus. It is an 18-month loan with an option to buy. He's a 6-footer, so he's a big guy. He's been described as being physically strong, capable of playing in several different positions, decent on the ball. And he was voted Serie A Best Young Player of the Season in 2019. So, this guy sounds, on paper to be pretty amazing, actually. Maybe not as amazing as other potential signings we could have got in, but I think for me personally, I'm really impressed, and I really want to see what he's got to bring to us. I think there was also a quote I saw today from his former manager at Parma. He was on loan there in the 2019-2020 season. He was saying that he's always among the players who cover the most distance in every game. He has the right mentality, and to me that sounds a lot like Lucas Moura, who has the right mentality and is full of energy and covers a lot of distance. So with that, what is everybody's thoughts? Obviously it's a big move.
It's a big step, but I mean, the fact that he's Scandinavian rather than Italian, I think Northern Europeans tend to be able to adapt better to the Premier League than the.
Sean, do you know if he can speak English?
Yeah, he can. He's got very good English. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
He's already done his socials for Spurs, and he's already done "Come on, you Spurs." So I mean, that's good enough for me. That's all you need to do. Yeah. So no, I think he will. My hope is that he's an upgrade on Moura, who has I think has dropped off in the last few weeks, and I'm not his biggest fan. I'm not Moura's biggest fan. I know he's responsible for Amsterdam, but too often the ball, his control for a Brazilian is dreadful, and he runs into blind alleys so often. But yeah, I'm hoping he's an upgrade on Moura. I'm looking forward to him, providing pace, because if there's one thing Tottenham lack, it's pace. And this guy's supposed to be quick. He's rapid, So I'm hoping that it's I'm hoping he can do that,
What's with Don P and speaking English?
Any comments or what's
Do you know what? Juice Nuts obviously saw me from the first show. No, it's just that I was interested in, because I'm just what's with me then is basically maybe because I work in culture and I work in HR and my day-to-day work, and I'm a great believer in team dynamics and working with the team, and I just think this is a very hard league to play in, and you're coming from this culture, this Italian culture, to the UK, and I'm thinking, like, how are they just going to get on with people? And I just think it's just hard to make the transition. It's not in the summer where you got time to do what you got to do and you do pre-season and things. You're coming straight in from January. It's gonna be game after game after the game. So that's where I was coming in from. It was more around that kind of team dynamics, Mr. Nuts. So that's why.
No, I agree with you though, Don, in terms of it's a massive adjustment for players coming into a league and a country that have not played there before. It's not just in terms of the playing style and the players and the coach and trying to get to deal with that, but it's also the country and having to get to grips with the modern day of life as well. People don't think about just those little minimal facts that deal with players having to come from a different country who may not have lived somewhere before. I'm from a different country. It took me a while to adjust to living in the UK. So it's little things like that people need to think about as well. So I agree.
It's a really good point, language, actually, because I think that's been a contributory factor into the improvement in Eric Dyer. Because of his language skills, he can speak Portuguese. Obviously, he grew up in Portugal, but he also speaks Spanish. And when you've got a multilingual defense, and you're the center of it, it's good that you can basically tell Romero, get the fuck back here in Spanish. You know what I mean? and or he's got that in his locker, and I think it's been part of why he's become such a leader for us this season. So I think it's a good point actually. Culture, and that is a very important thing. My concern about Lo Celso, sorry to mention Lo Celso again, but Lo Celso and Romero seem very close.
That
and I
was
wonder
just
if if Lo Celso goes and Romero's left, I don't.
Collini.
Well, yeah. Oh God, well, maybe that's why we've kept Delaney, until the summer. But,
yeah, they'll have to make new friends, won't they? They'll have to. They'll have to hang out with some new people.
Do Uruguayan people from Uruguayan Argentinians get on? Bentancur?
No, they because they're each side of the River Plate, so
like Scottish and English.
hate each other.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, it's
That's true.
Yeah, like the Uruguayans and Argentinians. No, that's a whole new thing, And they both hate the Brazilians, so
Speaking of Bentancur, then are we moving on to him? So he is a new signing for us as well. 24-year-old central midfielder from Uruguay. He's been described as a dynamic, hardworking, skillful, elegant, and tactically versatile midfielder.
Are you reading that from his Tinder profile?
I'm just trying to think to myself. You know what, Spursy, you've got really positive reviews. Like where you found these write-ups are very, very positive. Where you found them from?
I mean, also he's tall, physically strong, really good at winning the ball back, and tactically strong as well. So
I'm thinking,
I
wow.
I have seen other streams, and I've seen other reviews on him as well. One that might interest you, Don Pete. I think you were saying it earlier on that I've seen comparisons to Winks. So
That's
I am
good.
a
He's
bit
back
of
up for my boy Harry.
Oh my God.
I'm more positive now though than I was an hour ago, an hour and a half, about 2 hours ago, because I was doing some more reading, etc. And the more I think about it, is the fact why I'm more positive is that I do think that we're missing and we need his skill in terms of that ball retention and that the defensive midfield. So I am more positive than I was before earlier on in the group. I'll say that.
Yeah, so he's definitely not going to be creative for us, I don't think. I don't think he's going to be a replacement for Ndombele. I don't think he's going to bring in that creative midfielder piece that we've been dying for and looking for so long. But I agree with you, Don, in terms of that ball retention, tacticality, another maybe Højbjerg type-esque player, I think, for us, which will be important. So I mean, I think with Conte as well, agreeing to have him come along to us, I'm excited to see what happens personally. Like, it's not the most exciting signing, I don't think, but I think we just need to see what happens with bringing him in.
Which one of the two signings do you think is going to make the biggest positive difference? Do you guys think? What do you think, Christina? Or
I was going to say, how do you pronounce his name?
Bentancur.
Yeah.
Bentancur.
I think he's going to be the best one. I was going to say
agree
as well, I actually think we've lacked tall players in our team. And I think this will be
2 6-footers coming in.
As Jodie knows on their profile.
You like tall guys as well. So it is a Tinder thing, Sean.
It's really important.
It's not all about the height, guys.
But I think we've lacked that in our team for quite a while. So I think that will be like a huge thing for us as well. The other player, again, I'm so sorry with the pronunciation.
It's so it's difficult to call him Kulo.
I'm gonna call him Kulu. But
Kulaszewski.
he was supposedly Conte wanted him at Inter as well. So if he's a player that Conte wants, then I'll back the manager no matter what. So it's just what I've seen from Conte. If he can improve players, then 100% I'm up for that. So I think it's going to be great to see it. And the other thing is, I don't know much about these two players, so it's hard for me to judge. But from what I've seen a few stats as well. Like passing, I think is really important because that's what we're really lacking at the moment for sure. They seem to be good. So, and hopefully there's more. There's always room for improvement under Conte. So definitely.
Agree, and that's the thing, you know, it's what Conte can do for them as well. You know, we've only seen what they've done at other clubs, so who's to see what Conte can bring in for them at Spurs? I think for me, it's just we've got to give them time to adjust and all of that. Sean, anything?
Yeah, I probably agree with Christina in terms that the Bentancur will be the one that makes the biggest impression. I can recommend on Twitter. There's a feed by a Uruguayan-based Spurs fan called Tom_Spur, and he's got a long thread about Bentancur, and he talks about he does see him as the Winks, playing the Winks role. Yeah. So, as I see it, if we're going with two in midfield, I think it's going to be Bentancur and Winks, and Højbjerg and Skip for those two roles. And I think that's what will be. You know,
I don't know. I don't know if Conte is going to be as structured as that. I think he's going to basically take it almost game by game, and depending on how they're feeling, I think to him, you almost want them to be interchangeable. But I do think, hopefully, Bentancur would be the best out of all those bunches. So if there's one that's probably going to get a bit more game time, hopefully it'll be Bentancur and another. But I think because of his 5-3-2-3 system, I think he just wants any two of those four players just to be there, just to be that box to box, to be solid and get all the creativity from the wings. That's how I see his formation.
Yeah. I think I mean, Conte's formula is it requires width, you know, and that usually comes from the fullbacks. So on the left hand side, we're well served with Reguilón and Sessegnon. The right hand side, less so, you know. I think, you know, certainly I hope that we've the one quote of, I mean, you know, obviously Conte is very good at leaving quotes, but the one that stuck in my mind is that he wants two players for each role. You know, I think with, you know, the four players to cover those two central midfield positions, I think he's got it right there. Obviously, you know, and I think we've got, you know, if he's playing three up front, for example, we've got Bergwijn and Son and Mora and Kulusevski.
We've got 5 players up front.
But we haven't got obviously a Kane replacement.
Backup striker.
Backup striker. Yeah. So that's a missing thing, but maybe that'll be sorted in the summer.
Yeah.
I do think though that we're putting a lot of pressure on the summer window. That's another thing.
There's still a lot to do, right, Don?
A lot to do. It's going to be a lot of spitting money.
Yeah, but there's a lot longer to do it.
Yeah, but still, you got some of them players coming back that you're gonna have to get rid of again. I think it's
free transfers.
Yeah, and you know we were saying that they're gonna need time to bed in and all those things. I think that's one thing what I love about Conte. He's not one of these managers that always calls for. Do you know what I mean? Yeah, he wants it now. He wants to see the immediate impact, and he's so demanding. So that's why I just think if he doesn't see us progress, then do you know what? He's not going to be here for that much longer. That's why I'm pleased that, if anything, you know that I'm not Levy's biggest supporter. I'm so pleased that he approved those outgoings and backed Conte.
And that's a positive we can take away from this transfer window, isn't it?
Maybe what we don't know is that Levy is locked up in a cupboard somewhere. with
no idea.
With no access to his phone and with a muzzle on, you know? And that's why we managed to get these.
What we don't know.
We don't know. We haven't seen him for a while.
It's true, actually. We don't ever see him though. So
Can I ask a question?
Go for it, Dan.
In the summer, which 2 players would you like us to sign that are realistic? 2 players.
Realistic is the word. You mean actual players or positions?
Yeah,
because I mean,
whichever's the easiest.
Yeah. Right wing back, obviously, we need a right wing back. I think for me, I think we need a backup striker. We need another centre back. In terms of players, you know, Tariq Lamptey for me is always one that has been mentioned so many times. I would love to see him at at Tottenham. Potentially, we could see him come in the summer. I'm not sure. Dejan Spence, I think, was another right wing back that's been mentioned. So potentially, who knows what's going to happen there. Jules Koundé, if only.
No, it's realistic though, I think.
Yeah, for me, that's kind of what I'm seeing at the moment. Striker, I mean, we do need a backup striker, but at the moment, I don't know what we can get in.
I really wish we saw Lamptey this window. He was the one I really wanted.
Yeah,
me too.
But I hope that's the one who I hope for the summer.
He's still got quite a bit to go on his contract though.
Yeah,
so it's going to be really expensive to extract.
But sometimes though, Sean, if the way that Conte plays, he's not getting the creativity in the middle. If he's not playing with a number 10, he's playing with 3 attackers and 2 defensive midfielders. The money that you would have spent on that number 10 or that central midfielder, you play for that right winger, and I think that's what it is. Why people find it so difficult. Oh God, I can't spend 50 million on a right wing back. But if you think about Conte and the manager that you're playing for, I wouldn't think about them as just a right wing back. I think of them as basically 1/2 of your creative outlet. That's the way I look at it. So I think, and he's English, so you've got to pay that English tax. So I
mean, like Ben White went to Arsenal for 50 million, and that's the English tax,
Yeah.
And,
oh no! Did you see that comment that
Tactics? What's up, Tactics? Not to be the bearer of bad news, but Spencer's one of the players LFC have on the list to be a backup for Trent. So I mean, there we have it.
Arsenal got an interest in him as well. So
but we could compete against Arsenal, but Liverpool, obviously, it looks like we can't compete against Liverpool. It looks like
not going to happen, right? Guys, we've only got a few minutes left. Christina, sorry.
I was going to just ask a question. If Harry Kane doesn't perform, in my opinion, I don't think he's performed as well earlier this season. Yeah. If that continues, would you want to get rid of him in the summer?
Yes.
But to where?
I agree.
To where? Who's going to take him now?
He's Harry Kane. He's meant to be one of the best strikers in the world, isn't he? In the world, yeah. Do you know what I mean?
I would agree. Yes, definitely. I'm with you on that. I would have got rid of him before, based on recent events. But yeah, I just don't see where he's going now.
Do you know? So in terms of who I would like in, I still really like the guy that we didn't get from Inter Milan, the one that begins with M,
Martinez.
The one that played. Yeah, Martinez. Yeah, he's not like a big number 9, but in terms of as a forward player, when I look at him, he just looks like he's just amazing. So if we got money from Harry Kane, I would love to get somebody like him. Pep doesn't play with a number 9, does he?
No, but Pep needs a number 9 if he wants to win the Champions League.
You can have Harry then. You can have Harry for 100 and give us 120 million reasons, and you can have him.
He only offered us 75 last summer. You think he's going to come back here?
No, the reason why he offered only 75 is because Levy was obviously playing that thingy game, negotiation game, where he said he wasn't for sale completely. So then they weren't going to go north of 75 after that because. Anyway, I'm stopping the last couple of minutes.
No, that's cool. I've got one more question for everybody before we move on. We've got Sid Spurs coming right up. But if the window closes right now and we don't bring anyone else in, do you guys think we're equipped for a top 4 challenge?
Ooh.
I'll go first. It's I think somehow Ralph Rangnick has got that Man United squad back up focused, and I think it's going to be tough. We'll have a go. Conte is Conte wants to win, and he'll get us as close as we can. But I think we might just fall short if no one else comes in. I mean, if they don't produce a right wing back, a quality right wing back, then I think we'll fall just short. I think we're falling 5th or 6th or something like that.
And then just quickly, Sean, before I move on, do you have a rating for the transfer window out of 10? I like a rating.
5. I'm going 5.
Outgoings and ingoings, 5.
Yeah, I'm not getting too carried away. We've got players in the door who we don't know anything about. Do they hit the road? Okay. Do they hit it running?
Cool. Christina,
He's changing 2 weeks.
My rating, I am going to be a little bit more positive. I'm going to say 6.5.
Yep, I like that. And then in terms of a top 4 finish, do you think we've got any hope based on what we've got right now? Or
I think that 4 is going to be between us and United. You know, I personally, I can't see Arsenal getting there. I'm praying that doesn't happen, obviously, but I can't, especially after their transfer window. You know, so
fine, you can speak it out.
By the way, they have just got rid of Aubameyang to
it's
Barcelona.
official.
Yeah, for free. So yeah, I think it's going to be between United and Spurs for 4th place.
Not West Ham.
Okay.
Yeah,
I can see them dropping.
Yeah, we got to think positively. Awesome, thank you, Don P.
in terms of the top 4, the real hope really is the fact that we've got Conte managing us. If Conte wasn't managing us, I would have said definitely no. But because Conte's managing, and that guy just does not look like he likes losing at all. You could see it in his face. And there's what I love about him, there is no lying in the man. You could just see it. He's just so really one of the best things that's ever happened to us, Conte.
Agree.
But saying that, I think that we might just miss out because of our lack of attack from the right wing and or creativity in the middle. So even if he does decide to play free in the middle, I just can't see who we've got that's really playing that number 10 position. I don't think Kulaszewski is going to be. I don't think he's going to be able to hit the ground running. I think he's going to need time. Mora's going to do what Mora does, as Sean mentioned. I'm a bit more positive about Mora than Sean is, but he's still not going to be the player that we need. And we're going to have our odd injury. So I just think that there's going to be so many games throughout the season where we're going to be dropping points, and it's going to be like people are going to be saying, "Oh, just if we had that creative spark." Do you know what I mean? There's going to be so many times we're just going to need that person to unlock the door.
Yeah.
And yeah, that's what we need to get in the summer, and that's why I'm a bit frustrated, and that's why my transfer window, like Sean, is only a 5 out of 10.
5 out of 10. Said it here. Nice one, Don P. Thank you for that. I think I'm going to go for a 6. I think the outgoings definitely was more positive for me. I think, I agree with you guys in terms of incomings. I think they could have been better, but we're going to have to wait and see. We're going to have to wait and see what happens. But everybody, thank you so much for being here. I'm going to have to hand over now. I've come to the end of my session. So thanks, guys, so much for being here with me. Don, Christina, Sean, anything you want to shout out to people that are watching? Where can they find you? Shout out Don first.
All I want to say is, can everybody tuning in now smash the like button and support Paxton Road TV. I don't come on very often, but I like to make an appearance every now and then. I want to try and come on more, especially if, I don't know, but sometimes it's so difficult because I get so passionate about it. And so when we lose or if we don't do what we're supposed to do, I just can't face anyone. But I'm going to try and,
therapy, mate. Therapy.
It should be. But all I wanted to say though is lovely Kym or Spursy 1414 for hosting the show. You've done a wonderful job hosting the show.
Definitely.
Thank you, Christina and Sean for being you, and lovely to see you in the face apart from just the group. And I feel honoured to be on here. So thank you very much all.
Thanks, Don. Christina.
Yeah, thanks guys for having me on as always. Definitely subscribe and like this channel. Thanks for keeping me up on this. I'm on Twitter moaning about Spurs, so that's where you'll find me.
Perfect, thank you. And Sean, any
Yeah,
last
like Christina, I'm on Twitter. My handle's there on the screen at the moment. You can get me there or on my Instagram, which is ShawneeSpur61. So there it becomes completely mad. It's very very little about Tottenham, so probably best to stay on Twitter.
All right, thanks, Sean. Guys, as the guys have said, please like and subscribe to Paxton Road TV. Thank you so much for watching. It's been great. We're not ending. We're handing over to Sid. We got Sid from Sid Says coming up. We've got some special guests. He's got Mari. He's got Mike, the Hotspur Hustler. He's got Stuart Gallup. He's got a whole host of people, and we're still carrying on till I think 11 o'clock midnight, actually, probably. So yeah, keep watching. Thank you so much for all your attendance so far, and let's just hope maybe we can get another signing in. Who knows? But come on, you Spurs.
Come on, you Spurs.
Come on, you Spurs.
No, it's just like magic.
We're on.
Sid, you're on mute.
I'm muted. Hello. Sorry about that, guys. As always, there's always something going on. But thank you, Jody, for taking us into the final 2 hours. And 9:05, we're heading into the final 2 hours of the transfer window. And I am joined by the stupendous Mr. Hotspur Hustler in the top right-hand corner. Underneath directly, I've got Maury from the Spurs channel. And guess who's back? Back again. Guess who's back? Back again. Back again. It's Stuart from
Don't make me regret it, Sid. Don't make me regret it.
Hey, mate, it's been a pleasure. It's been a long time waiting. Welcome to your show, guys. How's everyone transfer deadline day going?
I'm all right.
It's been an interesting one.
Good.
It's been interesting.
Someone's just put something on Aresti Agnelli saying that we were in advanced talks with Zapata. Is he a good source
Zapata. Well, do you know what? The only Zapata that I know is from Blind Spot on
Atalanta, isn't
TV.
he?
Yeah, apparently. I've not heard anything about this one. There's nothing concrete at the moment. It's just that one person. I literally just saw it just before we came on air. I was going to mention it, but I think we'll just leave it for the time being. I don't know. I mean, any of you guys know anything about him? I don't know anything about him.
No, I've got a feeling this is another dodgy one.
I think so as well.
We'll see, because he just posted something about Diabala as well, so you definitely know it's fake.
Yeah. But
and he's only got 100 followers.
Well, there you go. Just before we continue with our conversations, it's just like to thank everyone that's joined us since 6 o'clock. Everyone that's followed us, joined us, subscribed, and smash that like button. It's been an absolute pleasure for the whole of Paxton Road crew and our special guests to join us on this special deadline day. Anticipating Spurs were going to get loads and loads of incomings, because I tell you what, up until the last couple of days, it's been mayhem bedlam. But before we continue, please, everyone, can we have a minute silence, please? We need 1 minute's observation. Dele Alli is leaving the club. Dele is leaving the club. Please pay our respects to Dele Alli. I've even got, I mean, it's got to the stage where we're not even going to be able to hear this. Well, anyway, it's not confirmed yet. I think they're still in talks.
Do you know what?
It's not go on, Mike.
I was just going to say, he's actually he's going through his medical at the moment, but he hasn't actually gone to sign the paperwork yet. That's the hold-up, apparently. It's him actually signing the paperwork. Can you imagine it?
This is it.
Giving him he's been given a lifeline to go and play for Lampard at Everton, yet he can't be bothered, or he hasn't quite gone over to sign the actual paperwork to get the deal done. I don't know.
No,
maybe it could be a bit of jest and it could be a bit of nonsense there. But
it's not done until it's done.
Not exactly that.
He was waiting for 9 o'clock. He was waiting for Sid to come on the transfer deadline day, because he knows that Sid is not going to allow me to leave.
Mate, I've packed his case already. I've only packed in Boohoo and he's Call of Duty.
He's just making sure he can get good Wi-Fi in Liverpool.
I've got him an Uber waiting.
You know what it is, right? I think for me, these 2 hours, final hours, and going up to midnight are the best part of the transfer window because you know that something is gonna happen or something mental. I mean, I'm waiting for Harry Redknapp to pull up in a car, someone to wind his window down. And who's this? Oh, Aaron Ramsey's just arrived in Scotland. Breaking news.
Rangers.
Rangers. Yeah. I'm just watching it now. But the final 2 hours, because you know some madness is going to happen. People are going to, So I'm still expecting Spurs to fly in with something major. I mean, Morata could be on the deal. Osman Dembele apparently as well. So there's two potentials that could, and I think them two are going to go to the wire.
Right? Isn't PSG after Dembele though? I thought he's
apparently. No, the money wise, apparently their financial fair play thing.
I don't know about you guys, but why would we want Dembele? He's spending more time on the bench, on the treatment table, than he will do on the field. I don't see the point.
I don't think it's going to happen. Fabrizio Romano, he seems to think that that's dead in the water. I think Barcelona they would need to get him off the books just because of their financial situation. So that could be the only thing that keeps it all alive. Because he needs to get up. They want him out because I don't think they can properly register Traore or Aubameyang before he has to go. So
I think now Aubameyang's dead though, isn't it? It's dead in the water, that deal.
No, he's there. That's a done deal.
It's done.
Is he turned around
confirmed?
Done deal?
Yeah, he's also gone to Barcelona. He's just walked out the airport, and you won't believe the amount of people that have turned out to greet him. It's like Arsenal when they're playing at home. About 6 people have turned up.
He's on 300 grand a week, isn't he, or something stupid like that? How's Barcelona sort those wages out unless they've got Arsenal to pay the vast majority, if not all of it, just to get him out?
Well, apparently it's a permanent deal. It's not a loan or anything. So,
permanent.
I think that's what I'd read. I mean, if any Spurs fan says we're in a bad window, they need to have a look across the road and have a little look at the Gooners because they've had a calamitous window.
Well, if they get rid of Aubameyang, they've got Eddie from North London and Lacazette.
That's it.
Yeah. I know.
That's catastrophic for them.
It's mental, isn't it? Mental. Right. So, Maury, I'm going to ask you this question.
Yep.
Coming into 9 o'clock, was you expecting a few more signings, or was you? Well, not only Tottenham in general. Sorry, let me rephrase this. Are you disappointed so far on transfer deadline day with incomings or outgoings at all the clubs in general?
All the clubs, I found it very interesting. Starting with us. I thought we really needed a right wing back. I thought that would probably be the number one concern, along with a left center back. But I saw a report maybe a day or two ago that you can forget about the left center back. So I was thinking, really, I know trying to go after Lamptey from Brighton was going to be a long stretch, but I thought maybe there's some things in the background coming in. I do like the 2 signings that we have. Gotta pronounce this correctly: Kulaszewski and Kulaszewski. And gosh, what's the other guy's name?
Bentancur.
Bentancur. I think it's 2 signings, so I do like that. The outgoings, I'm content with the outgoings.
Cool.
I'm a bit sad Dele Alli is going. I just wish it would have been better, but it needed to happen. The separation needed to happen. But in general, I think there will be a little bit more, but there's some teams that really had a great one. Juventus, I think, had a great one. I was thinking, why were we after Zakaria? I thought PRTv was the expert on the free, players who were about to go on the free. I would take Zakaria over Bentancur, but that's not saying anything about. I mean, it's a solid signing of Bentancur. He's Uruguayan. Those guys, they work hard. You don't have to worry about the effort. I've always said this about because I watch a lot of South American football. So the Chileans, the Uruguayans, those guys, they play hard, and you're gonna get that. But I thought we were going to be, at least, sniffing around Zakaria. I didn't even know it was available, and we had to helping them fund that move along with, Vlahovic. So I thought Juventus really did very well, along with Villa. I think Villa did pretty good. But today, I didn't really think there was going to be any major ones other than possibly maybe surprisingly getting the right win back. And then finally, Dele's gone. It's time to move on. But I am a little sad because at one time he was my favorite player. He was I had friends who were Real Madrid fans who would like say, "Oh, we want Dele." I mean, that was how high he was. But
yeah,
Cool.
I agree.
Cool. Where's Stuart gone? We've lost Stuart. I was just about to ask Stuart the same question. We've lost him. Go on, Mike.
I'm back.
Oh, you're back, Stuart. Right. So,
sorry, I've got a 15-week-old puppy that's in the other room whining, so I'm having to keep an eye on him so he doesn't destroy stuff.
Oh, you got GLC in the back and Ndombele.
Yeah.
Wow. Wicked. Right. Don't go into the two signings and the outgoings yet, but as an overall transfer deadline day, are you sort of sad or a bit cheesed off that not a lot of big transfers have gone ahead so far?
I think the last couple of January transfer windows, it seems to have got quieter and quieter. That sort of time when you were getting literally big deals coming in the last hour or so just seemed to have sort of disappeared. And I expect COVID's playing a big part in that anyway, just because there's so many teams' finances are all over the place that the big deals are more in the summer now. And I think it's just those sort of savvy loan swaps, getting someone who's out of contract at the end of the season type deals that are going on. So I wasn't expecting anything massive. You obviously hope that there's going to be some kind of big transfer in general, just so it's in an exciting window and stuff. But there's been some interesting ones. That Coutinho going to Villa is obviously interesting, and I know we'll go into it in more detail. But obviously, if Dele goes to Everton, that's obviously a very interesting transfer, especially with Lampard taking over. But yeah, I mean, the thing I'm excited about really is the fact that a lot of our top four rivals haven't really done any business, and I think Man United keeping hold of Lingard, sort of against his will, I think is going to work against them, and they've obviously had the all the stuff with Greenwood that's impacting them as well. So effectively, they've lost a striker, and then Lingard is not really focused because he wanted to move. So it'll be interesting to see what happens with them. Arsenal haven't strengthened. West Ham haven't really strengthened, even though they've been trying to. So that's quite good, I think. But overall, it's just another sort of not a bland transfer window, but it's very strategic again. I think the biggest deal is the Vlahovic to Juventus, and that's just the money. Fiorentina needed the money. They knew that was the peak he was going to go for, and they did it. And unfortunately, we didn't. Well, I don't think he wanted to leave Italy anyway. He wanted to stay in Italy, so I don't think that was ever a goer for us, unfortunately, at this point. But he's only 21. A few years' time, you go again and maybe try again.
Yeah, you know what I think, Ed, what's happened this window, right, is when you go and buy something, right, in general, you go out and you say, right, that guy's selling something, and you go there and you say, listen, mate, are you selling that? And you go, yeah, I'm selling it. You went, I'll buy it off you. How much do you want? All right. Oh, breaking news. Where's my breaking news? Right, so I've lost my banner now. Where's it gone? Right, guys, I'm gonna have to. I've been waiting for this. Here we.
Is it?
Arsenal signed Austin Trusty from Colorado Rapids. Is this? No,
Is this from that dodgy deal account on Twitter that we were just talking about?
Because this I'm not trusting anybody at the moment with this information, because I don't think that, because I'm on Skype. I think Someone's playing a game with us.
I don't
Someone's
know.
playing.
I'm going to check it out now, but I was going to
No,
say, who is he?
I don't know. I've got something on here and a channel, certain channel. They've not mentioned anything on there, so I don't.
I know they signed that the goalkeeper, the MLS goalkeeper, but that was a couple of days ago, and that wasn't his name as far as I remember.
Well, I will say Arsenal made that signing is because
Leno's leaving, right?
Kroenke owns that team, so he's basically did a deal. He basically did a deal with his team because Kroenke owns the Rams, who made the Super Bowl. He owns the Colorado Rapids. So basically, it's like Manchester City doing a deal with NYCFC. So he basically transferred himself. So
and I think Arteta was told that you bought someone, and they went, "Who?" And trusty no one, and he went, "Who?" And he said, "Make sure you trusty no one," but he didn't expect to get trusty. But anyway, sorry, enough of this.
Is that a real name? Is that a real person?
Apparently so.
Yeah.
Is everyone checked?
Yeah.
Yeah, that is a real person. Okay, fair enough.
Apparently so. Yeah, he is. But
what position does he play? Do we know?
Defender.
Okay. So they got rid of Callum Chambers and they've brought in trusty no one.
Yeah.
You can't make it up.
They are banter FC, I'm telling you now.
Oh dear. Oh dear. He won't. Apparently, he won't play for Arsenal next season. Apparently, he won't play for Arsenal next season. He'll be loaned out in the 2022-23 season. So, you know what? I don't know. I trust no one.
They've won the transfer window. They've just won that transfer
100%.
window, hands down.
They've killed it. Right, Mike. Question to you first before I ask the other panels. Are you happy with what's happened in this transfer window in regards to Tottenham Hotspur, considering for the first 27, 28 days, it was a matter of, hey, we want to buy you. Okay, then you go to Liverpool. I want to buy you. Okay, you go to Juventus. Hey, we want to buy you. Yeah, you go that way. So are you sort of happy and surprised now that we've actually bought in and got rid of players?
First of all I can see is Stuart at the bottom corner there, just stroking something.
Is that another special guest?
Am I happy? Right. I'm content. And the reason I'm content is the lads that we have brought in, Conte is, with regards to Kulu, Conte's been chasing him since his Inter days. So that's definitely, and we've even mentioned it on your one of your streams before, Sid, probably going back a few weeks ago. He was on Spurs' radar and had been interested in him when Conte was at Spurs. Well, since Conte's been at Spurs. So for the fact that Conte's been chasing him, he must see something in him that he thinks, yeah, I can slot him in to our first 11, and I believe he can probably hit the ground running. And I think Mari's mentioned. I think Mari's mentioned it in. I don't know if it was just a minute ago or in a previous stream. He brings. I think Kulu will bring the work ethic, the enthusiasm, the components that I think we're probably missing right now on that right flank. I know he's not a right wing back. But when you look at Kulu, and I've seen him. I saw him play for Parma last season, and I really like him. I think he'll hit the ground running. He's got the physique. He's got the build to certainly handle the physicality side of things in the Premier League. I think us as Spurs fans, and it's probably mentioned. Everyone's probably mentioned this before. We just got to give him a little bit of time. We can't expect him to come straight in first game of the season, his first game for Tottenham this season. We can't expect him to be a worldie or anything. He's got to be given that time. Same with Bentancur. Is that how you pronounce it?
Bentancur. Yeah,
Bentancur. You got to give him time. I mean, I know there's been mixed reports about him specifically, but my take on it is, if you look at Liverpool, take Milner for example. He isn't the greatest player by any stretch of imagination, but the fact that he's at Liverpool, he's been an important cog for them, and he's been at Man City. it's, again, same thing with them. He's been an important player for them. So you don't always need the best players to make the best team. You just got to hope that him coming into Spurs, it could well, Conte may well see him as being that piece that glues the jigsaw together in the middle of that park. So those signings, they're young as well. They're going to be enthusiastic, etc. They're going to want to hit the ground running themselves, and they're going to be motivated to do well. They're playing for one of the best managers in the world. They've got the facilities, the stadium, etc. So I'm fully behind them coming into Spurs, and I'm praying and hoping that they do become great players for us. In terms of like the outgoings,
we'll come back to that.
That's fine.
We'll come back to the outgoings. Yeah, Marlon, what do you think of the two?
I agree with. Yeah, I'll just stick with what.
Yeah. No, that's fine. We'll come back to the outgoings in a minute. Let's do the incomings. Maury, what are you happy with the two incomings? And would they have been the sort of players that you wanted at Spurs?
I know Bentancur, like I said earlier, he's going to bring what we need. Is really going to help in regards to Højbjerg, that rotation with Højbjerg and Skippy. He's going to be very solid. Like I said, he's a Conte player. Conte needs more in his army who's going to just I heard this analyst of Serie A says he's just solid. He's not spectacular, but he's solid. He's going to do good at passing, great tackling. He's going to, on the counter, he's going to be able to help. With Kulaszewski, I did actually some research on him, and you know, because I did a show with Iggy, who's a Serie A expert, and we talked about the mentality. There's some players when they get with the right coach, the mentality, especially him being young. Because I thought him when the rumors would come in December, I was kind of worried because I've seen him a few times. I'm like, I don't know if he'll be able to be up for the task mentally because he's talented. But then, you know, as I looked at it, I'm like, no, Conte's going to do really good work with him, and he has a bigger physique and he's taller. But when I looked at his videos and I looked at this other player, I'm not saying he's exactly like him, but he reminds me of him. He reminds me of Aaron Robin. He actually reminds me of Robin. And I'm like, if he could be anything like Aaron Robin on the right, that would be perfect. He reminds me a lot like Aaron Robin. So that's why I kind of really like this signing of Kulaszewski. And he's going to bring more creativity. We've been dying for this. But after watching the video, he reminds me a little bit of Aaron Robin.
So you're agreeing with you. So Jusnuts is saying he's like a Volvo, not pleasant on the eye, but reliable.
Definitely with Bentancur. I think sky's the limit for Kulaszewski. I mean, like I said, if he could be an Aaron Robin for us, then that would be awesome. But I see a little bits of it. I've heard people say, you know, Salah and stuff like that. I don't think so. Maybe because, you know, he's left-footed. You know, he could cut in from the right, though he could play all three. But I know someone says, "Were you drinking, Mario?" No, I wasn't drinking. I was just watching some videos, and I was just like, "All right, let me look at some videos of Aaron Robin and look at their history." And I'm just thinking, like, he reminds me a little bit. So it's not exactly, but he reminds me a little bit of him.
What they're saying with Rodrigo, and I've read a lot. I've been online and I've done a lot of watching videos and people's comments and whatever. What they're saying is, with Bentancur, Rodrigo, he's the kind of player that's going to sit in like a Højbjerg role, like a skip role, but he doesn't like to get involved going forward. He won't give you that pass going forward to do a counter attack or stuff like that. He'll sit in that middle and do all the dirty work and just pass the ball around. If it means go sideways, back, whatever, he'll do all that. But he hasn't got that creative pass that's going to put Son through or Kane through or something like that. Stuart, out of the two, would you have taken both of them, or would you have just taken the one, or are you?
I've watched these guys a few times, and especially Kulaszewski. I've sort of had an eye on him for a while because he's been linked with us at different times over the last sort of year or two. And they're both quality players. Anyone who's saying, "Oh, I don't know who they are, they're not very good," blah 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 blah, you just need to watch more football. That's the simple fact of it. If you've not watched them, that's not their problem. Do you know what I mean? Bentancur, I get what you're saying about he's a sort of a disruptive central holding midfielder, but he can play the ball forward and he can run forward. He's much more he's much more of a proper box to box midfielder than Skip or Højbjerg or even Winks are. They're all sort of shoehorning into that position, whereas Bentancur, he plays that role. He can play that role. He has played that role quite a lot for Juventus over the years. So I think that's why they brought him in, because you're not then having to try and get players who that isn't their sort of first style of play. They're sort of doing that because, you know, Skip is amazing at winning the ball. He's amazing at dominating just in front of the defence. But his natural game isn't to run forward and try and take on players, whereas Bentancur is a lot more comfortable in that. So if you put Bentancur with Højbjerg or with Skip, that's a brilliant combination. I think that's what we've needed. We've needed, because when we play Skip and Højbjerg, Skip and Winks and Højbjerg, both players are exactly the same in terms of how they generally play. We needed one that's a little bit more forward thinking or is confident to go forward and distribute the ball forward. So, and I think that's the link that I think we're going to get between the sort of deeper midfield and then going into the attack. And if I'm just going to call him Kulu. It's easier for me to say.
Yeah, it's much easier.
Call him Dejan.
Is then playing as more of a sort of a mobile number 10 behind Kane and Son, then that's even better, because it just sort of that transition becomes a lot more seamless. Because I think that's where we've had a lot of problems, where we've had huge gaps between our sort of central midfield and then going into the attack. Whereas now I think we will have a much more seamless attack going forward. I do think we might even change formation a little bit, not going to like a 4-4-2 or anything, but I can potentially see us having a front two of Kane and Son, and then you'll have Kulu just behind that. And then you'll obviously have the wing backs bombing up either side. And that's my view of them. But I'm happy with both. As soon as those two got linked.
The retention in the middle of the park is going to be much better, because that's what he's also known for, isn't it? His retention.
Yeah.
And it's probably better, given that he's played in the Italian league, which is tactically far superior in the Premier League. But you'll probably find that our ball retention with him in the middle of that park will be much better, because let's be honest, Højbjerg and Skip's retention of the ball isn't particularly great. Don't get me wrong, I do highly rate Skip, but their ball retention is. I can't imagine. I haven't seen much of Bentancur, but from what I've read and from everything that I've sort of seen and stuff, they say his ball retention is very good, which. As you say, when we got the ball, sometimes we look like, apart from Winks' possession of the ball and his retention is not too bad. I'd say it's better than Højbjerg's and Skip's, but it's definitely
that combination, isn't it? It's that combination of traits, and I think we've had three players in Højbjerg, Skip, and Winks who are good in certain areas, but it's that more advancing up the pitch bit that they're weaker. Where I think Bentancur is the first one, and I think Kessié, if we do get Kessié, is another one who could be in that mould where they are proper box-to-box midfielders. So it'd be interesting to see it. But like I say, Bentancur has been quality for Juventus for years. And, you know, everyone's sort of saying, oh, you know, we're just getting rid of players that Juve don't want. Is that every team does that? You know, you're not going to go to a team and say, can we have your best player that you really don't want to sell? Because no team does that. You know, there's always reasons why they want players out of a squad. And it's mainly because they want to refresh the squad. Allegri's used different players this season, you know, so they're not getting as much game time. That's not to say that they're not good players. It's just that's the nature of modern football. So, you know, we should just be lucky we've got him. Like Mari said, like he's a bloody hard-working player, and we need all those sorts of players in the middle of the park. And I think that now gives us a selection of those type of players, whereas we were having to rely on calling on people like Dele, GLC, and Ndombele, who just cannot do those roles at all for multiple reasons. So I think they're both good signings.
So Rodrigo Bentancur, right, is 19 million euros, which on a 3-year payments. which can increase by an extra additional 6 million. So in total, we could be paying 25 million euros for him. Now,
For 24.
Kulusevski, yeah. So Kulusevski is 21 years old, and we've got him on an 18-month loan. Okay, I'm not going to put the breaking news music on because we already said that Ramsey's gone to. So Rangers have just signed Aaron Ramsey on loan. I think that's going to be a good signing for them. I still think he's a good player. But,
so it's a strange move for him, though. Like going from Juventus, going from a Champions League club to Rangers and Scottish football. I mean,
he's never played. He's hardly ever played for Juve. I mean, I'd love to see his appearances for Juventus and getting paid 400 grand a week.
Yeah, I was going to say he's on
400 grand a week.
Game time.
Again, you have to ask who's probably paying the wages. Not that it matters, but
I think Rangers will probably pay a little bit. So, question: do you think we've got Kulusevski on loan? Sorry, we bought Kulusevski on loan and Rodrigo we bought. Do you think then that Conte wanted Rodrigo permanently and Kulusevski on loan just to see how good? Do you think he's got more faith in Bentancur having a better impact at Spurs than Kulusevski, hence why he's gone for him outright? Or was it a fact that Juventus have said, no, you're not having Kulusevski to buy, you can only have him on loan? And do you think Conte has actually wanted these two players, or has Paratici done all the dealings behind?
There's no way Conte's clueless in these transfers. He will know who Paratici's going after. I think the reason that they've done, and this is my opinion, it could be totally wrong, but I think the reason they've done the Kulu deal the way they have is that it's exactly the same as the way we structured the Romero deal, in that you are getting a player who, because that deal for Kulu is an obligation to buy if he hits a certain number of appearances and stuff. So that's not an option. That's an obligation. So I think it's a way for us to get a quality player in without having to pay a huge upfront cost. And I don't know how Paratici's doing it. I don't know how he's persuading clubs to do the deals in this way, but he's managing to do it. I mean, and these are two, like Romero and Kulu, are very, very good players and highly rated players. So I don't know how he's managed to persuade Atalanta and Juve to do these deals, but I think that's the way they're doing it. And it just means that it's effective like buy now, pay later on a couple of very, very good players, which frees up funds for other smaller deals where you don't have that option. So the Bentancur one, for example, that might not be as an option. So that's my view of why they've done it. It's just a way for them to get more money around, because I think this summer we're going to be spending, and a few analysts have said like Spurs are going to go big in the summer, and all these different elements are allowing us to have more money in the wage bill pot, and then more money just set aside, just go bang, we're going to spend 80 million or more on one player and stuff like that.
My only question is the going big, is it depending on us having Champions League? Because
I think it will.
Yeah, because if we don't have Champions League, not saying that Conte definitely has the pull, but if it's I don't know, if it's a player that's between us and someone else, but they have the Champions League, and it's gonna, I'm not finding it's gonna be a little bit much more work in convincing that player, all right, come with us. All right, even if we're in the Europa League, it's still gonna be kind of.
Well, look at what happened with Diaz. Diaz, that deal was going okay, and then Liverpool stepped in, and instantly he went to Liverpool because that was the team that he wanted to go to. We've always got that challenge of competing with bigger clubs anyway. I think when we say go big, I think we will be very strategic in who we're going after, because I think when you're competing against the Man Cities, Real Madrids, Barca's, Liverpool, all these guys, I think we have to be. You're not going after that top tier guy, you're going sort of the one below who could get to that level. I think that's what we're going to try and do, and I think we'll do a lot more stuff coming out of Serie A and stuff, because that's obviously where Paratici's got most of his contacts and stuff. So we'll have to see, but I think there's obviously a strategy to free up free up wages and generate pots of money wherever possible, or not have to commit to spending lots of money between now and this summer because they want to use that money at that point.
And you only have to look at our wage bill. We've just got rid of about
500 grand a week. Yeah.
Yeah.
Nearly 500 grand a week. Yeah.
So brings me nicely. We've been 40 minutes already. We just talked about incomings, right? Outgoings, right? Before I'm going to ask you, Mike, the question, I'll just give you my quick allergy of meaning behind the two signings we've done. If you count the letters of their names, yeah, Bentancur's got 3, 6, 9, right? And Kulusevski's got 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, right? So you've got 10 letters on each of their names, or 9 and 10 on the back of a shirt. If he's going to charge £2 a shirt, that's 20 quid, right? On each top he's going to make, just for the name. He's got rid of GLC, 3 letters. Dele, D-E-L-E, 4 letters. Tanguy, 6 letters. And Gil, 3 letters. So can you imagine how much money he's going to be making on shirts with their names on the back? And leading on to my question, Mike, the 4 that have departed, is that the 4 that you would have expected to depart, or are they the ones that you wanted to leave?
Nah, mate. First one I would have got rid of is Doherty.
Oh, yes.
It's been no shock to people that tune into Paxton all the time.
Yeah.
I would have got rid of Doherty. If I got a phone call saying, Mike, can you help us get rid of Doherty? I would have said, look, just give me his address. I'll go around, I'll pack his bags. I'll either order him a taxi or I'll deliver him to whatever club in the country that would take him, and I'll do it free of charge. I would have offered my services free. And that's the only reason, going back to Mari's point earlier, I think that's the only reason we're not going for a right wing back. I don't think we will till probably the summer, and that's because you've got Doherty, you've got Emerson. We can't have a third wing back, right wing back, because then you're just sort of, you've just got someone just rotting away, costing us wages, etc. It just doesn't make sense. So, I think if we'd got rid of Doherty, we would have brought in a right wing back. And I can't. What's the time now? 9:30 coming up.
9:40.
20 to 10. Yeah.
We're not bringing in a right.
No, we're not. I think we're done for the day now, personally.
Yeah, but he would have been one of the first. I would have put him above any of the 4 that we've got rid of.
Mike, do you think Doherty departing the club depended on Traore coming to Spurs? Do you think he was the makeshift in that deal?
In my opinion, right, that whole Traore nonsense, us wanting Traore to convert him into a right wing back. Come on, me personally, this is just my opinion. I think it's nonsense, and I think
it's nonsense.
I think it was his agent trying to get the Barca deal engineered. Personally,
you could be right, shirt, but personally, I think if we actually wanted Traore that bad, £20 million, we would have paid that. We'd have got it done. The deal would have been done weeks ago. We wouldn't have been messing about. And I personally don't think we've ever made or I don't believe we actually made an official bid for him. Or the interest in him was, we might have had talks, but I think that had probably been as far as it goes. And why would Conte waste his time on trying to convert a natural winger to a right wing back? I mean, he's not built for running up and down that flank for 90 minutes. Like, if you, the best examples of doing that is Trent and Robinson, who will just run up and down for 90 minutes. You're not going to get that out of someone like Traore. So I think that deal's nonsense.
So the 4 that left the club.
Yeah, I mean, the 4 that left the club. Gil, it makes sense for him to have gone out on loan, but I would have probably offered him to, I don't know, struggling Premier League club, get some experience. That he needs the Premier League experience in the day, but hopefully going back to Valencia, they're doing the world of good, and he can sort of progress and get the minutes under his belt that he needs in first team football. Ali going to Everton. Everton worry me a little bit, and so that's Aston Villa in this transfer market, because I think they've made some shrewd signings themselves. But Ali, he needs a fresh challenge. It makes sense for him to go. I wish and I hope for him all the best, because I think he's got stuck in the right at Spurs, and he needs a new challenge. I think Lampard will probably get the best out of him, and if anyone's going to sort of get the old Dele back, I think it would have been either him or someone like Steven Gerrard. But I think it's a good move for Dele. I know it's like 10 million if he hits certain trigger points, and it could go up to 40 million. Yeah, probably looking at if you get Champions League or something, they might increase that. But going back to Ndombele, I think he frustrates me madly because he's the most talented football player that we've got in that club right now. But and Mari mentioned it earlier about mentality.
His mentality is shocking.
It's just not there. So hopefully, I think this is a loan deal, isn't it, with an option to buy it. Hopefully he plays well. He gets motivated to want to play football and do his best. And you never know, he might come back a different player. If he doesn't, then I'm sure we're going to look to try and force Leon's hand to sell him. I'm sure. Sorry. And then the Celso, he's a walking injury, mate. So
it's weird, isn't it?
It's a waste of space.
It is 100 grand a week on and essentially he's our modern version of Lamela now. He's our version of Lamela.
Yeah. Well, he's an Argentinian international. He's not a Tottenham player, is he? Because he only plays for Argentina.
He uses us for his treatment, and he goes off to Argentina and plays like he's a top baller. So work that out. Messi rates him highly, but again, another frustrating player because he has got the talent, but it's just that mentality, and he's not fit enough to be a Conte type player. So the loan deals completely make sense. I just would have added Doherty to it.
Yeah, I think I would largely agree with you there, Mike, in terms of the players out. I think because I'm the same as you about Doherty. He's enraged me ever since he's come.
Waste of space.
The only glimmer is like his performance against Leicester in the second half. I thought was his best in a Spurs shirt, and even when he played against Chelsea, he wasn't that bad. So I am wondering whether they are just sort of Conte thinks he might be able to get a tune out of him until the end of the season, and then we'll go for a Lamptey or someone like that in the summer. That's my only thinking of it, because if you can't get exactly who you want and then you can't get someone out, like you say, you'll end up having three players, and because the squad was bloated. When you look at like the way the squad is, like our first 11 and our bench, and then if you chucked in those three that we've just got out and then Hill as well, our squad was oversized, and I think now it's a bit more compact. I think everyone will gel a bit more. I think you're bringing in two players, you've got the right mentality, you're getting rid of the ones that don't. That's like, how could it have been? I talked about this on another stream earlier. I cannot imagine what it would have been like having people like Dele, like GLC, like Ndombele swanning around the place on the wages that they're on, and everyone else is trying to put a shift in, and they're just walking around taking a piss. You got Ndombele on 250 grand a week or something, and he's not even training with the first team because he's that bad. And it's like, how does that sit with Kane? How does that sit with Son and all that lot? And that vibe, I think, plays a bad part in stuff. And I think now he's got everyone out that he didn't want there. I think training sessions will get more intense. Everyone will be more focused because it will just be that push now to the end of the season. I think that's what Conte wants. That's the sort of atmosphere that he likes to work in.
The spirit of the spirit of the camp, you would hope if they are bad eggs in any way, shape, or form, you'd expect the spirit of that camp to heighten, and you'd hope that they all come as a collective much more than probably what we've seen of them. So hopefully it does the spirit of the team, the mentality of the team. They're all on, you'd like to think they're all on board with Conte, with his philosophy, with his style of play, with what he expects out of the players, whether it's from a mentality perspective or from a physicality perspective, i.e. fitness levels, etc. You'd hope that togetherness would be more evident, I think.
Right, so final question before we talk a little bit more, but the final question, right? So going into this window, with the squad that we had, now that we've gained 2 and potentially lost 4 players that could have potentially be first teamers, right? If they got their fingers out their backsides. First game is Southampton next Wednesday. are you now happy? And I'll start with you, Mari. Are you going to be happy with the squad against Southampton for match day next Wednesday? With
What about Brighton?
What we got rid of?
Got
Oh, sorry,
Brighton
FA
on
Cup
Sunday.
Brighton, innit?
Yeah,
Brighton on
Right,
Saturday.
right. Yeah. So going into that Brighton game, are you now happy with the dealings we've done, the outgoings, and when you see that squad on the Brighton game, are you going to be sat there thinking, "I'm confident now for the remainder of the season"?
The reason why I'm confident, and I think you guys know this, is just that we kind of are getting two new signings. I mean Romero and Sonny. Romero coming in with Dyer and Davies. As Davies has shown an improvement, I think that is solid enough for that top 4 push. Having Sonny back and seeing what I would love to see Kulu play against Brighton. So when the League comes in, he can be either I assume it's going to be 3-5-2, but if it's a 3-4-3, he's there. And I think that is enough for us because now United they just lost a major player in Greenwood, for his actions. He deserves to be punished. And they were struggling before then. Arsenal, I don't think they have done enough, and they're going to play some tough games. And then we have the games at hand. I think it's going to be just enough because of Conte, because Romero's kind of like now a new signing, for us.
Yeah.
So I think it's going to. I'm more on the positive. Would I've liked to see a right wing back signed? Yes, I would have loved to see that. But I think we have enough to make that top 4 push. So I'm a bit more confident now.
Cool. Stuart, you're going to be assuming you're going to be at the Brighton game?
Oh no, I'm not at that one. My next home
Southampton?
game's Wolves. Wolves. Next one.
Right.
Yeah.
So going into that Wolves game,
Mm.
are you going to be happy with the outgoings and incomings?
Yeah, like I say, like I've talked about before, I think it gives us players who aren't being shoehorned into certain roles. It gives us 2 players that know absolutely full on how to play those roles and how to do it really well at a very, very high level. And we've got out a bunch of players. Let's park Hill because that's a sensible loan for a very young player. But the other 3, getting that negativity, that toxicity out of the squad is going to be. I think that alone will have such a massive impact on the atmosphere within the training ground and the squad and stuff like that. And you can't. That's really hard to sort of gauge sort of the level of impact that can have on performance. So. I think it will take a week or 2, but like Mari said, having Son coming back from injury, having Romero come back, because I don't think Romero's hardly played under Conte, has he? Because he got injured just after he came when he was on international duty. So I don't think he's actually played. I don't think he's actually played properly for Conte. So that would be amazing. So I think. I'm like Mario. I'm pretty positive. We've got games in hand. The teams around us, none of them have strengthened unless some of them drop some amazing transfers in the next hour and 5 minutes. For me, it's just about, as always with us, because we're not a Chelsea, we're not a Man City. It's certain injuries to certain players, and can we cope with those injuries? And that's always the problem we've got at the moment. But I think that will be addressed. I think it'll be addressed more in the summer. So let's go for it. I think he'll go with a settled squad now. I don't think we'll see as many changes unless there's people that need to be rested or pick up little injuries. I think he will try and go to like a really settled 11 now, like he did at Inter in their title challenge and stuff. So I'm excited to see how it's going to be when we come back to games.
Cool, Mike.
Yeah, I probably agree with what Stuart said. I think the squad, we've trimmed the squad down a little bit, and there'll be, like Stuart says, I think you'll see a far more settled 11. And even if there is changes, the changes that will happen, it's just be tweaks to team selection, depending on whether they play midweek or at the weekend or whatever. And depending on, I mean, we've only got two competitions now, haven't we? We've got the league and the FA Cup, so we haven't got to worry about these silly midweek games all over Europe and Timbuktu and beyond. So, don't get me wrong. I mean, I would have loved to have seen a second striker. But I get why we may have not. If we could only get a couple in, I can kind of see maybe why he's decided to go for a right winger. I mean, he has got options. When we look at it, like we're all crying out for a second striker, he has got options to see us through the next 5 months. If push comes to shove and Kane get injured, he could put Son there. He could put Bergwijn's prove that he can play up top when called upon. But it's about giving these, like Bergwijn, you can't just expect him to come in for one game and then not play the next game. They've got to have a consistent run of games to get the best out of these. And I think, Romano's put on Twitter that Bergwijn's not going anywhere. That's completely off the table now. I think it came in the last hour. So, so I would expect to probably start seeing a bit more of Bergwijn. If we're going 3-5-2, I could probably see Bergwijn starting a few games, to be fair, because he offers he offers us something different up front because he's got that pace that Kane hasn't, and Kane's got the vision to put Bergwijn through,
like he did against Leicester.
Exactly that. And I think if you've got Kulu, if you've got Son either side, it gives us this. I just think the dynamics will be slightly different. I know we're heavily relying on the fact that we don't want injuries to key positions, i.e. we don't want any more injuries to Romero or Dyer. We can't afford any injuries to Son when he comes back, and we can't afford any injuries to Kane. They're the key positions, I think. Well, and also you could argue if Lloris gets injured, that's a key position, because I haven't got full confidence in Galini, but we just got to trust. We just got to trust Conte and Paratici. They've obviously wanted to trim down the squad. Whether we do get anyone in between now and the sort of the deadline, that remains to be seen. But
yeah. So, final question, and I want a simple yes or a no. I don't want anything more. Just a yes or a no, or I'll cut you off. So, do you think Conte will be sat at home now thinking, I'm happy and content with what's just happened in this window? Maury, yes or no?
Yes.
What's that? What was that?
That was a yes.
Yes. Do you think he's going to be happy?
Reluctant,
yes. Okay, Mike.
Mate, I want to say maybe, but I can't. So I'm going I'm going with what Mari said. I'm going reluctant yes.
You're reluctant yes. And Stuart?
More confident yes.
Okay, so we've got 3 yes confidence. That's fine. I mean, it's, you know what, I think he's been pushing all window to try and get players into the squad. And I think not only was he pushing to get players in, I think most importantly, he's realised that I need to get a lot of these players out. And the 3 players, in particular with GLC and Ndombele and Dele. And I think, personally, he'll be content that he's brought in 2 players, but he's going to be so relieved. And I think Daniel Levy's going to call him into the office tomorrow morning or pat him on the back and say, you've just got rid of 3 players that have been deadwood under Mourinho, Nuno and Pochettino. So well done on that. I mean, we've not got much transfer fees, but it's they're out the door.
And those players that he's brought in, they are adaptable in terms of they can play anywhere. Like Ben, from what I've read, Bentancur can play anywhere along in the midfield, right wing. Apparently, he can play right and left wing, centre mid, etc. And Kulu can play. Well, apparently he can play either on the right. Well, apart from on the flanks, I'm sure I saw him at Parma as a box-to-box midfielder. I'm sure that was his natural position, and he got moved out to the right wing, even though he's a left-footed right winger. But
yeah.
So they
right. So do you know
sense.
what? It's coming up to 9:58. I was expecting to use my breaking news thing more than once tonight, but it's not happened. It's not happened at all, and I don't think it's going to happen. I think now,
mate, it's done.
10 o'clock. I think it's done. I don't think there's anyone coming in unless Dembele and Morata comes in at the last minute, and if they're working, I know Chelsea apparently and Spurs are working on deals to get Dembele, but for us it's too complicated. But for Chelsea, it might happen, but who knows?
I can't see Juve letting us have a third player.
I know this is it.
Well, I know he's Atletico in technically, isn't he? But
yeah. Weston McKinney's put quite an interesting post on that Twitter's picked up, where he said to Kulu and Bentancur, "Wish you all the best, bros. You and Kulu take care of each other. See you soon." Ooh. In the summer, hopefully.
See you meaning what? See you soon at Tottenham, or does it mean see you soon?
Hopefully. That'd be great.
Hopefully. But
thing is, though, you don't need more central midfielders unless they're creative.
This is the problem, innit? This is the problem because
we're overloaded now. Well, not overloaded, but we've got enough of the Skips, the Højbjergs, the Weeks type players.
Absolutely. Right, so we're heading into the so-called final hour of the transfer window, and I'm just watching Aaron Ramsey come out of the Rangers, wherever he is, with his shirt on and his scarf, waving it to everyone. So, thank you very much for having to come on my show tonight. Thank you for this transfer deadline day special. Stuart, where can people find you apart from Tottenham Hotspur Football Ground screaming and shouting? Where else can they find you?
Well, at least I won't have to listen to the two old boys behind me slagging Dele off all the time now. That's going to be nice. Creative SKG on Twitter. Generally ranting about Tottenham and various other things that do my nut in. But yeah, that's the main place people can find me and follow me.
Wicked. And Maury, I wonder what channel you're from. Spurs channel, obviously. Where can people find you?
I've changed the name. It was Maury from that Spurs episode, but I shortened it. And so it's now Maury's Spurs channel. People can find me there. We have a new show, which is called Spurs Tavern. Basically talks about Spurs and the world of soccer. So there may be some subjects like, about the AFCON, is it disrespected? We had to reschedule a show about women in football, and we were going to have awareness about women who sexist abuse. And so I'm working with trying to get someone from Her Game too to come in, but we had to kind of schedule that. So a bit serious. And then on Wednesday nights, we do talk about content of the game, but it's a little bit more relaxed, more fun. The Spurs Love Lounge.
Love Lounge, famous Love Lounge.
And I'm actually working on a schedule.
Sorry, guys. Sorry to interrupt you. But Crystal Palace have signed John Philippe Mateta. That's just great.
You interrupted Maury for that?
I have to. You know what? We're breaking news not only for Tottenham Hotspur.
Breaking news.
I know, but we're breaking news for everyone. But sorry, Maury, to interrupt you there. Carry on.
No. I'm thinking it's Lepley or Spencer.
You know what? For a split second, I thought maybe Lamptey was speaking about it.
I was getting excited there.
I'm getting excited. Oh yeah. But I'm working on a schedule to get one of you guys one at a time on the Love Lounge, and just be able to relax, talk about Spurs, and just some of the fun topics we talk about the team and Spurs culture. So be able to at that channel.
Listen, let me tell you something, yeah? The only person that's going to come on your Love channel, is Darius, Darius. You've got Darius all over it, yeah? The rest of us, mate, it's not happening. He's not happy.
Right now, isn't he?
He's in love. Bit of Barry White.
You're a singer, so I'm gonna get you on there. We do a lot of singing. Mike, you got Mike there because I think Mike can do captions. Mike can do captions. But Sam, I'm gonna get Sam on there. I'm gonna get Sam on there. Father, I already got there.
Do you remember that song? Yeah, there was a song, right? That was called No, 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 No.
Yeah,
no, there's no limit. So for me, there's no limit on that one. I'm not coming on there.
I got ways. Oh man!
But listen, guys, it's been an absolute pleasure talking everything Tottenham and the transfer news. I was hoping to give you some massive breaking news in terms of getting some Tottenham players in, but unfortunately, we've not managed to do it. So until the next time, guys, you guys are gonna have to come on Paxton Road. Any of our shows, you've got to come back on. Stuart, it's been a while, so we need you back.
Yeah, I'll try and get on him more.
Yes, please. Yes, please. And obviously, myself and Mike are always around. So, yeah, 2 in, 4 out at the moment. Well, 3 out because Dele's not confirmed. Still not confirmed, Mike. Still not confirmed. So,
yeah, we're still on though, aren't we? Now we're going. What's it now? Next, who's on next?
It's me, yourself, Sam. I think Darius and Jody. But let's see what happens. Who comes on? But it's been an absolute pleasure, guys. Just before we go, please like, subscribe, and follow these guys as well, and keep in touch. Yeah, thank you very much, guys.
See you later, guys.
See you later. Take care. Hello and welcome back, guys. I'm loving the transitioning that we're having in between the shows, mate.
It's good, isn't it? It's good, isn't it?
It's wicked. That music as well. It's so upbeat, and it's not one of them where you fall asleep. It keeps you, and waiting. How are we, boys? How are we? Sean, Sam, been a while.
Yes, we did the early shift. We got on and off quick, didn't we, Sean? Sean's been on. This is his third. This is his third time. He's been on 3 times now.
Yep. I've managed to survive until 10 o'clock, and I've just been watching Sky Sports News.
Nothing.
Yeah.
Nothing.
Absolutely nothing.
I think Alistair Gold has already called it. He said that there's nothing happening now.
I don't think so.
So I'm still sticking with my 5 out of 10 for the transfer window.
Lovely.
And he's getting the 5. He's getting the paracetamol. Was getting the 5 for the for the getting rid of folk.
Sid, you was asking about that, whether Conte would think it was a good window and a yes or no answer. I would say he would probably say no, if I'm honest with you, because I don't think he's filled all the positions that I think he would have liked to have filled. However, if there was it's okay answer, I think he would have said it's okay because you've got some them players out, as we've mentioned. The party pop. I've not seen the party poppers for Dele yet, but I'll be definitely doing some of that.
I don't reckon.
There's some doubt as to whether he's.
Oh no! Please don't say that.
Bothered to get out of his pit to go and sign the paperwork.
It's the paperwork, isn't it? That's holding him up. I saw it on the what's name. It's like he's had his medical, having his medical. This is a couple of hours ago, and he's yet to actually sign the paperwork. I'm like,
listen.
Well,
as long as they submit it before a certain time, even if it goes to 11,
they can apply for extension.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So they'll probably
I think if I'm right, he was waiting for Christina to come off the show because he was going to ask her for her advice because obviously she's got contacts in it, so she's waiting for Christina Zandes to give him the authorization. She don't want him to go like me, but I think
what? You still sticking by that, Sid? What are you doing?
No. He's got to go for the right reasons, and I tell you what, I am relishing looking at their midfield, Everton with Van der Beek, Dele Alli, and I think Everton are going to have an interesting second half of the season with Frank Lampard in charge. I think they're going to surprise a few people with that what they bought in personally. But that's what I'm saying.
Gray's not been performing that well though recent, has he?
No.
don't know if is he hit. Do you think he's hit the heights of how good he can be, and now he's just settling into that period of right. This is my level now. At the beginning, I was.
I mean, who knows about the turmoil in that club with Benitez and the fans and.
Yeah.
I mean that's So what's your big story of the day? Do you think? For me, it's Eriksen coming back to the Premier League.
Yeah. Do you know what? Now we're in the final hour, right? There's nothing much going on.
Sorry, I was going to say it's the Aubameyang thing for me. The Aubameyang thing going to bloody bar. They gave him away. They let him go for free.
Who's going to pay for him? Let's be honest. Are you going to pay 300 grand a week?
The thing is, that's the problem. His problem was the wages. Had he not been on them wages, that's a bargain to get him. You can't. He's a proven goal scorer.
He couldn't hit a barn door with a machine gun.
I disagree. For Arsenal, he can't because he's not wanted to perform at Arsenal. But he's a goal scorer. He's a goal scorer. 100%.
Crazy stat for you. Crazy stat. We offered Adama Traore 120 grand a week.
They've offered him 15.
Barcelona, and he's on
15k a week. Yeah,
15k.
It's his old club, isn't it? He's gone back there to his old club, and obviously Champions League football. And it's Barcelona. I mean, let's be honest. Even in the turmoil that Barcelona are having, what player is going to turn down Barcelona for Spurs?
That's a big drop in wage, man.
What was he on at Wolves? He must have been on more than that.
He's a millionaire already, though, isn't he?
Well, apparently he's also got a truckload of baby oil as well thrown in. So, you know what I mean. But
the other thing as well, he's reunited with Martin Brathwaite, who he was at Middlesbrough with.
Yeah,
well, he's on decent bonuses there. I'd imagine he's got some decent bonuses. But 15 grand a week. Some youth academy players are on that sort of money, aren't they?
There'll be players.
He's probably got target. He's probably got target incentives, hasn't he? Like play so many games 100%. Or.
He's got a target at the back of the ground with a big thing to say American football goals, and he's got to kick it over there. Yeah, that's his target, isn't it?
He's going to be stuffed if he's got a goals. He's got to get a certain amount of goals to get a certain amount of money. He's going to be stuffed there. Yeah. But for me personally, I'm not bothered if we did go in for him and he's chosen Barcelona over us. I'm happy for him to have done that because I think I just don't rate him for where we want him or what we need him for. Right wing back.
I know that's the problem, isn't it? But going back to what Sam was saying about Aubameyang, I think the reason he's gone there is because Arteta said, "I trust you no one." So you've got to let him go. Trusty no one, because they've bought that trusty whoever played they've bought, haven't they? Right. So we're now 50 minutes left. I think we've agreed that I don't think there's going to be any other major signings. Dele's just come up now. They're still saying that Dele's not been done yet, so they're still waiting for the Dele Alli confirmation. However, I will go back to the question I asked at the end of the show, previous one, and what Sam started off by answering. So we can talk about that a little bit more. And it is, do you think Conte is actually happy now with the outgoings and the incomings? Because me personally, we've got rid of potentially four players, right? 2, maybe 3 or 4 of them creative midfielders on the day. And if given the chance, they could have been absolute worldies. We've brought in 2 players. Okay, they're both from Juventus. One's like a midfielder, one's a winger stroke striker. The question is, we had a few games where with the injuries, our bench was weak, right? We had youngsters in there. This, to me, doesn't make it any better because we've lost 4 and brought in 2. So we're already 2 down quality players that we're going to have to fill that bench. If, lo and behold, something happens, we're going to have to bring in youngsters. Do you think then on that, Conte will be happy?
I don't think we're any weaker, Sid, because the players that we've got rid of weren't playing.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, so I think, and it's he's got rid of some toxicity in the squad. I think it's I think he'll be he'll accept that it's the first step, and he won't have allowed those two guys to come from Juve if he hadn't put his own marker down and said that I'll take those. Yeah.
Yeah,
I mean, they said at Inter he wanted Kulaszewski.
Yeah, he's been after him for a while, hasn't he?
Yeah, so I think that's a Conte thing. And to be honest, his creativity comes from the wide area. My concern is that we haven't done anything for the right hand side of our in terms of wing backs, you know.
Yeah, Mike. Question for you then: Are you still sticking to we should have bought at the back a centre back?
This is difficult because it's January, isn't it? And we know, and everyone knows this. We've probably all mentioned it numerous times. January being it's a difficult time of the year for us to get the volume of players that we probably need in to sort of be satisfied, or for Conte to be happy that I've had a decent incoming of players that I can sit down and be like, I'm happy with that. I mean, no manager's going to be happy, or they're never going to be happy, and no fans are going to be happy with we've only just signed 2. I would have liked to see more. We all would like more in an ideal world, but I still stick with my guns on this. I mean, I would have liked personally, and this probably comes no shock. I've already mentioned it to you, Sid, and it probably comes no shock to Sean. But one of the player on the top of my list would have been Doherty to go. And I don't know, I'm repeating myself, like with the hour we've just had, Sid. But I think if we'd got rid of Doherty, then we probably would have pushed harder for a right wing back. But because Doherty's still there, and we've got Emerson, Tanganga potentially can play there as well. You don't want to be overloaded. I know you could argue the quality of what we have. Yeah, that quality could be debated all day long, but we can't have an overload of players on that right flank that would potentially fill that right wing back role. But I personally would have, centre back. I would have liked to have seen another centre back come in, just because we've seen it now, like with Romero and Dyer out. Yeah, we've done okay with the games that we've played with Tanganga. Who is it? Tanganga, Sanchez, and Davis. But when we come up against the big boys, i.e., your Chelsea, if we had a replacement for, as I say, a top left centre back who could probably play in the centre of that back three, we might have been okay. But I just feel I would have liked to have seen a centre back come in, because to make it hard to be hard to beat. If you catch my drift, I'd rather us be harder to beat than have to sort of play a game of, right, you're going to have to outscore the opposition to stand a chance of winning games and stuff. I know there's counter arguments to that, etc. But for me, I'd rather us just be that more difficult to beat, because the difference between being difficult to beat and scoring more goals, you could argue that if we were difficult to beat against Chelsea, we could have potentially picked up a point if we saw the game out and it was 0-0 or whatever. I mean, all of us would have been probably happy with 1 point rather than nothing if it meant we just shut up shop and keep Chelsea out. That point could be the difference between Champions League football and not. So that's my philosophy and my sort of that's my opinion. I would have liked to see a centre back, but I'm not complaining with the signings that we made. As I say, I hope they come in and do great for us.
Sure. I mean, no one really bought a centre back this window.
Yeah, I know.
I mean, the only centre back I know is the guy that's left Brighton to go to Newcastle, and he's a Jordan. You know what I mean? So they've exploited a kind of family link, in order to get a centre back. So I don't.
What's his name? Carlos. Is it Carlos?
No, he said no. He didn't want to go there.
No.
No, he didn't want to go to Newcastle, and then we went in for it.
Why did we go for it? Yeah,
apparently we did, but then I have no idea what happened. But you didn't want to sign for them.
With him, Dyer, and Romero.
Yeah.
That's the difference between being able to keep out a team like Chelsea and your Man Cities and your Liverpools. But I know it's hindsight, isn't it? And it's all hypothetical. But
I mean, but to finish top 4, we need to beat the teams around us.
Yeah.
You know, we don't need to beat City or Liverpool we don't have to play Chelsea again, thank God. But you know, we just have to beat the teams around us and the teams below us. And I think with what we've got at the moment, we should be able to do that.
But what happens if teams, if you're Man United and your Arsenals are doing exactly the same with us? Then it will come to the teams that are above us, who we've got to get a result against. Which I don't know.
Well, obviously, we've got to beat Arsenal. We've got to beat Man U.
Yeah, and don't forget,
Arsenal. You could argue Arsenal aren't even an issue at the moment. If they've got, they've got Eddie from North London, and who's the other one? Laka, no goals. Where's their goals coming from? They're in trouble.
Probably. Villa and Everton have strengthened, so they're going to cause some teams problems.
Yeah,
I know they're not going to be top 6, but they're going to give the teams that want to get into the Champions League places, they're going to give them a run for their money, and they're going to try and take some points off them. But the question I was going to ask is, why do you think then Tanganga, Emerson, well, not Emerson, but Tanganga, Doherty, why do you think they weren't allowed to leave either on loan or sold? Because there was a lot of hype, especially with Tanganga, about going to Milan and a couple of others, and it was almost done deal. He was on his way there, blah, blah, blah. So what makes you think now that stopped? Do you think Conte said, I don't want to get rid of him because I don't have anyone else to go and buy? Or is it just the fact that nobody wanted them?
Who knows? I mean, it could have just been a deflection. On Milan were linked with another English centre back, weren't they? Yeah. I can't remember who it was now, but yeah, there was. You know, who knows?
It's a weird one.
Again, we've got, you know, there's the homegrown issue for us.
Doesn't Doherty? I think Doherty doesn't he? Oh no, it's in Europe. He counts as overseas, doesn't he?
Yeah.
In England, he still counts as homegrown. But I think Tanganga in particular. I think you keep him purely on the base that because of his versatility, he could play anywhere across that back three. He can play right wing back, so you could play him in a number of positions if we're struggling. I don't know if COVID's an issue or if players are injured. Tanganga's got versatile, isn't he? Doherty, mate, I couldn't tell you. I don't know. Like Sean says, why would you keep Doherty? That's a
well,
unless
you know, in that cameo role at Leicester, Conte sees something to work on. That's all I can think of.
And then on the plus of that is he has used Doherty on both flanks, and maybe he just thinks for the next 5 months I'll just keep him just in case I need him. But then you'd hope Session and Reguilon and Emerson and I don't know Tanganga are all remaining fit. We don't have to utilise Doherty much, but yeah.
Let's see what Sam's got to say about that. Sam, we were just discussing why Tanganga, Doherty weren't sold, and why didn't we solve the centre-back issue as well? What's your thoughts on that?
I don't think we could have got a replacement. I don't think the Traore thing, well, you know my thoughts on that. I don't think that was the right decision to try and get him as a converted wing-back. I don't think they could have got a player that they wanted. You know, if you're going to go and get a top quality player, you're going to have to spend some money in this window. I don't think they were prepared to do that. I also think with Doherty having that almost like a bit of a renaissance, we can call it a denaissance if you want to call it that, if you want to do the same thing with Winks, he's probably given himself time to the end of the season for Conte to really just see. We've got Emerson, and we could also play, I guess, if you wanted to push Tanganga there. And if you really, really wanted to really push it, you could probably play Lucas there at a push. So you probably got a choice of 4 players there that could play that. Even Davinson Sanchez has played as a right-sided player. I wouldn't play him there as a wing back, but I'm just saying if you had to be desperate. So I think they're going to wait until the summer, and they'll probably try to go for someone like a Lamptey. I would like to see that sort of thing happen. In terms of what was the other player you mentioned?
Tanganga and
Tanganga. We can't afford to lose him, can we? Do you know what I mean? We ain't got no centre backs. Had they gone out and got centre back, maybe, but can't afford to get him.
But he was heavily linked, though, weren't he? He was heavily linked to leave, and then all of a sudden, just a quick one. Juice Nuts is saying here, how many top 4 teams have we to play the remainder of the season? That could be the difference for top 4. I think
we've got to go
Arsenal,
to Liverpool. We've got to go to Man City.
Man United. Have we played United twice?
Yes, no, we've got to go to Man United. So we've got
Arsenal.
3 away games against the teams that we're not going to get any points from.
And we've got Arsenal. And we've got West Ham as well, haven't we?
Come to us. We've got Wolves
West
as well.
Ham have come to us.
And we've got West Ham. So we've got all the teams in and around us. We have got
all the teams in and around us, yeah. So Juice, we've got a lot of teams. So there's a lot of points to play for, and it's going to be taking points of each other, basically. And it's going to be win games. It's going to be must-win games. Simple as.
This is why my thoughts on the centre-back situation. Make yourselves hard to beat, and then you stand a chance with the players that we've got. If you keep the back line tight and you shut up shop, with the players that we've got, you always fancy your chances of getting goals with Kane, Son, Mora, Bergwijn, the new signings that we've just added.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But I don't know.
I think we've got to be lucky. We've got to be lucky now with injuries, haven't we? If we have another injury to Dyer or Romero, we are shafted. If they can stay fit to the end of the season, I think we've got a good chance of top 4. But that still depends on the 2 players coming in, at least being able backups, if not starters, for us to be able to say, right. Because we know we couldn't rely. We talked about this earlier. We couldn't rely on Dele Alli to come off the bench. We couldn't rely on Tanguy to come off the bench. Couldn't rely on Lo Celso to come off the bench. However, if you take them out, which they've now gone, the players that are left, who should be able to come in, the likes of Winks, the likes of Bentancur. Obviously, if Kulaszewski starts or he's not a starter, he's going to be there or thereabouts. If he doesn't start, you've got, if he starts, should I say, then you've got, what's his name, Lucas to come on. All these players are going to make the effort to play for Spurs as opposed to them other lot. So, I'm okay with the window, but I don't know if Conte would say, yes, he's happy with it. He'd probably come and say that on camera, but behind the scenes, I'm not sure.
The only positive I'm really taking from the window is the fact that it's Paxton has actually done something he couldn't do at Juventus, and he got rid of players. True. So, I mean that's a positive. I'm these players, they've got to hit the ground running, and it's a bit of a gamble with no width on the right, no right wing back. I think that's my concern.
Yeah. So
I think we're going to finish 5th or 6th. To be fair,
you don't think top 4?
We're not going to get top 4, no.
Okay. Mike, Dinosaur saying here, Sven Botman is your left-footed centre back, 6'4", 30 million in the summer. Is he somebody you would want Spurs to go for?
He's an upgrade. He's definitely an upgrade on Davis. So I wouldn't say no to Botman. The thing is,
but aren't other people going to go for that?
Well, this is it. This is where it comes down to the fact that we'll soon see who wants to pay for Paxton and Conte, because, like you say, there is going to be a host of clubs after Botman, but it's you can only hope that Paxton and Conte have that pulling power on the fact that come and play for a world-class manager. I'm on a rebuild. You sell the dream to that player, and you can only, well, I say the dream, depends if we've got Champions League football or not, but you just got to hope that the sort of pulling power of Paxton and Conte works in our favour. But yeah, I mean, but the thing is, you bring in whoever we bring in now. Or I say now, it's unlikely we're going to get anyone now, but whoever we bring in the summer, you'd hope they come in, improve that first 11, and that first 11 will improve our bench, because you'd hope that they would just drop down to the bench, and then all of a sudden you start having the starting of a strong squad, don't you?
You also got to take. Sorry, go on, Mike.
No, I was just going to say, so if someone comes in and replaces Davis, then hopefully Davis would drop to the bench. And he'd be a good squad player to have. Like, I'd have him as a backup to whoever it is on the left, either as a left back or left wing back or a left centre back. He could play anywhere on that left flank, so it wouldn't be a bad option to have on the bench going forward in a rebuild, would he?
Yeah, I was just going to add to that. Don't underestimate the actual pre-season as well. That's what Conte's actually said. This is his first time to be at a club where he's not started a pre-season. That whole side of things, he's able to develop these players, because you can imagine he's only had 2 weeks at the most in the international break to do something. With some of these players not missing and not being available, you can't get the coaching right. You can't get what you want to do right in that time. Pre-season, all these players are around. He will be able to get that done. Bring in the better players as well. I think we'll have a good start to the season, but we're still going to need more players in. But don't underestimate that pre-season with Conte. I think that if, you know what I mean, I hope, well, I say hope. I can't see him not being there, because I think the transfer window in the summer is going to be the big one.
Darius, question for you.
Hello, Sid. Hello.
How are you? You've been well?
Very good. Very good.
Good. Question for you then. Double barrel question. Are you happy with the in and out goings? And secondly, do you think Conte now will be sat at home satisfied with what's happened in this window?
So at the start, or not even at the start, but at about 8 o'clock, I was not very happy looking at sort of incomings and outgoings. I saw 3 centre mids go, 1 come in, and 1 right winger come in, and no wingers actually leave. Or maybe, well, Brian Hill left, but again, hasn't really played that much. So thought to myself, that's not a very good window if I think about it. The squad's been thinned. If any injuries happen, it's going to get very, very sort of, you're going to push your luck with sort of the players that you've got. And then I sort of looked at it and thought, well, he's sort of done a lot of business that needed to be done, or potentially would have been done in the summer earlier, and also potentially could increase the value of these players sent out on loan. If Dele Alli, Dele Alli's not on loan, Dele Alli's permanent, but he's technically gone on a free. Dele Alli has a blinder and finds his form back, we will get £40 million for him. If he doesn't, we're still going to get 10 million. I said we're not going to get more than 15 million for Dele Alli, so I'm not that bothered about that. With Brian Hill, I'm happy with him going out on loan if he plays every single game for Valencia. I think he just needs game time. I know people say he needs to play in the league, but I do understand that. But I also think at the same time, I think of players like Jadon Sancho, who were playing in the Bundesliga and was just playing. And obviously, Phil Foden's an example of sort of being nurtured by Pep. And Jadon Sancho is an example of sort of playing every single game and maximizing your sort of your progression.
Yeah, but there's an equivalence between the Bundesliga and the Premier League.
Yeah, but this is
between La Liga and the Premier League.
See, I think La Liga. So what, you're saying that the Bundesliga is what, somewhat easier?
No. That it's
similar pace, I would imagine.
Yeah,
it's similar pace. It is similar pace, but in terms of sort of the La Liga, I do believe that if you're playing for a Valencia team, and Valencia aren't doing very great at the moment, I do think if he's an important part of that team, he will have to sort of play as well as he's done for Elche. I mean, he played for a relegation side and still managed to bag sort of 4 assists and stuff. So I do think that him just being in the team and playing minutes and sort of just actually developing his football will just help. And then I just think in that January window, this January window sort of just gone, you've dealt with all of the outgoings that you need to sort of maybe deal with in the summer, and you can now focus solely on incomings. So I do imagine that it will be a case of bringing players in straight away in the summer, as opposed to waiting 30 days or waiting till the end, because you've got the likes of Ndombele, Lo Celso already out. And if these players do well on loan, they're going to go for their options to buy. And if Ndombele kills it and they actually, for some crazy reason, pay 65 million euros, you're going to be laughing. So, and if Lo Celso goes, you've made your money, then you can go and get these players straight away that you want to target. I've heard that Di Maurizio said that we've offered Dybala a pre-contract. So I do think that Paratici probably thought, okay, we're not going to get any high quality players in. Let me make sure that I get everybody that I want out in the summer now. And then we can just basically from the summer work on the players coming in. And I do think Stuart Gallop put a screenshot of the squad and the bench. I do actually think the squad's good enough with the outgoings to actually get top 4. I don't think that, I think that the bench that was displayed was sort of players who actually want to play for the club, and maybe not as talented as Ndombele and potentially Lo Celso and Ali, but definitely much more motivated. And those
Don't
three
worry
players,
about that talent, because Tango weren't playing for us, was he?
Exactly. Those three
players.
Just
remember the last game he played for us when he was walking off that pitch. Even if he'd have stayed, we're never going to see him.
Those 3 players had not had any significant sort of impact in our squad for a good 3 months now. So I'm not bothered about seeing them go.
Interestingly enough, they've already put on the Spurs website the on loan players Brian Hill, Giovanni, and Tanguy are now on the on loan section. But more worryingly, Dele Alli is still in the squad.
Yeah, no,
he's gone on a permanent. He's gone on a permanent.
No, he's not done.
He's not gone anywhere. He's not gone anywhere.
Okay, that's only because Newcastle were trying to hijack because of the Jesse Lingard thing happening. That's what I've heard.
It's not been confirmed. It's still not confirmed.
It's not because he's not going to sign. It's because Newcastle are trying to hijack the deal.
Well, I'm scared.
I think Dele Alli's not playing for Tottenham.
Question for the panel.
Go on.
We have bought 2 players on loans. Right.
We bought 1 on loan, haven't we?
No, 1 on loan.
Bentancur's permanent.
Yeah, Rodrigo's permanent.
Well, that means that we've committed some money in the future.
Yeah.
So that won't be available in the summer.
Yeah, I do hear that, and also Romero has to be paid for in the summer as well.
Yeah, 42. There's 42.
Bentancur, if that's how you pronounce his surname, I've seen his deals. It's over 3 years, over 3 seasons. We're paying for him, so we've
$5 million a year, really. Truly.
$5 million a year, which is quite clever in itself. I think that reduces our outlay up front for the summer drastically. So I think that's where we're just going to be quite clever in how we're doing deals, and that if that's how PRTv wants to operate, and we're spreading our payments over the seasons, and.
Do you think it is proactiveness?
If we want to get an elite player in a problem position for us, and maybe an English player, for example, we're going to have to spend big. And I just
100%.
I'd just be concerned that the deals that we've tied up at the moment has committed us to expenses which will make it more difficult for us to.
But like how they've structured these deals, there's going to be some right accountancy, jiggery pokery to structure these deals. I can see that happening. Yeah. But I think the more important thing, the reason why them deals are maybe structured like that is because of the players that we still got on our roster. If you still had, it was probably touch and go whether Tanguy was going to go or not. And if you're still paying him 200 grand a week, or certainly some parts to his wages, which apparently we're doing, the outlay is going to have to be significantly less until that changes. So in 6 months' time, if we then get 54 million back for him, happy days. We're on. But if not, maybe not.
I'll be very, very shocked if Leon paid the same money.
Leon, I'll do this.
Darius, I'll give you for example, right? They've got a very canny owner, Leon.
Yeah.
What he might do, he may pre-sell Ndombele to PSG.
Yeah.
Right, and then he'll pay us, but he'll have
basically what will happen
and then
with
go and buy
Romero.
another cheaper player replacement. That's his model. He buys.
The only thing I can think of though is they literally just lost Bruno. Obviously, Bruno Guimaraes went to Newcastle, so they do have sort of 50 million floating. Are they going to just see Ndombele as that direct replacement for him and just say, look, we know what you can do, we're going to take you? But I don't know. I can't imagine they're going to spend that money on him again. It just for me.
Who was his partner when he was at Lyon before?
Oh,
who was the sort of?
I'm going to find out for you.
He'll do fabulously well at Lyon. He's back home pretty much. He's back in a league that's not that quick. There's only really PSG, Marseille. There's a few teams are knocking about, but he's going to be one. He's happy. He's happy. Yeah. So that should at least give him 20-30% extra than what he was here. And on top of the fact that it's not the same league, I think hopefully, like you said, if we get that Del Trotta move from that, what's his name? Where has he gone? Leon, the president from Leon. If he does that Del Trotta move and sells him to PSG, that would be fantastic, because at least we know we're going to get this money in. That's the only reason I think we're going to have a problem in the summer if Dembele's not gone. Oh, sorry, Dembele. Tanguy's not gone.
I think they'll do that. I think that is exactly what he's going to do. He's going to get him back to Lyon, try and get him back to his best, and then they'll try, because they know Spurs don't want him. They know we want to get rid of him, so they'll try and negotiate a deal with PSG, and then they'll do it that way. I guarantee you that's what's going to happen. They're going to be very coy about it, and we're going to end up getting smashed as always, as we always do.
Hopefully not.
Hopefully not.
Danny is saying here, have we signed anyone? I don't know where this guy.
Danny's having a laugh. That's what he's doing.
We've loaned everyone.
Yeah, we haven't got anyone left. apart from Dele and Ndombele, they're staying.
So, Darius,
Hello.
are Newcastle going to avoid the drop?
Oh, 100%. Bruno Guimaraes gives 100%. That I don't know if you know how good that player is. Jack Kinnicky, I have to admit, I was really sleeping on him, and I decided to sort of watch him and see how good he was. He could get into any top 6 team without a doubt. That sort of secures them to top 4. And then if you actually look at how they've reconstructed their defense, you've got Matt Target, Dan Burn, Kieran Trippier, and then it will be Lascelles, I'm assuming. That's completely different. And Matt Target's a very, very good player. I mean, Luca Digne went to Aston Villa and they did a smart deal and got him on loan. And he was really good last year. So, I mean, their defense is improved. You've got Bruno Guimaraes and John Joe Shelby. You can distribute like it's nothing, spraying balls. And then up front, you've got sort of Chris Wood and Callum Wilson, who I think is a pretty good partnership, in my opinion. I mean, I would have taken Chris Wood at Tottenham if you'd offered him the money, but 25 million is a lot of money to spend. But again, I actually think that Burnley's probably done a better job. I think Burnley are the ones to talk about more than Newcastle. Burnley have done good business.
Why couldn't we go for him?
Burnley have done great business.
They could flog a dead horse, couldn't they?
Let me just give you these. This is the bottom 5 in terms of games played and points, and then you can see, because we're talking about these teams, and it's going to be a dogfight down there. Burnley have played 18.
That's going to be the most interesting bit of the league.
100%. Burnley have played 18. They're on 12 points. Watford played 20. Are on 14 points. Newcastle played 21. Are on 15. So that's the bottom 3. Then you've just got above them Norwich on 22 played, 16 points. Everton 20 played, 19 points. Then you've got Leeds 21 played, 22 points. So I think Leeds should be out of it. So if you're looking at that bottom 5, including Everton, Norwich, Newcastle, Watford, and Burnley, Everton have significantly strengthened. Norwich have as well. Newcastle have. Norwich have got a new manager. Burnley have got less games of played. They would normally know what to do, because Sean, it's going to be horrible down there. So I'm not guaranteeing Newcastle.
I think it's Norwich and Watford, and then it's the big shock is either Newcastle or Burnley. Everton, I think, will get out of it. Leeds, I think Leeds might creep back into it if they're not careful. I know they kept Rafinha and Phillips, but it's just I can't see Burnley or Newcastle going down. So, and I can't see Everton going down. So the only other club that's near that is Leeds. That's my only reasoning for that, because Burnley's team, I think, are too good to go down now. I actually think they've improved significantly. I mean, Wout Weghorst he scored a lot of goals. He scored a lot of goals in the Bundesliga. He's 6'6", perfect for Burnley. So
yeah, he's going to be a handful as well. You don't want to
I'm telling you. I
think
Burnley.
You're not winning headers against him.
No chance.
You're going to have to be playing off the second ball all game. You're just going to be like, or you stop.
And Newcastle are going to have so much gas. It's going to be so that, like Sean said, that's going to be the one that's going to probably go to the wire. I think top 4 will probably go to the wire
on the last game of the season. Burnley and Newcastle.
Do they?
Oof.
Yeah.
Wow. That could be my. But Darius, why would Guimaraes, being the reputation that he's got and the quality he's got, why would he want to go to Newcastle?
Have a guess,
mate. Apart from the money.
So my thing is, I do think the money. Definitely the money's a thing, but also, you know what it is with these players. I think that he's been sort of on the radar and not really wanted to sign a contract for Leon for a while. And you know when a club don't really come in for you and show that concrete interest, then the one club that does really actually want you and put the money in straight away, don't haggle over bids. Newcastle wanted him, paid the money and got him. I just think that players see that as sort of a sign of respect and sign of, I want you at this club. And I think that he will now have something to prove, knowing also that he will probably be able to get a bigger move in 2 or 3 years' time as well. But I just think that
he may have a relegation clause as well.
That's what I was just going to add, Sean.
That's a very great point.
100% he's got a clause in there. What he's got to say to them, I'm not coming to you unless you put that clause in. They've got no choice but to put a clause, in my opinion. And he could probably almost negotiate that. I'll put in a 50 million. Because if he plays well and they stay up, he wins. If he plays well and they go down, he wins. So he's in a win-win situation. 100%.
100%. I think that if he doesn't have a relegation clause, I think a lot of those players, if they don't have relegation clauses, it'll be quite surprising. But again, I think when you strengthen that much, and we all mentioned that, if they actually do go out and spend the money, and they have spent it pretty smartly, to be fair, I don't see how Newcastle go down with their squad now. It's good enough to stay up, and
they are going to be buggers.
They'll be flying.
there'll be
Next
buggers to compete with in the summer.
Yep.
That's what I'm saying. If they don't go down next season, I was having this discussion at work with an Arsenal fan, and he said the same. He said, if they stay up, Tottenham and Arsenal next season are FCK'd, because if Newcastle spend bucks on players, they're just going to be the powerhouses, and we're going to be left standing. Daniel Levy's going to do his usual. How much is he worth? 50 million. I'll give you 5 million. Newcastle will come in and say, we'll give you 75 million.
They'll give you the money.
Thank you very much.
And the thing is, what scares me with Newcastle at the moment is when they first were sort of looking at players to sort of bring in, it almost seemed like or even the manager sort of situation, it seemed like they were panicking, but they still wanted to bring in a director of football, and their main target was Mark Overmars, who's at Ajax, and everybody knows how well Ajax is sort of run. So if they even bring in somebody like a Luis Campos, Mark Overmars, anybody like that, and they actually sort of bring in the structure into Newcastle as well, and then you've got the unlimited funds to back that structure, they'll be top 6 battling, like Sid said, next season easily if they can get somebody in to sort of guide them through that.
They could go and win the title.
I think
potentially. I'll go. Whoa, hold on, steady now, steady. I don't. No. Let's not get it silly. You can bring in all them players. It ain't gonna work like
South
Africa.
It don't work like that. The Saudi Arabians are absolutely adamant. They want.
Sorry, guys, just to interrupt you. This is an absolute bizarre loan signing, which I do not understand. Bournemouth have just signed Todd Cantwell on loan.
That's a good signing for them.
That's interesting.
They have been buying today like nobody's business. They're desperate to come back up, aren't they?
But for me, that's an absolute bizarre signing, because he could have got
can't do them breaking news like that and then announce his bloody Todd Cantwell going to Bournemouth. What are you doing to us, man?
No, right. Listen, somebody, I think you were just on about the contracts in players and clauses. Ricky's saying here, none of the players are meant to have release clauses. They've all bought into the project, relegation or not.
Interesting.
Yeah, and apparently he's saying
Ricky meant to.
Yeah. So
that's you wouldn't wipe your ass with that. That one. Meant to.
Oh dear. Dele Alli still not happened, guys. They're still reporting saying that he's still not signed.
We should all be scared. But
no, if he waltzes back through Hotspur away after this, I've cracked open my bottle of Patron for Dele Alli. I'm not going to be a happy bunny. I promise you that.
But no, seriously, do you not think if Newcastle stay up and they just flash the money that they are potentially title contenders?
Title contenders in 5 years.
Not 5 years, I could agree. Not next year.
I agree.
Not straight away.
No, not next season. No.
Hell no.
Top six, they can definitely go for next season. If they're going to spend 120 million and literally they threw 25 million at Chris Wood just to relegate Burnley. That's what I think they did. I think they wanted the easy way out and basically said, we're going to buy your best player and relegate you that way. And obviously Burnley responded quite well. But
you know what? If Newcastle get relegated, I'm going to be so happy.
It's going to look awful. But what I'm saying is, if they're willing to sort of throw 120 million like that, there's no possible. I'm telling you now,
endless money.
They will,
and they've got a really ruthless owner.
As much money.
The Saudis hate the other Emirates nations, so they're gonna throw everything at this.
I think they will.
It's all about sports washing.
And I think a lot of players will also be attracted to Newcastle, not just because of the money, but because of that whole atmosphere of that. And then you know very well, Sam, what the city of Newcastle is like on a home match day. It's very, very infectious. And I think a lot of players will gravitate towards that. These fans have been waiting for this now, so they're not going to be quiet anytime. So it's the perfect storm for Newcastle at the moment. If they decide to book their ideas up and really go for it, then I do believe that they could be top 6 battling next season with 4 or 5 more signings.
I think just I think Brentford are going to be the team that falls into that.
Well, even having signed Eriksen.
Yeah, I do. I think Brentford, if anybody.
Eriksen's a player. I know there's it's a debate about him playing in the UK or playing in England or should he have retired. But I would have taken him. I would have taken him for a freebie. I know he's got issues, but if you've got the top doctors in the world, me personally, as a freebie, I would have taken the risk. He wants to come back to, as long as he's fit, healthy enough to play. We've got Tottenham are going to have the best doctors in the world, just like every other Premier League team, etc. Run him through the tests. If he's fit enough and he wants to do it, and legally he can do it with the issues that he's got, I would have taken the risk.
But Mike, also think about it. 15 minutes to go in a game. It's a deadlock game. It's an important game, and you got Eriksen on the bench, and we've just got a free kick outside the area.
I know
you know what I mean?
Oh, I know this. It's moral, isn't it? It's a moral. It's a moral issue, isn't it? Like, that's the issue here. It's whether you would take that risk from a moral perspective because of his health. He's got a family, etc., etc. But if he's playing football and he's fit enough to play football, we haven't got an Eriksen type player, and he doesn't have to play 90 minutes, does he? We could have him. Just manage him. If you manage him well and don't sort of overwork him, then you might.
Has he ever been an impact player though, Eriksen? I don't know. He probably could change his game, but I just don't know whether or not.
I don't know.
Playing him week in, week out. I don't in a Champions League game and winning the game for us.
Yeah.
It would have been a great option to have, though. If you've got him in the squad, he'd have been a great option to have.
Absolutely.
I'm certain of it. In my opinion, it's just me. And I look at him now in that Brentford team, and it does fascinate me to see how he will do. And I will be watching Brentford quite a bit, just purely on the basis of watching Eriksen.
Brentford, I think you're right. Brentford played decent football, but it's having the ball. Are they going to have enough possession of the ball in the majority of their games against the top team? I think if they're going to have a battle down below, it's just going to be a battle. So you come up against the Burnley, you come up against the Watford. It's just a battle. They're just going to want to fight. Yeah, we could play cultured football, but when you're in a dogfight, when you're in a basement battle, you just got to win games. You got to get points any way you can. Burnley are equipped for that. This is what they know how to do. So
and they've got quality now as well.
And they've got quality. But Sean Dyche has done this. He keeps doing this. So we shouldn't underestimate that. The others, Norwich, I think Norwich will drop in there. But they've got Dean. What's his name? Dean. Can't remember his surname now. And I think he's another manager that's used to a battle. He's used to championship battles. He's used to fighting. So he'll get them playing. It's gonna be whoever can come out of that with almost like the biggest fighters in their team, I think will come through. And that's why I'm not quite sure about Newcastle.
Goal difference will be important, do you think, Sam?
Say again?
Good point.
Goal difference will be important, won't it?
100%. If you've got goal scorers as well. Again, Burnley have got goal scorers. Newcastle have as well.
Yeah, they're all being deficit, and it may be
it's such a hard
worth a point,
So who would you say? Can I ask all of you guys then? Who are your three to be relegated then? If I was to say after this transfer window, now you've seen all these teams make their transfers, who do you think's going down? Because it's for me, it's Watford, Norwich, 100%.
Yeah,
I think Burnley won't make it. I think it will be Burnley who miss out. Because Newcastle, I feel like they've got too much quality now to go down. I just think it would be impossible for them to go down. Not impossible. No, let me take that back. It won't be impossible, but if they go down, I'll be extremely surprised. So I'm saying Norwich, Watford, Burnley for me.
I'll go next.
Norwich I think, but there could be a team. There's always a team that tumbles about this time of year, and they get pulled into and they just can't escape it. It's like quicksand, So it could be a Leeds. It could be
Leeds, maybe.
I mean, what have Leeds done this window?
Nothing.
Well,
they've kept Rafinha.
Yeah, which is
they've got players. When all their players are fit, when all the likes of them come back, they've got a very good team. Bamford's in there. What's his name? He plays for England. I keep forgetting his name. Calvin Phillips. You've got Dallas. You've got Rafinha. Yeah. You've got loads and loads of players that can win you games in Leeds, and they run forever. They run forever. So they are. As long as they're fit, they'll run forever. Brentford have played 23 games and are on 23 points. They've played at least 3 more games than the others. They've played 5 more games than Burnley.
What's the points difference between Brentford and
Burnley? 12 points.
11.
You know what I mean? So I think Brentford are going to get in there, and then I think Watford will drop, and I think it's going to be a real battle between Norwich, Newcastle, and Burnley for that last space. I reckon, in my head, that's how I see it.
What happens if Everton don't gel quickly?
This is another thing as well, which I can't even really. My brain can't. I can't think about that because that's shocking to me. How are they even 16th place? I can't believe they're 16th place. They're doing awful.
Lampard's not the type of manager you want to have come in and dig them out of a relegation scrap.
Do you think Donny and Dele are significant enough to get them out of that drought?
They've got a good enough squad, more than a good enough squad. They shouldn't even be where they are with that squad that they've got. They should be easily up, knocking around where we are. But it's poor man. They've just had
Well, Calvert-Lewin anyone would miss someone like Calvert-Lewin.
Yeah. You've brought in two players, one that's not been performing at all for Spurs, and the other one has been getting 1 minute or 2 minutes of game time at Man United. So they've now got to come into this Everton side
straight away,
try and stop the rot and fire straight away on all cylinders. And I don't think
it's a good point.
Yeah, I don't think Frank Lampard, as good as he is at Derby and what he done at Chelsea, I don't think he's got the capabilities to get all them players together in a relegation dogfight. I think Everton are using the pressure.
He's a different style of manager, isn't he, as well?
Yeah.
But Van der Beek is a great signing. I mean,
it is.
I'd have loved him. Now, if you're talking about Eriksen and Van der Beek, that's the one for me because but he would never been.
But he's not coming to us. You know why, don't you? Because he's who he's married to, don't you?
No.
Dennis Bergkamp's daughter.
Oh yeah, I did know that actually.
He's not, is he?
Yeah.
So there's no way Bergkamp's allowing him to come to Tottenham.
Yeah, but I think Ali and Van der Beek, they could be very good signings. I know Ali.
There's more breaking news. Newcastle signed Dan Burn.
Yeah.
As we're doing this breaking news and we're talking about Bournemouth, I thought I'd just throw that one in there.
No, he was doing medical at 4, so maybe it has taken this while to get sorted.
I think
3 minutes to go.
I know. I think Liverpool are looking at Caval from Fulham. I think that's
done. Yeah, that's been confirmed.
Cavallo. No, apparently he's falling through. They reckon it's not happening. So
interesting.
Yeah.
But going back to your question, Sid, I think you'd be hard pushed to bet against Newcastle getting out. Burnley are done. I don't think they're coming out of that.
Do you not think so?
Nah, they're done. Nah. They've won one game all season. What's going to change all of a sudden?
Yeah, true. 12
points.
Well, one of those games they've got to play is us.
Well, this is the problem. You don't want to be playing against these teams
Dr.
later on in the season. It's got a recipe for disaster, isn't it?
V-course,
Right, okay. This is why I think Burnley are going to be okay. And this is another reason. You just got to look at little stats. They've only conceded 27 goals. The others, Watford, conceded 40. Newcastle's conceded 43. Norwich conceded 45. Everton, 35. Leeds, 40. Brentford, 38. You've got to keep clean sheets in this division.
By the way, Weghorst has scored a goal every other game in the Bundesliga.
So they will win games 1-0. I'm telling you this, Burnley will get
90th-minute corners. 90th-minute corners. I think sounds right.
And you know what the icing on the cake is going to be? Did you see the last game of the season, Burnley against Newcastle?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, you know Weghorst is going to score. Weghorst is going to score a goal that puts Newcastle down. Can you imagine?
Hilarious.
Oh God!
Can you imagine?
Norwich have only scored 13 goals all season and conceded 45. That
they
combination is not surviving in the Premier League. So they're going down. So you can look
Watford
and see where teams, unless they have a drastic change, I can see who's going to be in the battle. It's who's got the goal scores and who can keep clean sheets. Burnley, I think, have got that balance. They've got that whole balance right, in my opinion, even without Chris Woods being there.
Yeah, I agree. Right,
it's going to be interesting.
We've got 40 seconds of the window to go, so I'm just going to quickly go through some of these comments. Ricky saying, I think many will be surprised with Kulaszewski. I think he could have a big impact at Spurs.
Jews Nazis saying Norwich, Burnley, and Watford.
They sound like championship clubs. I'm sorry.
Yeah, they do, don't they? They do.
I'm sorry. That's really bad, but they just sound like championship. Norwich, Burnley, and Watford. They just sound like they're already in the championship. I don't know how to explain that, but they just do.
Craig Bowler saying Newcastle still have it to do. There's no guarantee throwing a team together like that will
3, 2, 1, close.
Window is closed. Dele Alli is still.
No, the guy was just making an announcement saying it looks like Lampard's got a double deal for Van der Beek and Ali.
No, but they've not confirmed.
Tequila is going to be drank tonight, my friends.
He's put. It's all the late paperwork. Dele Alli's gone, man. Come on, he's got.
You have till midnight to do paperwork. So I believe I'm pretty sure they give you till midnight to do paperwork and stuff.
But just for you guys.
Oh no, I think you can even do it even later as long as you've let them
really?
know before 11 o'clock.
You can extend it, can't you?
Yeah. And Everton singing, "We got Ali, we haven't paid a bean."
And we're telling them, I don't think you understand what you've done. That's what we're telling them. I just don't think you understand.
No. They're not going to say we don't think. They're going to say we do understand what you've done.
Oh, you lot are taking the right piss, man.
We only have to pay when he plays 20 games.
They are dry, aren't they?
He's going to break his leg, and then.
Okay. Are we signing off, guys, or are we continuing?
We can't stay till bloody 12 o'clock doing this.
No,
we ain't got no more players coming in at Spurs, have we? That's it. We're done.
No. So to sum it up.
The We Are Tottenham.tv guys knocked off about 2 hours ago.
I know. So to sum up the transfer window, January transfer window, we waited 28 days, 29 days, even 30 days, and we ended up buying 2 players. Dejan.
Hey,
wow.
Joe Rodon.
Listen, all you've got to do is think about them lot down the road. They are in turmoil right now, and that makes me happy. That makes me so happy. They're in turmoil. They don't want to talk to me ever for the rest of this season.
Sam.
They got
trusty. They got trusty no one. They bought trusty no one.
Trusty in the process.
Please tell me we're talking about Arsenal.
I swear that was.
Sid, can anybody confirm if Aubameyang actually did he manage to go to Barcelona?
He's gone.
Yes,
he's gone. He's gone to Barcelona on a free.
He went to Barcelona, Darius. When he got to the airport, he exited the airport, and the amount of people that were waiting outside the airport was as many as they get in their home games at the Emirates, about 7.
Who actually went?
He's gone. Done deal.
So their only striker is Alexander Lacazette, because Nketiah went.
No, don't forget Eddie Nketiah. Oh, did he go on loan?
He went on loan. I'm pretty sure he went on loan.
No way.
Did
they couldn't let him go. No chance.
No.
So you're telling me that Eddie Nketiah is their backup striker? I mean, at least they've got a backup striker.
Eddie from North London. Let's be real here. But yeah,
he still is at Arsenal. Huh?
Wow. Lack of no goals and Eddie.
Lack of no goals and Eddie the Eagle Nketiah. That is amazing. That is amazing.
We're getting Jesus
Christ.
I'm not even trying to take the piss now. I genuinely genuinely, I'm not even trying to take the piss. I genuinely think they had the worst window of any Premier League club.
They
sold Callum Chambers, Balogun, who else? Pablo Mari. They sold so many players.
This is the funniest thing. Put this into context. They were all crowing, we're getting Vlahovic, and that's all they put in. All the eggs were in that Vlahovic basket. And when that was done, it was like, oof.
No, Sam, I'll do you one better. They, a couple of days ago, were monitoring some random guy's Rolls Royce because it had Alexander Isaac's name at the back. Turns out it wasn't his car. It was a random guy's car who they were monitoring for like the 2 days being in London. Isaac's back in Spain now, preparing for the Copa del Rey.
God.
Love it. Right. Ricky saying here, well done, guys. Massive stint. Thank you very much, Ricky. It's been a hard one, but you know what? Paxton Road, and with all our guests, we've managed to do it well.
We're all grinning.
I know.
So we're happy.
Juicy saying thank you all the panelists over the last few hours in capital letters. Amazing. Ricky again saying here, guys, 4 blokes out with no chance of playing, 2 guys in who go straight into our first team. Not a great window, but a good one. Totally agree.
That's a fair comment. That's a fair comment, to be fair.
Yeah,
we love that.
Absolutely.
What would you give it out of 10? I don't know what I'm thinking. I want to hear what you guys would actually give it out of 10. I know it's a bit cliche, but I don't know what.
Start from the top. Start from the top.
Adam Phillips is saying Barca replacing Aguero with another dodgy ticker.
I mean, they literally didn't. I don't know what Barcelona. I don't know how Barcelona can afford him either, because they didn't even get to sell Dembele. So
I know, madness.
God knows
Right.
how they
So
can afford
the
him.
question was what? Marks
Out of 10. Window out of 10. Now that we can
I'm gonna
officially
go
say
last.
it's closed. I don't know.
go
So
first.
I don't want to go first because I don't know myself.
Come on, and I'll go
Sean.
first.
Mike, you want to go first?
Yeah.
Let Hustler go. Let Hustler go.
Go on, Hustler. Go on.
I am going to give this window a 6.5.
You know what? I agree.
I'm going 6.5.
I agree. I'm gonna
the
agree.
outgoings that we've done, we've got rid of 4 players that are a pain in the arse for Tottenham right now. The Celso, walking injury. Ndombele, he's done. He's mentally not with Tottenham, so we've got rid. Dele Alli's concentrating on Boohoo. And Brian Hill, he's gone away to get experience, and I'm pretty certain he'll come back a better player, and I think he's still got a big future for Tottenham. So when you look at those, I'm going to say 3. That in itself, I applaud PRTv in getting rid of them. We've got was it 3 of them? Oh no, well Ali's probably on a permanent 10 million with fees, etc. Whatever it is, those targets. And Ndombele's loaned with an option to buy, and I think that's the same with the Celso, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Mm-hmm. You can't argue with that.
There's no option for the Celso.
Is there not?
Is there not?
No.
That's interesting.
No.
Oh, I thought there was. Oh, okay.
No.
But either way, they're out. They're off the wage. But we've probably saved ourselves about between 450, 500 grand a week out of those players.
Mm.
I'm not gonna complain on that. And the 2 that we've brought in, they're young. I don't know too much about Bentancur, but Kulu, I've seen him play quite a few times. Even at Parma, I'm excited for him. And I've said this before in our group chat. Him on the right flank, Son when he comes in on the left flank, Kane in the middle. If they do 3-4-3, yeah, I'm kind of excited for it, and I think he'll be a good addition to Tottenham. So yeah, 6.5 for me.
6.5. Okay. Did you say, Darius? What did you say?
I'm going to agree. 6.5. Everything that
6.5.
Mike said, I'm going to echo, because I think he's done a lot of proactiveness, which is what I've wanted to see from Tottenham, because if he couldn't get the players that he wanted in, he's at least got rid of the players. So it makes his job easier in the summer, fingers crossed. So I'm going to agree with Mike, 6.5.
Sean?
I'm going to be on the downer. I'm going for 5.
Yeah, Sean's on the downer, really.
Debbie Downer.
The only reason is because we're putting a lot of pressure on these 2 young guys coming into our team, and I think that's a big gamble, I think.
Okay, fine. Mr. Sam, Spurs for life.
Okay, so I'm gonna go with Darius and Mike on the 6.5. I was gonna think 7, but I'm thinking okay, maybe not. But we've also got to think about the players that didn't go. So there was talk about Stevie Bergwijn going. I think that would have been a major mistake had he gone. Personally, that would have really weakened us, because we've kept him, and because now we've still got, I think, players to come back. We've got Son to come back. We've got Romero to come back. You know, that in itself is, I know it's a bit of a cliche, but they're like new signings because they haven't featured in the last however many weeks, months. So that Conte has in the 2 weeks in the international break, getting them lot ready with these 2 additional signings of players that want to play, and getting rid of that deadwood that didn't want to play, that makes it a 6.5 for me. And if with a bit of luck, fingers crossed, and we don't have significant injuries in our back line, I think we've got players in there that can win the game for us. So if we can keep clean sheets, we've got players who can win the game. And that's the all-important thing for us. We need to be able to keep clean sheets, or many more clean sheets than we have done so far this season.
Cool. So I'm going to break it down, basically. So I'm going to go with outgoings. I'm going to give a 9 for the out. Well, I'm going to give it an 8 for the outgoings, right? Because we got rid of, like you said, Ndombele, GLC, and Tanguy, and potentially Dele, although they're still saying it's not confirmed. So that's an 8. And in terms of the 2 players that we've bought, I agree with Sean was saying as well. He's brought in 2 young players, although they've at Juventus, they've won titles and won cups and whatever. Coming into Spurs is a massive. They've got to hit the ground running because the stuff that's been happening at Spurs and the fact that we've left it so late to buy players. So on that, I'm going to give 6. So 8 and 14. 8 and 6 is 14. So divide that by 2. I'm going to give 7. Yeah, I'm going to give 7. Only reason it goes up is because we've got rid of extra players.
Yeah, that's the best bit of the win, though, is the outgoings. Because that's proven to me that it is because Paratici didn't have a good rep in Italy for getting rid of players. And that was my concern. He's more than exceeded on that front. But I'm worried about the depth of our squad.
Sure. Let me just add to that, though. The fact that we're not in Europe, we've only got the FA Cup as well as the league games. We're not overly committed for games. If we were in Europe still and we were still in maybe League Cup and all the rest of it, I would say I would agree with you. But because we are 1 game a week pretty much for the next few weeks, I would hope it does mean that you could, as long as you've got 1 player for each position, which I think now we've pretty much got, I think we're all right. It's whether we get significant injuries or suspensions all at the same time. Like if Son and Kane go at the same time, we're in problems. Dian Romero go and Lloris gets injured, well, we're going to be in shit street. But that could happen to any team, can't it? So,
yeah, I mean, it's fluid. I mean, I reserve the right to
change your mind
in a month's time to say these 2 guys are fucking dynamite, and we're gonna finish in the top. We're gonna finish 3rd, but
right. That's it. Right, guys, listen. It's 11:11 now. We're going into extra time now. Unless you just want to carry on until Dele.
I've got more breaking news, Sid.
Go on.
Crystal Palace signed Luke Plange from Derby. Just to add that onto there. Just on Sky Sports now.
Yeah.
From Derby.
That's surprising. Did you say from Derby?
Yeah, Crystal Palace.
Barcelona have signed Patrick Pierre-Emerick Aubameyang. Is confirmed. Breaking news. Barcelona signed Pierre-Emerick
Aubameyang. The Scottish window's open till midnight, by the way.
I'm going to watch AFTV
Cameron
now.
Carter Vickers could be confirmed.
Right, so we started at 6 o'clock. It's 11:12. We've done 5 hours 12 minutes of all the deadline day transfer news. Even though I done bits that I wasn't supposed to do in terms of breaking news, but listen, I just want to thank everyone for taking time out to come and join us. All the guests we've had Sean, we've had Christina, we've had Kuva, we've had Stuart, we've had Maury. Who else have we had?
We've had Irish Hotspur, we've had Jack Kanicki.
That's right.
Them two. Yeah. Stuart G.
Josie did a good job of hosting the 8 o'clock.
Don P, Christina Zandes. We've had a lot of people on here.
Everybody, and a massive thank you to everyone for coming in and having conversations with us. Obviously, I would love and like to thank the Paxton Road massive as well, Mr. Hustler, Sam, Sean, Darius 3K, although he's disappeared, and the lovely Jodie as well. But it's been an absolute pleasure, guys, and I'll leave the final words to Mr. Hustler, Mr. Sean, and Mr. Sam as well.
Who's going to go first? I'll go first.
Spurs.
Come on, you Spurs. Well done, Arsenal, for making my day. I'm going to go and enjoy AFTV for the next couple of hours because it's going to be great. That's me done.
Right. So I spent time doing the back soon thing. So we're going to finish on that one. Go on, Sean.
We're talking points tomorrow night.
Yeah, we're going to do that roundup, innit? Transfer roundup.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Have you got guests sorted?
Well, we're the guests, aren't we?
Dele.
Well, tell the people out there then what time it's on. we're doing our review
He
show
set
for
me
the
up.
Brighton game.
He bloody set me up there. That was God. What are you doing, Mr. Hell? You set me up. Okay, then. Talking points tomorrow. 8 p.m. will be the transfer window roundup. And all these guys should all be on there. Hustler, Sid and Sean, probably Darius as well. And we'll go through probably what a lot of things we've done today, but it should be even more enjoyable. That's it. Plug done.
That's it. Everyone, have a lovely evening. Hope you enjoyed the transfer window deadline day, and we are out.